Hello and welcome to This Week in Laker Football. I'm Tyler Keefe alongside second-year head coach for the West Bloomfield Lakers, Tyrese Grice. Coach Grice, coming into your second year after a long playoff run last year and the season that ended with the only team that was able to defeat the Lakers in 2021-2022 in the Rochester Adams Highlanders. Coming into this season, what are some of the main focuses of this team after a pretty successful year last season?
I think one of the key issues or concerns that we have to address this year is penalties. One of the things we want to do is just cut down our penalties. We felt that throughout the season that was a big headache for us, and at the last game against Rochester Adams, we had 13 penalties. So that's one of those issues that if we can cut down our penalties, that we can go as far as we want to be.
How much of that comes back to experience? You have 8 starters returning on offense, 7 on defense. How does that play into really bolstering that discipline for your team?
Oh, it's big. It's big. The fact that it was my first year, kids adjusting to the new head coach. I think the players themselves coming back this year, they know what mistakes we made. We honed it in on that as practice. But our coaching staff is really focused on making sure we teach proper technique and make sure we call it in the practice, and we see something in practice, we address it in practice. So when we see it in the game, it's something that we have dealt with.
In terms of the skill position, your team is loaded again this year with a lot of those key players from last year coming back and now in leadership positions. Samaj Morgan at the wide receiver, Rick Nance at the quarterback, Kenny Jones in the backfield. How does that play into this team's offensive power and firepower for a team that last year averaged almost 30 points a game?
Well, with all our key players coming back at the skill position, we returned all our receivers, our quarterback. We lost Dylan Tatum last year, but we got Kenneth Jones, who's a hard runner, runs pretty hard and very physical running back. We have Dante Pippen, who we expect to step his game up compared to last year. So we have the weapons. It's just about putting it all together on game day.
So often what is lost in the in reviewing successful teams is what they do in the trenches. You're also very strong there. Just a couple of starters gone on the offensive line and on the defensive line. Still one of the strong suits of this team. How important is that to execution of your game plans, especially against a really tough OAA Red this year?
Well, OAA Red always going to be tough. So you got to win in the trenches. And up front, we're pretty physical. We big up front. We're returning 3 out of 4 starters on the defensive line. One of the key players that I expect to really step his game up this year is Xavier Davis, who played a lot last year. Didn't start all the games, but he played enough. And this offseason has been great, and I think he's going to step his game up and make us stronger in the middle. Of course, we got Brandon Davis Swain, who committed to Notre Dame, and he's going to be a dominant player, and hopefully he'll step his game. And we got some young guys that need to step up. We got a 6'7" kid that's really tall, and hopefully he can get upfield and make some things happen. And that's a kid named Fountain Kid. So we got the pieces, just a matter of just putting it all together.
You talk about pieces. A couple of years ago, the Lakers had a freshman standout on the defensive side, in particular, linebacker Kari Jackson last year played in Florida at the IMG Academy. He's back this year. How big of an addition is that, having him back on this roster?
Well, we always say when they was freshmen that Brandon and Kari Jackson and a couple of other players, they the main nucleus of building their defense, and having him back complements each other. I think them two together, along with some other players, that's going to be a very dominant force on that side on the defensive side of the ball. Just to have Kari Jackson back and the experience he gained from IMG, the leadership he brought into our program, that's going to be extra for all the players on our team.
Your schedule, it's so heavy, and in particular in the middle of the season, Rochester Adams, Clarkston, those big games back-to-back alongside Oxford, which is always a tough game for you. So with that being the case, how important is it early on in the season against teams that are no cupcakes themselves for your team to really get itself situated, get its discipline right, and execute the game plans?
You know, that's a big, that's we talked about that as a coaching staff to the team yesterday, in fact. Talking about getting starting early, strong. When we lose a game, it's usually that first game. So we're going in this season well prepared, as though we're in the middle of the season. But with the experience we have, that's a plus for us. So going into the season is going to be a really eye-opening experience for the first game. So we're looking for the experience of it all.
Talking to Coach Tyrese Grice, head coach of the West Bloomfield Lakers in the second season at the helm. Coach Grice, before we take a break here, for fans at home, excited to watch the Lakers on Civic Center TV again this year, come out to the games home and away and see this team. What are some surprises they may see from your team? What should they be looking for in this iteration of the Lakers football team?
Well, one of the most talented players we have on our team and in our league is Rick Nance, the quarterback. I think you're going to see a player that's going to game twofold from last year. He gained experience. His leadership is up to another level. I think this player is going to be one of the most dynamic players to watch, and that's what the fans are going to see. So be out for some surprises by him.
Yeah, one thing I was really impressed with, I saw some footage from, you had a four-way practice earlier on, just about 2 weeks before the season began, and Rick Nance was making great decisions, going through his progressions quite quickly, not really staring down his target like we've seen from young quarterbacks in the past. How much is that experience really going to play into his ability to take that next step and bring up some of these young guys too in the skill positions to really make this offense return to where it's been so many times in the past as an absolute lightning rod?
Well, Rick Nance is the player he's our leader. He's going to get, as far as we go, it depends on him. And he knows that, he understands that, he wants that challenge. So Rick Nance is a guy that we go as far as he take us. And so we looking forward to him and the rest of the players to really step their game up. Offensively, we got some weapons that's, I think, going to surprise a lot of teams. So I think getting back to that high scoring team output that we had in the past, you're going to see a lot of that this year.
Exciting season ahead for the West Bloomfield Lakers. Alongside head coach Tyrese Grice, I'm Tyler Keefe. This is This Week in Laker Football. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll talk to a few of the players, and then we'll preview the upcoming kickoff classic, the Xenith Prep Football Classic at Wayne State University, where the Lakers will take on Sterling Heights Stevenson. We'll be right back with more This Week in Laker Football. West Bloomfield Lakers football is back on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM and statewide on My Michigan TV. Join our team for coverage as the Lakers battle Division I juggernauts like Sterling Heights Stevenson, Clarkston, Utica Eisenhower, and a 2021 playoff rematch with Rochester Adams. Every week, every game, every snap on Civic Center TV, My Michigan TV, 89.3 Lakes FM, and lakesfm.com.
Connect with local leaders, philanthropists, and more. The Greater West Bloomfield Chamber of Commerce presents the 2022 Leadership Breakfast. Join the Chamber for a morning of insight with guest speaker Laura Graneman, with the whole event emceed by Fox 2 News anchor Roop Raj. Join your local businesses at the Wabeat Country Club September 13th at 8:30 a.m. Order your tickets by September 6th at westbloomfieldchamber.com/breakfast. We'll see you there.
Welcome back to This Week in Laker Football. I'm Tyler Keith. Joining me now on the program is West Bloomfield Lakers defensive lineman Brandon Davis-Swain, who recently committed to Notre Dame. Brandon, thanks for being with us today.
Thank you for having me.
Appreciate having you on. And so you committed to Notre Dame, offers from Power 5 schools all across the country, including Michigan and my alma mater, Michigan State. What about Notre Dame was so special to you that you chose that program to go play ball under Coach Freeman?
Coach Freeman, the head coach, he's a great coach, and Coach Washington, the D-line coach, really bringing in for me. It's like he's really a family to me. And then when I went back there, like the third time, I just felt comfortable enough, so I committed.
When you think about Laker defenses for this program, you think about the defensive line. Great players in the past, Mike Williams a year ago, guys like Niles King, Sterling Miles in the past. Those defensive edges have always kind of been those key players. For you coming into this season after last season, third all-time for a single season in sacks for the Lakers at 17.5. What does it feel like for you to take over the reins as that next great Laker D-lineman?
It's a little pressure, but I know I'm going to come out here and dominate and come out here and compete. And I want to break the sack record and do as best as I can for my team and lead, go to the state championship and win it all.
Returning 7 players on the defensive side that were starters a year ago. For you and for the guys that are in leadership roles as upperclassmen, what do you say to the younger guys coming up about the culture of this defense and what they need to do to win football games in the MHSAA and especially in the OAA Red?
It's no one better than the team. So you really got to work together and be a team, be a brotherhood. And it's nobody better than the team. So you got to come out here and play for each other. Just don't play for yourself and play for the team.
Joined by Brandon Davis-Swain, Lakers defensive lineman. You'll also see him on the offensive side playing tight end, a little bit of wide receiver for the L-BOYZ this season. Brandon, it's always interesting to see teams come into the seasons after some adversity a year ago. And so for your team, having lost to Rochester Adams in the playoffs, lost them at the beginning of the season, your only losses of the season, how much of a motivation is it to have them in league this year and compete with them for the OAA Red Championship?
It's going to be good, but we're taking it one game at a time. But when we get the chance to play them, we're going to try our best to beat them.
We're joined by Brandon Davis-Swain, Lakers defensive edge, and he is going to Notre Dame. I'm really glad that Michigan State doesn't play them very often anymore because I am already worried enough about Donovan Edwards, let alone Brandon Davis-Swain year after year. So, Brandon, outside of football, when you're not in practice, when you're not absolutely crushing other teams on the football field every Friday, what are some of the things that you enjoy outside of the gridiron?
Playing the game, being with my family, my mom, my dad, my 2 sisters, going out with friends, like bowling, basketball, just stuff like that.
As you look to the future of this team and look toward the season, what are you most looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to the brotherhood, everybody coming together as one so we can do what we need to do in the football field.
There he is, the last remaining of the 3-headed monster on the edges from the Lakers last season. It's Brandon the Punisher Davis-Swain with us on This Week in Laker Football. Anything else for us, Brandon?
Nothing.
Appreciate having you on. Brandon Davis-Swain, Lakers defensive edge, going to Notre Dame, but a couple more years in West Bloomfield before that. We'll take a quick break on This Week in Laker Football and come back with more. I'm Tyler Keith. You're watching This Week in Laker Football on Civic Center TV.
I choose to stay above the influence for my education,
for my sports and my family,
for football,
to protect my future,
to pursue my dream of becoming a lawyer.
Because cheer is important to me.
I stay above the influence because I can focus better in school and make a positive impact on the world.
For my family and as well my passion in photography.
So I can keep my focuses on my dream.
To be a great leader and focus on my archery. Because I want to have a strong mind and a strong body.
To protect my future.
To stay healthy and to stay safe.
I stay above the influence to continue to pursue what I love.
Because I'm an athlete and I don't want to damage my body.
To spread positivity through my peers and to be a positive leader in my community.
To focus on my extracurricular activities.
Because as an advocate for You Matter at my high school, I believe in relying on a support system of friends and loved ones rather than turning to substance abuse.
Because I want to be the best I can be for those I love.
For my family and for my health.
I'm above the influence because of books and this ball.
Welcome back for This Week in Laker Football on Civic Center TV. I'm Tyler Keith. Joining me now on the program is Kenneth Jones, otherwise known as Jaws, running back for the West Bloomfield Lakers. Kenny, thanks for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
Appreciate having you on, Jaws. So you ranked number 52 in the state of Michigan in the class of 2023. That's by 24/7 Sports. You're headed to Grand Valley State. Let's talk about your commitment to GVSU. What about that program, being one of the great programs in Division II at the national level, enticed you to commit to be a Laker the next 4 years?
Right. Grand Valley, they got some good things going up there. Shout out to Coach Posma and Coach Olsen, the running back coach. I have a great connection with them two coaches right there, and especially the head coach. The head coach came to see me, Coach Mitchell. He came to see me in the weight room and talked to me for a little bit. So the chemistry is definitely there. I'm working on visiting up there more and stuff like that. So right now I'm focused on that.
Lakers the last few seasons have had a great tandem of running backs in the backfield, whether it's Edwards and Tatum, or last year Tatum and Jones. This year you're running back number 1. Does that add a little bit of pressure for you?
I'm ready for the pressure. So I had two great backs to look up to. So I'm ready. So it should be a good year this year.
And Jaws has been hitting the weight room too. There's a great video on his Twitter from March where he was squatting 335 for 5 reps in the weight room. This is an absolute monster in the backfield for you coming into the season as RB1 with some of the younger guys coming up before you. The opportunities you had last couple of years to kind of be in their position gives you some greater insight and a position of leadership this year. What's your message to the younger guys in this program, particularly those in the backfield, about what they need to be a great Laker running back?
So it's really paying attention to the details, watching the rep. When you're sitting out the reps, if you don't know the plays, you gotta learn. You gotta make sure you pay attention. So we hit big on paying attention to the reps and getting more reps. So when I'm out, the younger guys got to step up and they got to want their reps, So, you know what I'm saying? So we our running backs, they're very good. We got Josh Tate. We got Ralph Rogers coming behind me. So we should be good this year. When I'm out, they're in. There's no change. So.
Ralph Rogers getting a lot of playing time in the backfield later on in the season, especially in the playoffs, as another one of those backs. They put some of the other skilled guys out in the wide receiver corps, including Kenny Jones, who joins us this week in Laker football. Heading to Grand Valley State after he plays for the Lakers this year. He'll be a Laker for a very long time. Continuing on, your nickname is Jaws.
Yes, sir.
Where did you get that nickname? How did that become your identity with this team?
So I got that nickname. I'm named after my dad. So, they call him Big Jaws. They call me Baby Jaws. I think my grandma gave it to us. They said I had big jaws when I was a baby. So they just gave me that name. I was sticking with roll with it.
I don't know if we were able to get that right over there in a Jaws shirt. That is Ken Jones Sr. We're joined by Ken Jones, running back for the West Bloomfield Lakers on This Week in Laker Football. Before we let you go, what are you most looking forward to in this 2022 season?
State championship, but right now we focused on Stevenson, so I'm gonna give my all 110%. This offseason I had a great offseason, so y'all gonna see a lot of me this year.
Big things ahead for Kenneth Jones, West Bloomfield Lakers running back on This Week in Laker Football. Ken, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
We'll take a break on This Week in Laker Football, come back with more players, and later on we'll preview the kickoff game against Sterling Heights Stevenson with head coach Tyrese Grice. I'm Tyler Keith. You're watching This Week in Laker Football on Civic Center TV.
Connect with local leaders, philanthropists, and more. The Greater West Bloomfield Chamber of Commerce presents the 2022 Leadership Breakfast. Join the Chamber for a morning of insight with guest speaker Laura Graneman, with the whole event emceed by Fox 2 News anchor Roop Raj. Join your local businesses at the Wabi Country Club September 13th at 8:30 a.m. Order your tickets by September 6th at westbloomfieldchamber.com/breakfast. We'll see you there.
West Bloomfield Lakers football is back on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM and statewide on My Michigan TV. Join our team for coverage as the Lakers battle Division I juggernauts like Sterling Heights Stevenson, Clarkston, Utica Eisenhower, and a 2021 playoff rematch with Rochester Adams. Every week, every game, every snap on Civic Center TV, My Michigan TV, 89.3 Lakes FM, and lakesfm.com. Welcome back to This Week in Laker Football. I'm Tyler Keith. I'm glad I'm holding a microphone and not a football right now. Running against these two guys. We got Montel Johnson and Rob Harris, West Bloomfield Lakers linebackers coming into this season. Rob, you're coming back after last season as one of the key linebackers on this team, a starter, one of the only returning starters in that linebacking core this year. For you, coming off last season, what sort of motivation do you have, having taken a late season run into the playoffs, played a really competitive team that's now in your league, and coming back chasing a championship in your senior year?
Well, I'm very confident in ourselves and each other. We have a great linebacker core. We're all very talented. We've all been playing with each other since we were real little kids, about 5 years old. And, it's really not enough. It's not a lot of pressure that I have, especially on myself. I'm very confident because of how much of the work that I've been putting in and the team that I'm playing with and, the caliber that we're bringing every game. And I already know how it's going to be, so I'm very confident. I'm not cocky, but I'm very humble, but I will speak and say that I'm confident in our team.
That confidence is key, and that brotherhood is key too. How does that play in, especially when you talk about chemistry at so many levels of sports professionally? At the high school level, it can be just as important, if not more important, as you're also learning the game together.
Yeah, we really do have great chemistry, but not only that, we are brothers and we play like brothers, especially in practices. We're always very competitive with each other, offense versus defense, just playing for the next man up. We play like that every night, and we're bringing it in the game because once you play like how you practice, and we don't just practice to practice, we practice with a goal in mind, and goal to state championship.
We're also joined by Montel Johnson in the Lakers 18 for West Bloomfield this year. Montel, Coach Grace had a lot of good things to say about you in our opening segment, saying you're that next guy up on the defensive side in the linebacking core. For you, what are your focuses in terms of building your game in this 2022-23 season?
My focus on building my game is staying patient and make sure I know what to do. Because last year, I had a lot of stuff I was missing out on and I can improve on. So I'm like staying patient, reading my keys and all that stuff. So I'm have a better time doing that this year than practicing in off season on.
The Lakers program has developed so many great linebackers and guys that play in the box on the defensive side of the ball. As you learn from some of the seniors on this team, like Robert Harris and and some of the upperclassmen like Brendan Davis-Swain and beyond, and from this defensive coaching staff, what are you looking forward to this year in terms of having that key role with the Lakers defense?
Having that key role, it's gonna have a lot of pressure on me, but it's gonna build a lot of character on me. So all that pressure, it's gonna help me to improve on a better player and all that stuff. So from last year with Rob Harris and Corey, our two starting linebackers from last year, I had a lot of stuff to learn from them last year. I'm picking up a lot of keys and all that. So I'm trying to add that to my game this year.
Corey Garrison having graduated last year after playing a great season for the West Bloomfield Lakers. Robert Harris returning this year for the West Bloomfield, and so is Montel Johnson with us on This Week in Laker Football. One thing you're noticing, and our players are noticing as well, you look a little bit different on this football field today. New uniforms for the West Bloomfield Lakers. What do you guys think of the new digs?
I really like these uniforms. We want to wear them as early as we can, but we're not going to say when we're going to wear them. But just know we're coming different in today. So,
yeah, I really like them. It's different instead of wearing all green, all white. So it's kind of happy if we're wearing all black, my favorite color. So happy about that.
A little inside This Week in Laker Football. We like it too in the broadcasting booth. You can really clearly see those numbers, and they look great. We won't tease either when they're going to play them. You're going to have to see that on Civic Center TV. Listen to it on Lakes FM for each and every one of their home games as we go throughout this Laker season. Guys, anything else for us before we let go?
Watch out for us on August 25th. At 7 p.m. Wayne State. Tune in.
We're the same team from last year, so make sure y'all got us on our schedule. Make sure y'all preparing all that stuff because we be coming.
Yes, sir.
7 starters returning on the defensive side and some new weapons as well, including Montel Johnson. I've been joined by Montel Johnson and Rob Harris on This Week in Laker Football. We'll take a break, talk to a couple more players, and then talk to Coach Grice. You're watching This Week in Laker Football on Civic Center TV. West Bloomfield Lakers football is back on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM and statewide on My Michigan TV. Join our team for coverage as the Lakers battle Division I juggernauts like Sterling Heights Stevenson, Clarkston, Utica Eisenhower, and a 2021 playoff rematch with Rochester Adams. Every week, every game, every snap on Civic Center TV, My Michigan TV, 89.3 Lakes FM, and lakesfm.com.
One of the things you can look for in your friends is a change in behavior. These can be big changes, they can be small changes in mood, physical appearance. They may be sleeping less or sleeping more, drinking more, or their eating patterns may be different.
One big change that can be pretty obvious is change in motivation. Do they no longer want to play basketball? Do they no longer want to play video games?
Now that we're spending more time online and in virtual settings, it's really important to pay attention to the language that your friend is using and the words they're using to communicate.
So when we text our friends, are they taking longer amounts of time to respond? Are they not responding at all? You don't have to be an expert to try to recognize these signs. The second that you feel it in your gut and that you're concerned, that's the second to have the conversation and open the door to what might be going on.
Whatever gets you talking.
Welcome back to This Week in Laker Football. I'm Tyler Cruz. Joining me now is the gunslinger for the West Bloomfield Lakers, quarterback Rick Nance, in his second season at the helm in his junior season for West Bloomfield. Rick, thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Exciting season last year for you. You're first at the helm, taking over the quarterback position after C.J. Harris had graduated. And for you, coming into your second season, what are some of your focuses in continuing to improve as a ball player, but also now that you're in such a high leadership role for this offense?
Just get my team straight, be a leader on the field and off the field, in the classroom, in school. Just lead our team to a state championship. That's all I can say. Or just get far in the playoffs.
Coming off of a championship season, and then for you starting at the quarterback position after that championship season, did that add an element of pressure to last year? Now that you're coming off a season that was still very successful, but not quite going as far as you guys would have hoped, does that relieve some of that pressure?
I mean, I just play football. I just play football. That's all. Just having fun playing football, just having fun with my team, just to make my family happy.
Number 5 all-time in single-season passing yards for the West Bloomfield Lakers, and that's just in his first season as the quarterback. Rick Nance is with us on This Week in Laker Football on Civic Center TV and all throughout the West Bloomfield area and all around the world. CivicCenterTV.com is where you can tune in. Also, number 5 in touchdown passes for season at 18 last year, and part of that is having great weapons in the receiving core and in your tight ends as well. You're returning this year with one of the best receivers, if not the best wide receiver in the state, Michigan commit Samaj Morgan, but I won't hold that against him as a Spartan myself. How does having your number 1 guy back this season for both of you play into just how dangerous this offense is going to be?
I mean, it's just not just him. It's my line. It's just everybody, the whole Laker Nation. It's just going to have a great season than last year. We're going to work harder, and we got a lot to prove this year. And I'm not going to talk about it. It's just going to be about it.
Last season for you as a dual threat quarterback, a great arm, great field vision, excellent runner as well, but also a young quarterback. And there's a lot of mistakes that come along with that, a lot to learn as you're running an offense, especially in your first season. For you, what have you been focusing on over the offseason, especially after such a close, heartbreaking loss in Rochester in the playoffs, to come back stronger this year and have a great season?
This year I've been focusing on, getting my speed better and, stronger. And the coaches have said I got stronger and faster over the season. During practice and camp season, they said I got stronger and faster. So I'm surprised at myself for working that hard in the past off season.
Coming into the season, there is no preseason in high school football or in college football alike. And so for you, having an opportunity just recently to be in a 4-way practice, see some other guys that aren't your teammates, that don't know what you're doing out there necessarily, haven't really studied your game, and getting some of those reps in before a competitive first game of the season against Stevenson, what does that do for you as a quarterback and to get some of those preseason jitters out?
I don't have jitters. I just play football, and it just makes me better. Like the 7-on-7 just make me better. Coaches make me better. I want to thank all my coaches here. They just make me better. Just make me lead all the time. Just talk to me all the time just to get the team better.
Rick, anything else for us that we should be looking out for from you, or things you want to say before we go into this Laker football season?
I'm just mainly focused on getting a state championship, leading my team far, and breaking the record that Bryce Beasley had over 3,000 passing yards. I just want to break his record passing the ball. No hard feelings about it. I just want to set the record.
Number 5 all time at 1,406 yards in his first season as a quarterback. To break that record, to chase Bryce Beasley, he's got to get to 4,105 career passing yards for the West Bloomfield Lakers. On Twitter, you'll see he's Rick That Man Nance. You'll see why he's that man. each and every week on Civic Center TV for all of our football games. Rick, thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Appreciate it. We'll be back in just a moment on This Week in Laker Football. We'll come back. We'll talk to Coach Tyrese Grice and preview the upcoming matchup against the Sterling Heights Stevenson Titans on This Week in Laker Football on Civic Center TV. West Bloomfield Lakers football is back on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM and statewide on My Michigan TV. Join our team for coverage as the Lakers battle Division I juggernauts like Sterling Heights Stevenson, Clarkston, Utica Eisenhower, and a 2021 playoff rematch with Rochester Adams. Every week, every game, every snap on Civic Center TV, My Michigan TV, 89.3 Lakes FM, and lakesfm.com. Welcome back to This Week in Laker Football. I'm Tyler Keith, back again with head coach Tyrese Grice as the Lakers are getting ready for the Xenith Prep Kickoff Classic at Wayne State University, taking on another team that's always been very strong here in southeastern Michigan, Sterling Heights Stevenson. What's your team know about the Titans, and what is your focus going into that game for your team about beating the 34th ranked Sterling Heights Stevenson Titans?
Well, we know they're a good team. They've made it deep in the playoff the last 3 years. In fact, the last 3 losses in the playoff were from eventual state champions. So the coach and I, we talked a few times before the season started, and we talked about that he needs to. He said he needs to really get his competition up a little bit. That's why he chose us to play this first game. But they're a good team. They're a team that we got to prepare for. We talked about the 5 P's in our program today, and that is proper preparation prevents poor performance. And that's one of the things we stride on is being prepared. And this is a team that has a lot of weapons. So we're looking forward to playing these guys and see what we can do with them.
And one of the key weapons for this team is Tyler White. Strong first name, strong player as well for the Titans. What about Tyler White makes him such a dangerous player that your guys got to look out for, particularly on the defensive side of the football? Well,
Tyler White is a hell of an athlete. We're looking forward to playing this guy. We watched a little film on him. I know exactly who you're talking about. And he has a motor on him. So but we got some guys that can be able to stop this guy. And if that's the only person we worry about, then we up for the challenge. We up for the challenge.
It's always a question of debate at the college level, in particular, when we talk about teams' early season schedules, those non-conference games, in this case, the non-league games. You mentioned a little bit earlier, going up against the team that Stevenson said they wanted to really challenge their team, going up against a perennial contender like West Bloomfield. For your team, having that early season challenge against a program like Sterling Heights Stevenson, what benefit does that bring to your program as it tries at another championship?
Well, we know the road to Ford Field is always going to be a challenge. So our attitude is we want to be prepared for those tough games. And if we can play a regular season that's tough, that'll get us ready for the playoffs. So we're not going to be one of those teams that the first team we play that's good is in the playoff. In our league, in the OAA, we'll play anybody. That's our attitude. As long as we come prepared, I think we can beat anybody out here. But anybody can beat us as well if we don't come prepared. And we make sure we stay humble and make sure we execute our game plan. We'll be successful.
Environment can play such a big role in any football game. Having you guys kick off the season at Wayne State University, especially for a team of guys that are looking at the next level or are coming into this program, hoping that their gameplay can get them to the next level. How does that environment, provide some excitement for your players, but also gain that excitement for a season ahead?
Well, that first game is always a good indicator of where you stand. And to play this first game at Wayne State against a good program, and if we come on top of that, that's really set the tone for the rest of the season. But it also tell us where we stand in terms of a program moving forward. But we always want to play that first game tough, so we can set the foundation where we stand, what we need to work on, where's the holes at, where the weaknesses at, where our strengths is at. You're really going to find that out after that first game.
Coach Grice, anything else for us about this upcoming game with Stevenson or the season ahead?
Well, all I say is just Laker Nation, come on out. We're excited about this season. We need your support. We want you guys to come out and fill this stadium at Wayne State. Go Lakers, and let's go get this ring.
Coach Tyrese Grice, head coach of the West Bloomfield Lakers in the second season at the helm. That is going to do it for this week in Laker football. You can tune into the program every single week after each and every Lakers home and away game on Civic Center TV, on My Michigan TV, and all throughout the state of Michigan, around the world on civiccentertv.com. I'm Tyler Keefe. We'll see you next week.
Ladies and gentlemen, stand by. Laker football is coming up next.
Mark your calendars for the 11th annual Family Fun Night at West Bloomfield High School. Stop by on Friday, September 16th at 5 p.m. for an evening of free, fun activities as we honor our military, police, and fire heroes. Plus, stick around to see Laker football take on Clarkston at 7 p.m. To find out more, scan the QR code on your screen or visit wbsd.org/community/family fun night. Connect with local leaders, philanthropists, and more. The Greater West Bloomfield Chamber of Commerce presents the 2022 Leadership Breakfast. Join the Chamber for a morning of insight with guest speaker Laura Graneman, with the whole event emceed by Fox 2 News anchor Roop Raj. Join your local businesses at the Wabeat Country Club September 13th at 8:30 a.m. Order your tickets by September 6th at westbloomfieldchamber.com/breakfast. We'll see you there.
Orchard Mall, where you can find everything you want under one roof. It is known for great personal service and attention to detail. Most boutiques are entrepreneurial and family-owned, with a unique ingenuity and creativity that comes from proprietors who have turned passions into livelihoods. Orchard Mall, with a variety of upscale boutiques, salons, and eateries. Orchard Mall, a West Bloomfield landmark at Orchard Lake and Maple Roads.
If your pet could tell you where you should shop for him or her, it'd be a place run by pet lovers. With hard-to-find food, toys, and gifts, with pet-friendly people and services, and great advice from people who really know pets, it'd be a place where his friends hang out, even that old guy, where there's a surprise around every corner. If your pets could tell you, they'd recommend Premier Pet Supply, but pets can't talk. Or can they? Premier Pet Supply, the place pets love.
Fire Prevention Week is just around the corner. Join volunteer, part-time, and on-call firefighters at this year's Fire Open House. Catch up on your fire safety knowledge with live demonstrations and hands-on activities. Chat with local businesses and resources about fire prevention, see some familiar faces, fight future fires, and make some new friends. The West Bloomfield Fire Open House, October 2nd from noon to 3 p.m. at Fire Station 1 on Orchard Lake Road. It's time for West Bloomfield Laker football. Now, high atop the gridiron, here with the call is Dave Scott and
Tyler Keefe. Sorry about that, Tyler. My first technical mistake happens right at the very beginning of Laker football, but it's
warming up.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Dave Scott. Welcome to another exciting season of Laker football here at Wayne State University. Of course, Tom Adams Field and the Xenith Kickoff Classic. And as you can see, we got a game going on right now that is not concluded. Dakota and Brother Rice. Brother Rice finally getting on the board, but we'll talk more about what's coming up rather than what's going on right now. We've got Laker football kicking off around 7 o'clock or so. And Tyler, I got so much to say. We'll get to you here in a second. First of all, I want to say good evening. Welcome on all of our outlets. We'll run down where you can watch the show and where you can listen in just a moment. I want to thank our sponsors, and we need a whole lot more, but we got a good start. The fine people at Orchard Mall, Premier Pet Supply, and Deb and Ken Macon are our kickoff sponsors for the season and with us tonight. And we'd invite you to be a sponsor as well. We'll tell you how to get more involved in that. Tonight's game, Tyler, is back on television, and I couldn't be more thrilled. You're seeing right now, if you're watching, a shot of the field. Tonight's going to be a little bit unusual, but we couldn't even have done this without the wonderful assistance and cooperation of Wayne State University and the fine people at Valley Sports. Who have really extended themselves and allowed us to use their video along with our audio on all of our outlets tonight. For the rest of the season, we'll have our camera crews, but it just physically couldn't happen here tonight. So really cool. More on that in a couple of minutes. Outlets. Let's see if we can get all these. I don't have my notes in front of me. So you can watch the game tonight on civiccentertv.com/Laker Sports. Laker Sports. So civiccentertv.com/Laker Sports. Bookmark that. There'll be a lot of information inside. This week inside Laker football will be there, and a lot of other programming will be there for the West Bloomfield Lakers. And that's one place you can go to watch the games live. Facebook. On Facebook, go to the West Bloomfield Schools Facebook page, and we should be live there right now, and we'll be live there for all of our games. Let's see, YouTube, the Civic Center TV YouTube outlet. So we got all these social media outlets. You can watch it, any of them, and it will work. Here's a brand new one that you might never have heard of. We are on statewide television for all the Laker games this year. My Michigan TV. It is a streaming channel, and streaming is big right now, Tyler, right? It's My Michigan TV. You can put the app on your phone, and you can put the app on your smart television. So if you'd rather watch TV on TV, what a crazy thought, you could actually do that as well, and just go to your app store. It could be Roku or Apple or Chrome Stick, whatever. Go to your app store and go and install the My Michigan TV app, and then all the games will be there this year as well. I'm just scratching my head, Tyler, thinking I know it. I left out a couple of other ones. Oh, yes. How can I forget the Big 89? We're live on the radio on 89.3 FM, Lakes FM, where we spent the last couple of years, and we are back. And really, it's still more fun to be on the radio than be on any of these TV outlets. So we're there. And then, of course, Civic Center TV, Channel 15, and WBTV, Channel 99 in our wonderful communities. And tonight, though, there's some other programming that's concluding on Civic Center TV. So WBTV, Channel 19 on Comcast, and then later on we'll be in the other. So sorry to take all that time. Could you repeat all that, Tyler? Did you make notes on all that?
I don't need to repeat that, Dave, because all I got to do is go to civiccentertv.com/Laker Sports, and it's all right there.
All right. Well, it's going to be an incredible season. We've already had a really amazing start, because before the season even started, Tyler, we've had two opportunities to get together with teams and players and coaches in an official way. And it's really been amazing. It's been more like college than high school, or professional and college environment more than high school, as there have been pro days. One at West Bloomfield last week, where you were able to shoot this week in Laker football. And then the OAA had one at Rochester Adams, a couple of weeks ago. We also were there. And talk a little bit about your experience at these media days.
Yeah, it was really nice to kind of get that expanded experience of football at the high school level. It's great for the kids because they get that exposure. For some of them, they'll see at the next level, and for others, they get that kind of fanfare behind this game that so many people love in our local area, in the state of Michigan, nationally and around the world, at the highest level that they'll ever play. So the OAA Media Day was interesting. Got to see every single team, from the red, from the white, from the blue and the gold divisions, talk to some of the players, talk to some of the coaches, the other media, and really get a full scope of what's going on in the OAA, one of the most competitive divisions and conferences in the entire state. And then, of course, it was Laker Media Day just last week, and that was really fun to get everybody together from the community to look into one of the best teams, or expected to be the best teams in the state of Michigan this year, talk to the key players, and, of course, get an inside look into the West Bloomfield Lakers team on This Week in Laker Football.
So again, we're at Wayne State University, where it all kicks off. We'll be back at home in the Swamp next Friday night. And don't be fooled, it's really unusual to have a Friday night game right before the holiday weekend. But we do, in fact, have a game next Friday night at home, and then we're deep in it. We have a great schedule this year with 5 home games, 4 on the road. This is the first of those. So we're only going to have 3 more away games after this. And when you look at the OAA Red, which has been reorganized a little bit this year, and you take a look at the teams that we're going to be playing in our schedule, I'm telling you, I kind of feel that we're kind of like Notre Dame, if you will, at a high school level. We are a super team that has a lot of other great teams that we're watching. So even if you're watching on My Michigan TV right now and you're not a West Bloomfield High School Laker fan, you're going to get to see some of the best Division I teams in the state of Michigan. Michigan. You're going to see West Bloomfield, right? You're going to see Clarkston. You're going to see Rochester Adams. You're going to see Southfield A&T. Who did I leave out that people would? Well, you're going to see obviously Lake Orion.
Yep.
And Oxford, which will be a story in and of itself this year. So even if you're not one of our local listeners and you're watching statewide, a lot of really exciting, interesting Division I high school football going on right here. And the other thing we're working on, it's not put together yet. I am talking to some of the other outstate schools, talking to Rockford, talking to some people up north, and seeing if we can get some of their games on My Michigan TV as well. So that's going on too, just another little sidebar. But back to our hometown situation. West Bloomfield this year comes in. Everyone thinks very highly of this team. No one's saying we're number one in the state of Michigan, but I think universally, depending on who you look at and how you break it all down, you know, we are a Michigan. I almost said Michigan. All our guys are going to Michigan. West Bloomfield is a team that people need to circle on the calendar. They need to contend with, and it's entirely conceivable that we're going a long way this year.
Yeah, this team is respected both among the players, among the coaches, and among the media and the pundits of the state of Michigan looking at high school football, ranked number 5 by the D-Zone and Max Preps. David Goricki of the Detroit News has West Bloomfield at number 4 in his state Super 20. Ranked number 4 also by state champs in their preseason top 20, and number 9 by Mick McCabe. The coaches poll for the OAA Red, one of the most competitive divisions in the entire state of Michigan. The coaches of the OAA Red even voted West Bloomfield number 1 in the preseason coaches poll.
Yeah, it was kind of fun to look at the rankings and then look at the OAA Red and then just see the different opinions that people have, and it clearly sends the indication that we are a team to contend with, but this is not a walk. There is nothing automatic at all, because you take a look at Mick McCabe from the Detroit Free Press, maybe the most respected and longest active high school sports reporter in the state of Michigan. And Mick kind of played it safe, right? He said the Lakers are 9th in the state, but he also, and he put Adams ahead of us at 7. But he did say that we were going to win the OAA Red. Now, you don't win the OAA Red unless you do what the Lakers couldn't do last year, and you beat Rochester Adams, and you beat them, you know, during the season, and that's the only way you're going to win the OAA Red. So, you know, unless the Lakers fall down somewhere else, I don't know how, you know, you end up being 9th ranked in the state if you're going to beat Adams. So I think he's just trying to play it both ways.
I would agree with that. I think that what he's doing there is recognizing the power of both these teams. Adams has a lot of returning players, as does West Bloomfield. West Bloomfield with 15 returning starters, 8 on the offensive side, 7 on the defensive side. It's similar for
Mark your calendars
Rochester
for the 11th
Adams.
annual.
Guys like Brady Prescorn at the tight end. Certainly their quarterback, Parker Peacock, coming back this year. And, of course, the great head coach in Tony Petrito in his 20th season. So those are 2 teams that are going to be right there in the state, going to definitely be the 2 teams that are the kings of the hill in the OAA Red. But don't count out the other teams down the pike a little bit, like Clarkston and even Lake Orion. I expect to have a resurgent year.
Yeah, and if you take a look back at last year, what happened last year really was an interesting year. It was our first year after Ron Bellamy had gone. It was still a little bit of post-COVID, and the Lakers had come off winning the state championship, and we're coming back without our head coach, without our star running back, and Donovan Edwards. Both of those guys took off to U of M and are doing great there, right? And we didn't really know what to expect. And we didn't really understand how well stacked Rochester Adams was. And it was our first game of the year, and we lost that game. And I remember at the end of that night, and we didn't play very well, to be honest, Tyler. And at the end of that night, we both kind of looked at each other and we said, well, you know, it's going to be kind of a tough ride this year. And then the Lakers kept getting better, and they really did. I can't recall following a team that continued to get better and better and better and better every week. They put the pieces together because they had a lot of young players, right? They put the offense together one week. They put the defense together one week. And they continued to just get better and better. And then we found ourselves at the end of the season coming right back and playing Rochester Adams this time over at their place for a chance to get to, that was the regional final, to get to the state semis, and it was a heartbreaker. And a very tight game, and Rochester Adams won. So the only two games the Lakers lost last year was to Rochester Adams. And you set that plate for this year, and you look at our schedule, and it sets up as a very interesting season. And what even makes it more interesting is the way it kicks off, especially from a hyper-local perspective, because guess what's going on right now, or in a couple of minutes while we're here at Wayne State with West Bloomfield and Sterling Heights. Orchard Lake St. Mary is playing Rochester Adams tonight, and I think most Laker fans would be doing what we'd be doing anyway, cheering for Orchard Lake St. Mary. But isn't that interesting? Isn't that fascinating, the way this whole thing sets up?
I think it goes back to something that was really interesting that Coach Grice said on This Week in Laker Football, CivicCenterTV.com for that on demand, about that competition in these non-conference games early on. These teams, these coaches, they want their guys to get tested, and these players want to play against the best of the best and really get that gut check early on in the season. And so to go up against a perennial powerhouse in the Catholic League like Orchard Lake St. Mary's, that's a good challenge for Rochester Adams. For the Lakers to go up against a perennial playoff team in Sterling Heights Stevenson, that's great early season competition. It's a gut check early, gets you in check early. And for the Lakers, you need that, because here you are just 3 weeks away from Clarkston on September 16th. Then you go to Rochester Adams. Then you're back home against Lake Orion. And then it's the big blue trap game against Oxford at home this time this year. There are no breaks in the schedule. You have to be ready from the jump.
All right, so we are here at Wayne State University. It's a Xenith Kickoff Challenge. And as you can see on your screen, if you're watching, Brother Rice and Dakota have about 5 minutes and a little bit more. We're not going to put that game on TV because that wouldn't be right. But this is going to be a lot of fun tonight here at Wayne State. The weather's perfect. It's cooling off. There's a huge crowd. They've really done an amazing job, Wayne State, with this tournament. And then on top of that, the guys at Bally Sports have just been amazing and enormously helpful to us, because we said, look, we're going to try to put every game on TV, and it just wouldn't work for this game. And they said, well, that's fine. Just take our signal and put your audio on it. And God bless you, Bally Sports, for letting us do that. And it's kind of backwards, really, Tyler, because we've done that for years, right? You know, we would listen. I love Brandstetter, so I'd watch the Michigan game on TV, turn the audio down, and listen to Jim call the game. And I know you're not a Michigan fan, but I know you get what I'm talking about. But here we made it even easier for our listeners and viewers tonight, because you get the home local broadcast, and then you can see the Bally Sports coverage. The rest of the season, we'll have our crews. But it's going to be a great night for football. We're only a couple of minutes away. Again, a big thank you to Orchard Mall, Premier Pet Supply, the Macon family. And if you are interested in being a sponsor and participating in Laker football this year, let me give you a web address you can go to, and you'll see all the information about sponsorships. Go to CivicCenterTV.com/ads. CivicCenterTV.com/ADS. And in there is our flyer. And Tyler, it's kind of cool. If you have a big business at a big company, there's packages. If you, mom and dad, parents of a player in the team, or somebody listening halfway across the country, and you just want us to do a shout out for you, that's there too, and it's dirt cheap. So whatever you want to do, it's available for you. We would really appreciate your help. And talk about people that help, Tyler. None of this happens without the enormous commitment of the Greater West Bloomfield Cable Communications Commission, who provides us all the resources we need through the communities, of course, to run Civic Center TV, run Lakes FM, and do all this. And how many years have we been doing these games?
You and I together, this is our 4th year doing these games. We had been doing them for years before with some high school students. We'd love to get them back involved in some way in the future, but it's 4 years of you and I on these games.
All right, so we have West Bloomfield and Sterling Heights Stevenson. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back. We'll talk more about tonight's game and get into some of the specifics here, talk a little bit more about what an exciting season this is going to be. And I do want to talk a little bit about something very interesting coming up in our community that will give you an opportunity to learn a whole lot more about Laker football and get some really good insight into Tyler Keefe and his fine writing ability. We'll talk more about that in just a couple of minutes. So don't go away. This is Laker football. How do we do this going into break with all these outlets?
That's a great question. I would just say it's Laker football all throughout the Greater West Bloomfield.
All right. This is Laker football all throughout Greater West Bloomfield on Civic Center TV, Lakes FM, and beyond. Don't go away. We will be right back.
Mark your calendars for the 11th Annual Family Fun Night at West Bloomfield High School. Stop by on Friday, September 16th at 5 p.m. for an evening of free, fun activities as we honor our military, police, and fire heroes. Plus, stick around to see Laker football take on Clarkston at 7 p.m. To find out more, scan the QR code on your screen or visit wbsd.org/community/family fun night. Connect with local leaders, philanthropists, and more. The Greater West Bloomfield Chamber of Commerce presents the 2022 Leadership Breakfast. Join the Chamber for a morning of insight with guest speaker Laura Graneman, with the whole event emceed by Fox 2 News anchor Roop Raj. Join your local businesses at the Wabi Country Club September 13th at 8:30 a.m. Order your tickets by September 6th at westbloomfieldchamber.com/breakfast. We'll see you there.
Orchard Mall, where you can find everything you want under one roof. It is known for great personal service and attention to detail. Most boutiques are entrepreneurial and family-owned, with the unique ingenuity and creativity that comes from proprietors who have turned passions into livelihoods. Orchard Mall, with a variety of upscale boutiques, salons, and eateries. Orchard Mall, a West Bloomfield landmark at Orchard Lake and Maple Roads.
All right, welcome back. Laker football right here on 89.3 Lakes FM, Civic Center TV, and a million other outlets. My Michigan TV, Facebook, the West Bloomfield Schools Facebook, YouTube. I mean, we're everywhere this year. And not only are we able to bring you the audio, you'll be able to watch the whole game. It's going to be great. And it kicks off tonight in cooperation with Valley Sports. We're really going to have an amazingly professional television broadcast for you tonight. Our hardworking crew will get back at it for you next week when we are back home at the Swamp. And it's going to be a very, very exciting Laker football season. In fact, so exciting. We're so thrilled, Tyler, that you put together a really interesting article talking about the impact a successful high school football program has on the community at large. And, you know, in our community, we're kind of new. You know, you look at Brother Rice, you look at Farmington Hills Harrison, you look at you look at Orchard Lake St. Mary, you look at some of the schools that around Metro Detroit and the state have been dynasties forever. They have really built up amazing support in the community. And, you know, this success is new for us here in West Bloomfield, and we're working on that, but it's already beginning to have impact.
It's one of those things that is, back to the cliche, if you build it, they will come. That's kind of what this is. As you build that program, as it gets momentum, as you see the impact it has on the young guys on the team, and then the winning comes after that. That's how you really build that enthusiasm in the community. And it does spread throughout. It becomes a talking point. It becomes something that's a point of pride for people. And that's all stuff that will be delved into in that pretty short article, just a page in West Bloomfield Today that you'll see very soon.
Yeah, it's coming out in September, I think in a week or so. Open up West Bloomfield Today. When it comes, you'll see Tyler's article. You'll see information about Civic Center TV. There'll be a card you can pull out that has a complete high school football schedule on it. And then on the other side of the card, you'll have the ability to take a QR code and then find out what's on Civic Center TV anytime you want. So we're really excited about that. Thanks for writing that article. Thanks to the people, Scott Marks and the great guys and gals over at West Bloomfield Today. We really appreciate that partnership. And one of the ways, Tyler, that in West Bloomfield, as they see the Lakers making their way toward the field here, one of the ways in West Bloomfield that you can get closer to the team and then really have one of the most fun nights of the entire year is to come to Family Fun Night, which is going to be the 16th of September, a couple of Fridays from now. And we'll be there broadcasting live with the police department. The fire department will be there. We'll be supporting all of our first responders. Military will be there. Other media will be there. A lot of other community organizations will be there. It's a big tailgate, but a whole lot more happens in the West Bloomfield High School parking lot. And then this year we got one of the best games of the season that evening as Clarkston will be visiting West Bloomfield. So mark a calendar for Family Fun Night, the 16th of September. Friday night, it all gets going about 4:30, 5 o'clock. Come on by early and stop by, and you and I are going to be there broadcasting live.
Yeah, it's a great way to interact with the community, see all the good that's going on in the greater West Bloomfield area. You can meet the community organizations, certainly thank our first responders and our military for their service protecting the people of greater West Bloomfield, and see a great football game. I mean, Clarkston is, again, going to be one of those teams that's really competitive at the top of the OAA Red, and it's always a very, very good game, an energetic game experience when the Lakers take on Clarkston.
So we are at Wayne State tonight for this amazing kickoff. It's a weekend-long celebration of high school football. 2 games tonight, a couple of games tomorrow, a couple of games on Saturday. Check it all out. I'm sure they got a website. I think it's DetroitSports.org, and you'll find out all the information. And everyone at Wayne State, everyone at Valley Sports, all the people at the Detroit Sports Commission, I believe it's called, to put this together, which is a function of the Convention and Visitors Bureau here in Detroit, do a wonderful job. And we are here and couldn't be more thrilled to be invited. Your West Bloomfield Lakers invited to be a part of this very prestigious high school football game. Just one of a bazillion things I just want to let you know is going on in our community. And tomorrow morning, I'll be out at Orchard Mall along with Larry Nyland from Civic Center TV and Lakes FM. We'll be broadcasting The Splash live at 9:30 tomorrow morning from Orchard Mall. And that's going to be part of the West Bloomfield Youth Assistance Food Truck Rally, great fundraiser for the community. And if you're a West Bloomfield Laker fan, we hope you'll come out. If you're just anyone in West Bloomfield with some time, great music, a lot of fun. Steve Acho will be playing. We got a DJ and lots of fun for the kids. A zillion food trucks, and so food, music, fun. I mean, why not? Orchard Mall at 15 and Orchard Lake Road, and everyone's going to be out there, including Tyler will probably even stop out there for fun.
Yeah, it's a really fun event. It's very packed with people to come in all the way to West Bloomfield from all the neighboring areas. Thousands of people have shown up for the first 2 iterations of this, and coming back after a couple of years off due to COVID-19, there's going to be a lot of excitement down there, and the team at the West Bloomfield Youth Assistance and other community partners have worked very hard on that. And we always know Steve Acho is a great show. He's one of our favorites here in West Bloomfield.
He is. So if you're tuning in to My Michigan TV, or you're watching on YouTube right now, or even Facebook, we realize that you may not have any connection to West Bloomfield, but maybe you just love high school football. So thanks for tuning in tonight, and we'll make this relevant for you as well. We're about 1 minute and 10 minutes away from the conclusion of the Brother Rice Dakota game, and it'll be about 20 minutes. And then, you, my friends, you're going to have a chance to see our West Bloomfield Lakers, which I don't care whether you say they're ranked 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 9th, 10th, 15th in the state. It doesn't matter now anyway. There are a lot of great high school football teams, and we're going to see a couple of them tonight. Sterling Heights Stevenson, the Titans. Tyler, what do we know about the Titans tonight?
It's a team that's had a lot of success in the past. Justin Newcomb is their head coach, a 5th season at the helm, 29-15 overall record. That is 2nd best all time for a head coach at Sterling Heights Stevenson. Last season they had a very good year, 10-3 overall. They were 4-1 in the MAC Red, and they lost in the state semifinal to the eventual champions in Belleville in a 40-26 matchup. But this is a team that it's a little bit younger this year. It's a little bit of a reloading year for them. It's very similar to where the Lakers were last year, to where the Lakers were after their last championship appearance against Clarkston in that classic 3-2 game. I'd compare it to about that year, where they got a lot of younger guys. They lost a lot of starters, particularly on the offensive side of the ball. But it's a team that's well coached. It's got great pedigree. They bring up players that are power players across the MHSAA and end up going on to the next level. I would never count out the Titans of Sterling Heights Stevenson.
No, it's going to be a great game tonight, and certainly, as we know in our broadcast, is trying to get the first broadcast together. A lot of technology that we're using. It's brand new. We're on TV. Haven't done that for a couple of years. There's a lot to get together, and there's no preseason. We don't have 3 preseason games, and neither do the Lakers, and neither does Sterling Heights. And if you're Sterling Heights and you're going to see the Lakers, if it's me, I want to see them on the first game of the season, because we don't really know if they're ready yet. And I'm not picking on Coach Grice, because they're good, and I'm sure they are, but we don't really know if they're really ready. You can't know. You haven't seen anything. There's a lot of factors, and if you're going to catch a team off guard maybe a little bit, if it's going to happen, it could happen on week 1.
Yeah, week 1 is that kind of automatic trap game for all these teams, because you're seeing what strengths you have, but these other teams are also kind of scoping out your weaknesses. And if they execute properly, if they adjust well in game, they can exploit those weaknesses and sneak one out from under you. You never count any team out in week 1 in the MHSAA.
So you mentioned the 3-2 game, and that brings to mind for me that there's a lot that we know about the West Bloomfield Lakers, and there's a lot of people in our community that are coming to this fresh. And then there's a lot of other people that may be tuning in tonight that don't have any connection. I'd like to go back and talk a little bit about the Lakers, where they've been over the last couple of years, who they are right now. We'll do that in a minute. But that 3-2 game, that was the state finals.
Yes.
West Bloomfield and Clarkston. 2 teams. This is, 3 years ago? 4 years ago?
Yeah.
Two teams. 5 years ago? Was it that long ago?
Yeah.
5 years ago, 2 teams that are from the same division, the same neighborhood. They meet each other in the state championship, and one team scores 3 points, one team scores 2 points. It wasn't soccer, my friends. It was football, and that obviously talks about how amazing the defenses were in both of those teams. But that's just one small piece of our history in West Bloomfield. And we're going to take a break, and we'll come back. We'll talk about our connection to the University of Michigan, the players that we are sending. And it's not just U of M, Tyler. We can talk about the other amazing programs over the last couple of years since we've been hanging around that the Lakers have sent a lot of amazing players too. So we'll talk about the history and how it all sets up and the impacts for this season kickoff for 2022. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in just a minute. You are listening to and watching Laker football, listening on 89.3 Lakes FM, watching on CivicCenterTV.com, the West Bloomfield Schools Facebook page, YouTube, My Television, and a whole lot more. Don't go away. We will be right back.
If your pet could tell you where you should shop for him or her, it'd be a place run by pet lovers. With hard-to-find food, toys, and gifts, with pet-friendly people and services, and great advice from people who really know pets, it'd be a place where his friends hang out, even that old guy, where there's a surprise around every corner. If your pets could tell you, they'd recommend Premier Pet Supply. But pets can't talk. Or can they? Premier Pet Supply, the place pets love.
Fire Prevention Week is just around the corner. Join volunteer, part-time, and on-call firefighters at this year's Fire Open House. Catch up on your fire safety knowledge with live demonstrations and hands-on activities. Chat with local businesses and resources about fire prevention, see some familiar faces, fight future fires, and make some new friends. West Bloomfield Fire Open House, October 2nd from noon to 3 p.m. at Fire Station 1 on Orchard Lake Road.
Welcome back. You are listening to and watching Laker football right here on 89.3 Lakes FM and lakesfm.com. Previous game is over. Brother Rice and Dakota. Dakota wins their opener 21-7. As you can see on the scoreboard, we are about 24 minutes away from the kickoff of our Lakers and Sterling Heights Stevenson Titans game. We're here at Wayne State University, and off in the distance, we have the beautiful skyline of downtown Detroit, the campus of Wayne State University, the new center area, the Golden Tower, the Fisher Building, and a whole lot more. It's a great scene and a beautiful night here in downtown Detroit at the Xenith Kickoff Classic. And how exciting is it for our little old Lakers to be here and participating in this one tonight, Tyler?
Yeah, it's something they've done in the past. 2017 was the year they did it. They did it a couple of years ago also. So they're not unfamiliar with this territory, participating in the Xenith Prep Kickoff Classic on the opening day of the event. And again, just to give credit to the Detroit Sports Commission, 3 days of football, high school football here on Adams Field in Detroit.
That's going to be a lot of fun. So, as we said before the break, let's take a little bit of time and go back. We've got about 20 minutes. Go back and talk about how the Lakers got here, for goodness sakes, how this team evolved into a powerhouse, a perennial powerhouse that looks like, and we've only been here for, 5-6 years, but it looks like this is a team that has the opportunity to become a dynasty. And you really can tell when a team is on the cusp of being one of those dynasty high school football teams, even when the names change and the faces change, as they inevitably do with players and even coaches and staff and other personnel, the team somehow seems to continue to grow, get better, and be very competitive. And ultimately, that's the case with the West Bloomfield Lakers.
Yeah, I think what the indication was for me that this team's going to be around for a while. This team's going to be a statewide powerhouse for years to come was when we started having those guys late in the season come up and seeing flashes of brilliance. That guy in the Lakers' eventual number 6, Donovan Edwards. We saw the same thing when trusty little number 21 came up for the Lakers, and that was Dylan Tatum, ended up being a star. And even a couple of years ago in the playoffs against Sterling Heights Stevenson, some really nice gameplay late in that route from a guy in the number 46 who now just happens to be the Lakers starting quarterback, Rick Nance.
Well, and you take a look, though, and you take a look back, Tyler, how did we get here, and what was one of the biggest influences? And I think if you look past head coach Ron Bellamy, who's now at the University of Michigan, you don't give the guy enough credit for having a huge impact in this program. And let me spin it the other way, to the positive. I think you got to give Ron Bellamy 75, if not more, % of the credit for Lakers evolving into what they are, and he built the foundation.
You know, when you hear about the participation in the booth at West Bloomfield High School from PA announcer Mike Stoney from 97 won the ticket, he often brings up, why even stick around with this team, especially in those early years when they weren't very good. It's because he saw something special. He saw, let this guy, let Ron Bellamy get a few years under his belt, build this program, find the identity of West Bloomfield football, and get that momentum going. And when you stick with a program like that, and you have a guy that's been there and done that at all 3 major levels, high school, college, playing at LSU, and then Michigan, and then in the NFL playing for multiple teams, including the Detroit Lions, you really get that full perspective. And it was that patience, I think, that really played into it. This athletic department, Eric Pierce and the administration at West Bloomfield, sticking with their guy, letting him build a program, including getting coaches that are going to be familiar throughout this program from early level to late level, and having that interlevel communication. That really built this program. It was building a culture, and it was building a community within West Bloomfield football at all levels.
But it does take champions to get over the top, to beat Belleville after year after year after year of trying. They were the team that kept standing in our way. And finally, it's Donovan Edwards certainly leading the way with a bunch of other Lakers, and all following head coach Ron Bellamy, that made the difference, that got us to the state championship, and overwhelmingly won us a state champion. What was it, like 41-0 or something? A huge victory in the state championship a couple of years ago. And it just brings me so much pride. And I assume even you, as a Michigan State alum, to see Donovan Edwards and Coach Bellamy on the sideline, and now as Donovan matures in the program, to be one of the leading running backs in the nation. And it'll be very exciting to see the impact that he has. I mean, everyone's talking about him as not just a good running back, an elite running back at the college level. And we haven't even seen anything. I mean, we've seen a couple of short appearances in his freshman year last year, playing in the shadow of some amazing seniors. But it's going to be a lot of fun to see what happens this year. And I think that will further, just give credibility to this Laker program.
Yeah, seeing him as kind of coming in as that number 2 back this year behind Blake Corum with Hassan Haskins now in the NFL with the Tennessee Titans. I think you're going to see, you saw those flashes of brilliance last year, particularly in the playoffs and in the late season from Donovan, kind of like you saw in his early Lakers career. I think you see some similar flashes this year, and he takes that next step as being a key player offensively for Jim Harbaugh and the team there in Ann Arbor. And I think you're going to see a big step up in his role this year, too, in East Lansing from Trey Mosley at the wide receiver of the West Bloomfield Laker alum himself. And certainly I think we'll see as the season progresses some more reps for Dylan Tatum there as well as they develop their young guys and what's really turning out to be an exciting program for the future in East Lansing.
Well, and Dylan Tatum, I was just about ready to talk to him. I'm glad you brought him up. He played in the shadow. Dylan Tatum, another running back, another guy that you put in the field like Donovan in West Bloomfield High School, not only as a great running back, but a guy who could catch the ball, and he was so good and effective running the ball that he would come in as quarterback in a lot of key plays and replace the quarterback last year, as Donovan did the year before. And they would snap to him, and, it was almost a guaranteed 5, 6, 7, 8 yards. Both of those guys are going to have big impact, Michigan State, and it just talks about the kind of program that we have here. So taking a look at our program this year, this is a really interesting year because we have some younger players that have some experience, and I'm talking right now, focusing on Rick Nance, our quarterback, and then we got guys like Samaj Morgan, who's going to U of M, who is as highly touted a recruit as there is in the state of Michigan. He is our wide receiver, and he's going to, I hope he's got some gas left when he gets to Ann Arbor, because tonight he's going to be playing in every phase of the game. He's slated to play in offense as a wide receiver. He's going to be in the secondary and defense for the Lakers, and he'll be kicking the ball on special teams. The guy's going to be everywhere, but he has so much talent, and the coaching staff at West Bloomfield says, hey, we're going to make the most of it.
Yeah, I think that they saw the success last year of Mike Williams, a skill position player, taking over in the punting, and it's something that you can teach guys, and if they play it effectively, they're going to be a serviceable punter. I think that's what they're going for now in this iteration of Laker football. They're not really looking for that every down punter or every special teams route punter to go with going forward. So we'll see what we can get out of Samaj. We never seen him take a punt before, but I'm sure if they're putting him in that position and they're saying this is our guy, I don't think they expect to punt very often, but when they do, I'm sure he'll be quite serviceable.
Well, Samaj Morgan is the Lakers speed guy. He can run a route. He can go deep. He can get beyond most of the backs and safeties in high school football. And then he is paired up with Rick Nance. Now, we saw him, and he was our quarterback last year in West Bloomfield. And this is the sophomore that we had never seen at all. And the first thing we noticed about him, this guy's got an arm. He's got a college arm. He throws the ball 50 yards all day without even thinking about it. And those two, Samaj Morgan's speed and Rick Nance's ability to not only just throw the ball, but throw it pretty accurately over long distances, led the Lakers last year to really throw a lot of very, very long passes. And at some point during the season, we talked about it, and I said, wouldn't it be nice if they would just, play the short game, you have a receiver go out in the slot, get 5 yards and, get a first down. It seemed like the Lakers would never do that because Morgan was open so often in the end zone. They had a little trouble connecting in some of those mid-season. At the end of the season, I said, throw the short pass, Tyler, throw the short. And you know what? They didn't do that. And they really perfected the deep routes. And I expect to see that. And now another year under the belt of Rick Nance. He's coming in as a junior. Of all the people that you interviewed on This Week in Laker Football, the most humble guy in the team, hey, I'm just playing football, I'm trying to make my parents proud. He's not like pounding his chest, telling everybody he's the greatest quarterback in the state, in spite of the fact that he threw for 1,400 yards last year. And if he stays on that track, he'll be the leading passer ever in the history of the West Bloomfield High School program. This kid is amazing. It'll be really interesting to see how those two work together, and then what impact we're going to have by losing Dylan Tatum, this amazing running back, and seeing what Jaws could do. Kenneth Jones, who is going to be the lead running back for the Lakers this year.
Yeah, I think we're going to see more of a one running back system as opposed to a two running back system. I think we'll even see Samaj Morgan be put into that role on some wide receiver reverses, maybe even being lined up as kind of a speed back there because of the strength of this offensive line. But Kenneth Jones is kind of that multi-tool of a running back. He can play the power game. He's big enough. He's strong enough to do that. Coming in at 5'11", 190 pounds, but he's also extremely athletic. He's good off the jump. So he's one of those running backs that I think is really underrated in the state of Michigan. And let's just say it, Grand Valley State in Division II, they're getting a great running back next year.
No question about it. And, of course, we focus because we have so little time here on the skill players that we're going to be calling their names quite a bit. But, the Lakers have always been very big and very powerful up front, both on the offensive and the defensive line, and they will be again this year. But let's start when we talk about the defense here, Tyler. Let's talk a little bit about these three amazing linebackers that we're going to be calling their names all season long, and how capable the Laker linebacker core is in 2022.
Yeah, the linebacker core is great. Three really strong guys there. Robert Harris, the only returning linebacker that was a starter last year for the Lakers, kind of leading that core. But you also have Montel Johnson coming up. He is a junior, really big guy for this Lakers team in the number 18, 6'4", 225 pounds, getting Division I looks in recruiting as well. And then you got the return of Kari Jackson coming back. He played with West Bloomfield as a freshman, who had a really great season. He earned the nickname the ninth grade nightmare, and then transferred to Florida, went and played at IMG Academy, which is a really acclaimed.
It's like the number one football program in the country, many would say. Is that an exaggeration?
It's a little bit, but it's a great prep sports school. A lot of great athletes will go there to really refine their games and try to get in those high-level D1 offers. And I think after a year of that, coming back and playing for a program like West Bloomfield, especially with his former defensive coordinator, now the head coach, that's also going to be a huge add for this team. So they lose two out of their three linebackers that started last year. They're getting a veteran Laker back. They're keeping a veteran Laker in that core, kind of leading the charge in Rock Harris. And this is a great defensive team in the linebacking core at the second level. And you can't count out their defensive line either, having guys like Brandon Davis-Swain leading the charge off the edge.
Well, and, it's so much fun to have an edge rusher like Brandon Davis-Swain who can create pressure, and we're going to see that a lot this year. So, when you think about the success of the Lakers program, yes, it has been through some amazing offensive players, big names that have moved on and gone to the biggest programs in college football here in Michigan and across the country. But defense wins football games, and defense, a little bit less glamorous, has always been a huge part of the Lakers. And now that you take the Laker defensive coordinator in Tyrese Grace and you make him the head coach, I think it even becomes more significant. So if the Lakers are going to get where they're going to get to this year, and you listen to Coach Grice, he said, well, we're only going as far. And this week in Laker football with you, he said, we're only going as far as Rick Nance will take us. Yeah, that's true. But I think we're only going as far as Rick Nance and the defense will take us.
I would agree. I think we're going to see a big change in Rick Nance this year. He's got a full season under his belt leading this offense. He's a much more mature quarterback than he was a year ago. He's seen a lot of football, and he's seen a lot of competitive football at this level, at the varsity level, in the OAA Red, in the MHSAA playoffs, and he's got that bad taste in his mouth from what happened at Rochester to end their season. So I think he's going to be in a better position this year. And I also think on the coaching side too, Coach Grice is a little bit more comfortable in that head coaching position in a power program like this. It's not to say that he hasn't had experience coaching in the past. He's got 26 years of coaching behind him before he even came into this head coaching position, including as a head coach previously. But it's different running a program that's already established, that's already got that success, and maintaining that momentum. There's some pressure there especially when you have a similar coaching style, but everyone's going to coach in their own individual way. I think we have a more comfortable team, a veteran team with great chemistry this year, and that plays a huge factor in competitive football.
Well, I couldn't be more thrilled and more excited about what's going to happen in 8, 9, 10 minutes from now, and that is the kickoff of the 2022 campaign for your West Bloomfield Lakers. It's going to be happening right here at Wayne State University. Video currently provided by our fine friends at Valley Sports, and we'll be watching their video all night long. And they did not have to do this, Tyler. It was so nice. They've been so helpful. They helped us out at the Rochester Adams game last year. They helped us out at Southfield A&T, I think, and they definitely were at Adams for us, and they're helping us out here. So if you go watch them, I would forgive you because they're being so cool to us. But stick around. It's going to be a lot of fun here, too. And you'll get to hear Tyler and I and watch your West Bloomfield Lakers thanks to some great video from the fine guys at Valley Sports.
Yeah, it's so generous of them. Jeff Bile, their executive producer, and their entire team were so helpful. I mean, when we say within 5 minutes of us reaching out to them to do this, we mean
he called me. I sent him a note. It's like, we're the West Bloomfield High School crew. You know, they didn't have to do that, but they did. And there's my friend John Keating, who I went to college with on TV. So we've got just a couple of minutes here, and then we'll kick this thing off. Let's take a break. Tyler and I will be back. We'll get our final thoughts together, and then hey, we got some football on this beautiful Thursday night. Weather couldn't be better. It's about 80 degrees, started to cool off. Light breeze here in the city of Detroit at the campus of Wayne State University. It is the Xenith Kickoff Challenge. Your West Bloomfield Lakers taking on Sterling Heights Stevenson, and we've got all the action coming up right here on all of our outlets, and we hope you stay here and stay tuned and enjoy not only listening but also being able to watch the game. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back. This is your home for Laker Sports, 89.3 Lakes FM and Civic Center TV. Back in a moment.
Mark your calendars for the 11th annual Family Fun Night at West Bloomfield High School. Stop by on Friday, September 16th at 5 p.m. for an evening of free, fun activities as we honor our military, police, and fire heroes. Plus, stick around to see Laker football take on Clarkston at 7 p.m. To find out more, scan the QR code on your screen or visit wbsd.org/community/Family Fun Night. Connect with local leaders, philanthropists, and more. The Greater West Bloomfield Chamber of Commerce presents the 2022 Leadership Breakfast. Join the Chamber for a morning of insight with guest speaker Laura Granneman, with the whole event emceed by Fox 2 News anchor Roop Raj. Join your local businesses at the Wabeat Country Club September 13th at 8:30 a.m. Order your tickets by September 6th at westbloomfieldchamber.com/breakfast. We'll see you there.
Orchard Mall, where you can find everything you want under one roof. It is known for great personal service and attention to detail. Most boutiques are entrepreneurial and family-owned, with the unique ingenuity and creativity that comes from proprietors who have turned passions into livelihoods. Orchard Mall, with a variety of upscale boutiques, salons, and eateries. Orchard Mall, a West Bloomfield landmark at Orchard Lake and Maple Roads.
If your pet could tell you where you should shop for him or her, it'd be a place run by pet lovers. With hard-to-find food, toys, and gifts, with pet-friendly people and services, and great advice from people who really know pets, it'd be a place where his friends hang out, even that old guy, where there's a surprise around every corner. If your pets could tell you, they'd recommend Premier Pet Supply, but pets can't talk. Or can they? Premier Pet Supply, the place pets love.
Fire Prevention Week is just around the corner. Join volunteer, part-time, and on-call firefighters at this year's Fire Open House. Catch up on your fire safety knowledge with live demonstrations and hands-on activities. Chat with local businesses and resources about fire prevention, see some familiar faces, fight future fires, and make some new friends. The West Bloomfield Fire Open House, October 2nd from noon to 3 p.m. at Fire Station 1 on Orchard Lake Road.
Welcome back to Laker Football Live here on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM. We're on YouTube tonight. Go to Civic Center TV's YouTube channel. West Bloomfield Schools, hey, we got you covered. We're on your Facebook channel, and I haven't gone in there to look, but if you're not chatting it up for the Lakers before the game on Facebook, you should be. Tyler will take a look and we'll share your comments in there. Also, something new this year, we're also on My Michigan Television. You can install the My app, My Michigan Television app, on your smart TV or smartphone. If you got a smartphone, iPhone, Android, just go install the app there in your app store. Same thing on your television. It's so easy. Go to your Chrome stick or your Roku, whatever you got, and search in your app store for My Michigan TV, totally free, and another cool way to watch the Lakers as we have a certainly big impact around the state of Michigan. I want to thank one of our other sponsors, Deb Macon, member of the Greater West Bloomfield Cable Communications Commission, who wishes happy birthday to her husband, Ken Macon, who is the treasurer of the West Bloomfield Library Board. Tyler, I don't know two people that do more for this community than the Macons, so happy birthday, Ken, and Deb, thank you very much for all you do for Civic Center TV.
Yeah, I really appreciate all their hard work. It's almost like you go anywhere in West Bloomfield to any of these events, go to any of these sort of meetings where something important's going on, you're going to see Ken or Sterling Heights will receive.
All right, well, so we again want to thank Valley Sports for all that they're doing tonight. We'll be sharing their video package with you. Game is only a couple of minutes away, and Lakers still on the field, and the team captains are doing their thing between the two teams, and a lot of media out there. It's a big game, and clearly this is not your typical Friday Night Lights situation. We got a lot of people watching. There are other teams, other high school football fans. It's a big crowd here at Wayne State University, and a little bit of extra pregame, during the breaks, post-game activities. So that makes it all more fun. It kind of kicks off our season with a little bit of a tournament feel.
Yeah, it does. It's that big game feel that you want for week one. Everybody's getting those kind of preseason jitters out. All the high school football fans, certainly the families, are really excited to get the season going, and having it be in this environment in a college football stadium really adds to that environment, and it adds a little more of a sense of urgency for both these teams.
Well, it does, and it's good to be here, and it's so good to have you here. Tyler, real quickly before we kick this thing off, any last thoughts and any other information you have about Sterling Heights?
They're a great program, but they're a team that's going to be having a little bit of growing pains as they kind of reset their roster this year. Only one starter returning on offense.
All right, we're going to listen in on the national anthem and enjoy a beautiful view of the new center area on TV. All right, welcome back to Laker Football on 89.3 Lakes FM, lakesfm.com, and all of our outlets. Dave, Scott, Tyler, Keith, getting ready to kick off the 2022 season. Tyler, a little different. We got a big crew of officials. We have a collegiate stadium environment. We have a beautiful night here. Here's another big thing that I wish I was seeing in more high school facilities. We have a play clock right in the field that the quarterbacks can see. And we saw that was a big issue last year, not having the play clock.
Yeah, it's very rare in high school football to see a play clock on the field. The only location I can really think of that we've seen covering West Bloomfield football has been Lake Orion. They have one on their field in both end zones. And then, of course, this environment at the Xenith Prep Kickoff Classic.
All right, we're going to have Valley Sports Television's view tonight, so you'll see some of their graphics. So if they say John Keating is on TV with us tonight, even though I went to college with him, he's not here with us during the halftime. But I know you'll understand. He is. So we are all ready to kick this thing off. We had so much fun getting ready. I didn't see who won the toss, but it looks like the Lakers will be kicking, and that's got to be Ryan Krauthammer ready to kick it off for the Lakers. He did a great job last year. He is a returner for your West Bloomfield Lakers.
And the key returner for Sterling Heights Stevenson in their number 3, Keon Singletary, the senior.
Keon Singletary is one of their wide receivers, speedy guy. He's back all alone, standing on the 5-yard line. So it's going to be a lot of fun as we get this thing underway finally. A little bit late, but Laker football at the Xenith Classic is getting ready to kick off any moment now. And it's an exciting night for West Bloomfield. First game of the season, they got to be having a few jitters down there, Tyler.
Everybody is. It's a common part of this time of the year, but once you get going, you just get back in it.
No doubt about it. So the officials are making their way off the field. Players are ready. Back to receive again on the 5-yard line is Singletary. Kick is off in his direction. Singletary will get the ball at the 10, up to the 15, to the 20. Brought down by the Lakers at the 22-yard line. A nice return. And that is where Sterling Heights, the Titans, will start their first drive of the season.
Yeah, really one of those kind of gut checks early on and see what this team is made of in the special teams corner. You'll see pretty commonly with the Lakers throughout the year, they'll get some short, high hang time kicks to really give their special teams front the advantage in these kickoffs.
So the quarterback is Andrew Knight for Sterling Heights. Ty Jenkins will be one of the receivers, Singletary, who just returned the kick there, along with Evan Watson and a couple of great running backs that will be calling their names, and they're on the field right now. There is Knight, the quarterback, and I believe he's got Thompson there in the backfield. We'll check that in just a second. So ball on the 22-yard line. 1st and 10 just underway here at Wayne State University. Shotgun. Knight back to pass, looks downfield, has a man open at the 45, but overthrows him, incomplete. Nice job of the Lakers on defense, and that was Adrian Epps right there on the play.
Adrian Epps, a 2-sport athlete at West Bloomfield High School, also a center fielder and a middle infielder for the West Bloomfield baseball team on that stop.
Well, so nice job by the Lakers, although I tell you what, there was a little bit of space into the quarterback that able to make that connection. That could have been a big play. It looks like there was a PA announcer says there was a penalty, and looks like they're going to be walking off a illegal shift call against Sterling Heights, but it's been declined.
Yeah, only one starter on that line coming back. It's Kelby Sella, the right guard, junior.
All right, so Knight, the quarterback, in the backfield. 2 receivers split to the right, 1 to the left. He's all alone back there. And now they shift, and they bring in another receiver. It's Delory coming in the backfield. High snap. They hand to Delory. Gets up to the 25, 26, 27-yard line. A nice run. Gain of about 5 or 6, Tyler.
Yeah, big, strong, low center of gravity running back coming in for Sterling Heights Stevenson this year. Delory in his first season at Stevenson, transferring in from Howard.
So they set the ball on the 27-yard line. It will be 3rd down and about 4 to go. Laker defense getting the call here. See what happens. Knight, the quarterback, takes the snap. They hand it off. They run it inside. Nothing. Doing a great job by the Laker defense. Coming up off the bottom of that stack, Tyler, it looked like it was Montel Johnson, but I might have missed it.
Now, Brandon Davis, Swing, the Punisher, jumping on that out the left end, taking down the running back.
All right, well, great penetration by the Lakers into the backfield. And, it's like we talked about, it's going to happen in the trenches this year. And the Laker defense gets Sterling Heights off the field and with a 3 and out, and they're going to kick the ball. A couple of Lakers back to receive. We'll pick up those players in just a couple of minutes. Here's the punt. It's a high boomer. Fair catch called at the 39-yard line of West Bloomfield, and that ball caught by Adrian Epps. So the Lakers will start their first campaign off at about the 38-yard line of West Bloomfield.
Yeah, again, this is going to be kind of that big check for this offense. It's really the strong suit of this Lakers team. 8 returning starters, including the bulk of their offensive line. The only key guy on that O-line that's not there this year is Ryan Ross, who transferred to Warren De La Salle.
So West Bloomfield now, the offense comes out for the first time of the year and the first time this season to get a chance to see Rick Nance in all of his weapons. He's got 2 receivers split out to the far left.
The quarterback for the Lakers.
Kenny Jones in the backfield along with Rick Nance. Nance takes a snap, wants to throw, getting good protection, throws the ball downfield. Got to be Samaj Morgan, overthrown, incomplete, down at about the 20-yard line. But I'll tell you what, Rick Nance had all kinds of time.
Yeah, it had tons of time, but it's one of those kind of moments you want to take advantage of that time and look at all your options. You had Trenton Ellison on a post route, 7 men in the box. That's telling you might have the middle of that field open.
So, again, the Lakers, as we talked about in the pregame show, they're going to want to throw the ball downfield. They're going to get their opportunities, and hopefully the Lakers can get in sync. No score so far, 10:30 just underway. Lakers in the first set of downs, second down to 10 to go on the 38-yard line at West Bloomfield. Here's Nance, takes a step, hands off to Jaws. Now he fakes it. Dish it off to Morgan. Samaj Morgan at the screen. He breaks free, gets a first down and a whole lot more. Knocked out of bounds at about midfield.
Deontay Pippen Jr., the key block there, taking on Ahmad Rohr, the defensive back, the junior for Sterling Heights Stevenson. That's a key block. He's giving Samaj Morgan that space, and when they load up the box like that, you're going to have those check down opportunities.
Well, I really like what they're doing already. Let's find a variety of different ways to get our key offensive players involved in the offense. So, first and down. Ball is placed on the 46-yard line of Sterling Heights. Here are the Lakers getting their offensive instructions from the bench. Rick Nance looking over at the sideline. He's got a big offensive line. Those guys look so big, Tyler. Nance in the shotgun. Man of motion. Nance takes a snap, wants to throw. Finds a man downfield open, and the ball is caught at the 40, make it the 35-yard line, and that one is complete to Jalen Jackson of the Lakers.
Yeah, that's another great throw by Rick Nance. A little bit of a lob, but he had the space, had the open field, and had the sideline as support. Great look from the quarterback.
And I think when you see the replay, he's just getting a tremendous amount of time and great protection by the offensive line. Lakers showing trips left. One guy, Samaj Morgan, on the near side. All alone in the backfield is Nance. 10-13 to go in the first quarter. Lakers put first down of the ball on the 33-yard line. Nance throws the ball off. You got Samaj Morgan down at the 5-yard line, and no flag. He was double-teamed, and the defense doing a good job to knock the ball away.
Yeah, immediately, Davion Reynolds had the jump on Alex Walton, the right tackle on that play. Just got right around and put tons of pressure on him, a little bit of contact in the receiving core, but it's legal.
All right, well, you saw it on the replay. So it's going to be second down and 10 now. And the Lakers have this very powerful offense, so they're not going to freak out if they find themselves in second and 10 because they have that big, powerful, quick strike offense. It's Kenny Jones. They call him Jaws in the backfield, along with Rick Nance, quarterback. Fakes it to Jaws. Now he just sweeps out. He's got room. He's down to the 30, runs the ball to the 25-yard line. A gain of about 8 is going to set up third down and 2.
Yeah, Ralph Rogers, the number 2 running back in there, kind of as a fullback. He shifts over immediately. He's guarding that B gap on the right side, shifts to the B gap on the left side, and gives Rick Nance that extra little bit of oomph on the offensive line protection to make that run.
In the replay, I think just Rick Nance looked downfield and said, hey, am I here all alone? Okay, let's go. So it's third down and 2, a big third down for the Lakers. We'll see what they do in this short yardage situation. First one of the game. Nance in the shotgun. He hands it off to Jaws. Fakes to the left side, keeps the ball himself, and runs out of bounds. Gets a ton of yardage all the way down to the 7-yard line.
Yeah, 6 in the box, loaded up there, and you're really nobody off to the side. You send your receivers in, you get your guys some space, and you kind of read that. Great play drawn up by Ken Rise in this offense.
In your interview with Nance before the season earlier this week, he said, look, I'm going to be running the ball. I got a lot more mobility and speed this year. And that plays out. Lakers, now it is first down and goal. Ball on the 8-yard line. Sterling Heights Stevenson. Nance hands it off to Jaws. Not much room in the middle. He's going to be stopped. No gain. Push back a little bit. We'll see if they give him his forward progress. He'll do about the 10-yard line. That's about it. loss of a yard or two.
Yeah, the Titans really trying to test this offensive line, seeing just how much power it's going to take to get through that, and maybe even trying to figure out if that's balance in the defense is going to be run protection or pass protection, loading 7 men in the box on that play.
All right, well, they end up losing a couple of yards, so it's going to be second and goal now. Ball now placed in the 12-yard line of Sterling Heights. Pippen Jr. split out to the right. Samaj Morgan out to the left. Nance looking for Morgan in the corner. He's got a player open. Caught at the 3-yard line. And I believe that was Jackson again. And it's down to the 5-yard line. It's going to be third and goal on the 5.
What I like, what I've been really happy to see from Rick Nance is him kind of going through those progressions more thoroughly and not rushing to get that main target. He's coming in on that drawn-up play to target.
So here we go. Lakers set up with a big third down now. Third and goal on the 5. Nance with a man in motion. It's Samaj Morgan. Morgan gets down to the 5. He's going to be stopped and even lose a yard. And let's see what the Lakers do here at 4th down.
They got a little bit of space. You may be able to draw something up, but you might want to just take the points there. Stevenson, crafty move there. They see Morgan in the backfield. They double team him in the linebacking core, and they just attack number 2.
All right, so will the Lakers come out and kick the ball? We will wait and see. And it looks like they're going to go for it. So there's Nance along with Jones in the backfield. And the near side is Pippen, Samaj Morgan up on the far side. Instructions coming in from the bench. Play clock is down to 6-5. They're not even looking at it. 4-3. They better get the ball snapped off really quick, and they do not make it. No, they do. They get the snap. Nope. Delay a game, and they do not get the snap off. The problem was Nance wasn't even looking at the clock.
Yeah, and that's something you got to kind of make an adjustment on in process there, because for the West Bloomfield Lakers, they're not used to seeing a play clock.
No,
so when you're playing with that, that's got to be another focus for your quarterback.
Right, and back at home at the Swamp, they probably cannot get that call because they can't be so accurate without the play clock.
4th and goal.
So now after the penalty, it looks like the Lakers are going to go for it again. And really, they're thinking, we got so much Morgan. What's another 5 yards?
Not to mention that defense. If they're not moving offensively on that first drive, you're in good enough field position. You can take that risk.
Bad snap. Nance picks it up, breaks free, throws the ball in the end zone. Incomplete. Almost intercepted. Good job by Morgan to get his hands on it. I'm surprised Nance was even able to get the ball out of his hands after the bad snap.
Yeah, he had a little bit of an opportunity, but that's a lot of traffic near the end zone there to throw that ball off. Keon Singletary, one of their best players in the secondary, gets his hands on that. If not for the competition from Samaj Morgan, that is an interception.
And if you're Sterling Heights, you're the Titans, you're saying, wow, that's a big win for us. Let's see what we can do. Take some momentum from keeping the Lakers out of the end zone, and let's see what we can do with it.
Yeah, your offense is maybe not your strong suit this year. To see a pretty stout defensive front for Sterling Heights, especially in the red zone, that is going to be a huge confidence booster after that first couple of series.
So we are scoreless here at Wayne State University, 0-0, West Bloomfield, Sterling Heights, Stevenson. Stevenson gets the ball. First time with it, they went 3 and out. They're on their own 12-yard line, pinned back deep in their own side of the field. Let's see what the Laker defense can do here. Andrew Knight, the quarterback, got a man in motion. Now they get more instructions in from the bench, and they take their time. Play clock ticking away here. They got to keep an eye on it, too, down to 7 seconds. Neither of these teams used to playing with the play clock. 3 seconds. They get the snap off, and they run the ball right up the middle. Nice break, but a huge hit by West Bloomfield, the Lakers, and a nice stop right there by Trenton Allison for the Lakers.
That's Montel Johnson, the big number 18 in the linebacking core, 6'4", 225 linebacker.
All right, well, he went up high and hit the running back awful hard, and you heard the gasps from the crowd. Nonetheless, a gain of about 2 yards. It's going to be second down and 8. Ball on the 15-yard line is Sterling Heights. 2 receivers split out to the right.
Second down and 7 for the Titans.
Man in motion.
Line of the Lakers.
Lakers adjust on defense. Look like they're going to show some pressure here. And they do. They come. Big blitz by West Bloomfield. Quarterback keeps the ball and runs. He's hit really hard one more time. That time, big pounding hit by Darian Hicks for the Lakers. And a gain of about 2 or 3 yards. But I tell you what, if you're Andrew Knight, you come running out of the backfield, you better keep your head up.
Yeah, I mean, that's 2 plays in a row. The Lakers sending those warning shots to these Titans runners. You run into space, you're going to get popped there to the support tackle also from Kamani Wellens, a senior defensive back.
So it's going to be 3rd down now for the Lakers. For the Titans. 3rd down, ball on their 17-yard line. 3rd down at about 6. 5:46 to go in the first quarter. Scoreless here at Wayne State University. Looks like we're going to have a timeout here. Sterling Heights wants to talk about it. They're coming over to the sideline. And, this is kind of looks like a Laker football game. Lakers trying to figure it out the beginning of the season. A little out of sync offensively, but defensively just totally controlling the game and making it difficult for their opponent to do anything.
Yeah, this defense is executing at all 3 levels so far. They're not giving any bit of space to this Titans team, and a little bit of that you can maybe credit to sort of the youth of these Titans. A freshman quarterback, only 1 returning starter on that offensive line being Kelvy Sella at the right guard position for Sterling Heights, but they're executing. They're making that game plan. They're getting in the backfield. They're hitting runners. They're not allowing open space for these speedy wide receivers, especially Keon Singletary. You can't expect anything more. You can't ask anything more from this Laker defense.
Don't forget, next Friday night, it's West Bloomfield Laker football, all right here on Civic Center TV at Lakes FM. We're back at home. And who's our opponent next week?
Next week, it is another out of division game against Harper Woods coming into the Swamp next week, a home opener.
All right, make sure you tune in. Make sure you get down to West Bloomfield High School and come out and support your West Bloomfield Lakers. We got a great team in the community, and we really would love to see you. If you can't make it, turn on the radio, turn on Civic Center TV, go to our website, go to Facebook, wherever you got to go, you'll find the game, and our entire broadcast crew will be out there. Again, a huge thanks tonight to the amazing people of Valley Sports providing our video coverage tonight, and you can see the coaches of each team. A lot of strategy. There's no preseason in high school. You just come out and you play your first game, and that's got to make it challenging. So big 3rd down now for the Laker defense and for Sterling Heights. They've been able to move the ball a little bit on this drive, but it has been painful. Andrew Knight now under center. 3rd and 5. Lakers showing pressure. They run the ball inside, get a little bit of a hole, and it's going to be close to a first down. That's Alex Delory, and he is going to be maybe about a half a yard short. Almost got there, but they're marking the ball now a good yard short of the first down on the 21-yard line. Needed to get to the 22 for the first.
Yeah, Delory's an interesting running back. He's athletic. He's shifty. He can really move about pretty well. His agility is his strong suit in the backfield. He's a guy that can escape here and there for this Titans team.
This is a bold move. They're going for it deep on their side of the field. 4th down and half a yard to go on the 22-yard line. Knight in the shotgun. They run it up the center, and the Lakers come up with a big stop. Beautiful penetration and a great stop by Kari Jackson.
Yeah, 9th grade nightmare no more. He is a junior, and he is fired up heading back to the sideline. A big first stop for Laker number 9. Sets his offense up well for maybe a second chance in the red zone.
Yeah, that was a tough call for Sterling Heights, but when you got a half a yard, I get it, but probably not inside your 35 or 40-yard line.
I don't do that against this L-BOYZ defensive line, especially with a young O-line like yours.
All right, so now the Lakers, who are knocking on the door into the red zone, and were able to complete after a goal and the goal to go and ball on the 5 or 6 yard line. 1st and goal on the 5 or 6. They were unable to get into the end zone. Now they get the ball again on the 18-yard line of Sterling Heights. 4:48 to go in the first quarter, scoreless. Here, the Xenith. What is this thing? The Xenith
Prep
Kickoff Classic.
There you go.
All right. Thanks, Tyler. I appreciate it. So excited about the Lakers being back. Rick Nance in the backfield. Got a man in motion. Gets a good block. Got a man open downfield. Overthrows Samaj Morgan, who is at a really nice opening on a crossing route.
Yeah, you see Samaj Morgan and some open field, especially with some end zone in front of you. You kind of get that ooh-ah syndrome and a little bit of excitement there. He'll get those down.
All right, so the Lakers will get another chance at 2nd down and 10. We saw a lot of this last year. A lot of Morgan getting open, but just difficult for Nance to see it. Now the Lakers run it up the middle. It's Jaws, gets a couple of yards, gain of about 3 down to the 15-yard line.
Jones on the carry for the Lakers.
Count Jones can do that. He can be a power back. He can be your speed guy. He's a great blocker. This is really one of those running back number ones that you love to have on any team. Maybe not as prolific, doesn't have a star power as Edwards or Tatum, but he is just as effective in the backfield.
Pippen and Morgan split out to the left. It's DeAndre Hill. Lone man out on the right-hand side of the backfield is Jaws. Rick Nance, a quarterback, takes a snap, looks around, wants to throw, getting incredible protection. Man open in the end zone. Great defensive play by Sterling Heights and knocked it down by Ahmad Horror. And good job by the defense there. And
Ahmad Horhor, one of those returning guys for Sterling Heights that had a really nice season last year and is coming back in a much more extensive role in this defense. 1 interception on the season a year ago.
Lakers don't seem too confident in their punting game tonight, or they want to get on the board. They're going to go for it again on 4th down. Ball on the 15-yard line. They got about 7 yards to go to get the first down. And Nance in the backfield. Getting good protection. Get a nice block there by Jaws. Breaks free in his own. Runs the ball. Gets to the 10, to the 5, close to the end zone. Knocked out of bounds at the 2-yard line. Quarterback keeper. And Rick Nance showed a lot of speed to get a Laker first down.
That wide receivers coach, the offensive coordinator Ken Rise, head coach Tyrese Grice, they're going to be patting Deontay Pippen Jr. on the back for that upfield block. Last second, he sees his quarterback come up behind him and immediately turns to see, where's my block?
Yeah, nice job, Tyler, describing what we just saw in the Valley Sports replay. So it pays off for the Lakers now. The Lakers are knocking on the door. They got the ball 1st and goal to the 1-yard line. All bunched up. Looks like the Lakers want to run it right up the middle and see if they can get a touchdown here.
They got Jaws and the Wildcat.
They do. Running back takes the ball, runs and scores right at the middle. A play we have seen over and over for West Bloomfield. The Lakers get on the board. It's a 2-yard scamper for Laker running back Kenneth Jones, and it's West Bloomfield 6, Stevenson nothing. Lakers setting up now for the extra point. First time this season, we'll have an opportunity to see the Laker kicking game, and this is going to be Justin Ward, I believe, setting up for the extra point.
.43, Justin Ward to attempt the point after. Adrian Epps to hold.
Now there's a snap, bad snap, and the kick is no good. The ball, the snap just rolled right back to the holder, Epps, and failed attempt. So the Lakers 6, Sterling Heights nothing, with 3:35 to go here in the first quarter at Wayne State University. Tyler, good chance to remind our audience that we have on Civic Center TV and Lakes FM 90 minutes of local programming every Monday through Friday. So if you don't get up at 9 o'clock in the morning and turn on Civic Center TV at 9:30, you're really missing out. The Splash Live at 9:30, half an hour of local news, information, interviews, and all that's going on, from the weather to the big events of the day to the news that's happening in West Bloomfield. You'll see it on the Splash Live. And I would sit here and try and describe the MegaCast at 10 o'clock, but why should I tell people when I got the man right here, Tyler Keith's own show, the MegaCast? What are you doing at 10 o'clock, Tyler?
Yeah, it's 1 hour of local news and information, also some statewide news, and we interview some people from all across the state about what's in the news, what's happening in your community as well.
All right, make sure you tune in Civic Center TV live Monday through Friday, 90 minutes of local television when you need it most. And really at a time when there's not a lot of other local television on. So tune in, check it out, Civic Center TV, and simulcast if you're driving around the area on 89.3 Lakes FM. All right, it is the Xenith Kickoff Classic, and the Lakers here in the second game of the evening are now leading 6-0 over Sterling Heights Stevenson, and special teams. A little sloppy here tonight, but it is first game of the season. And we had a couple of bad snaps, and that is the kind of thing you are not surprised to see in high school football in the first game of the season.
Yeah, getting those preseason jitters out, those early season jitters out. And for a lot of these guys, it's their first time getting that varsity first string play on the offensive line. It's easier said than done, Dave.
So for West Bloomfield, a very potent team, a team that is expected to be in it all season long, ranked, depending on who you listen to, coaches, media, pundits, other experts, somewhere between maybe the third, fourth, fifth best team in the division in the state to maybe the 10th best team. The big thing, too, we have 4 players that Mick McCabe of the Detroit Free Press said, 4 players that are among a touchdown for the Titans.
Did they call that? I don't know if they called that a touchdown, Dave. They may have marked that the 1.
They did.
They did. I saw the ref line up at the 1. Very, very close to him. But you saw Kari Jackson. You see the speed from him chasing him down. It was Kari Jackson, and then the guy with the tackle ended up being, for West Bloomfield, Jameer Benjamin, the number 3 cornerback, a guy that's getting a lot of looks at the D1 level, including U of M.
Well, certainly not the, you got a tight end, not the fastest guy in the field for Sterling Heights. And the Lakers got speed, so we'll see what happens.
There's nothing in the middle. Everybody was out on the sidelines guarding those wide receivers and on the D line.
All right, so it's first and goal. They did not get in. Let's see what the Laker D can do here, what Sterling Heights can do. Knight in the shotgun, standing at about his 5-yard line. High snap, they hand it off. And in for the touchdown for Sterling Heights is Delore. Nice little run to the right side and 6 points.
That's all agility there from Alex Delore. It's a strong suit. You can kind of have that patience in the backfield and try to find some sort of opening to exploit to get up ahead of this Laker D line.
Well, I tell you what, West Bloomfield, that drive caught their attention. Now here comes the special teams. Sterling Heights coming out here, and they're going to kick now for the extra point. And it's Caden Bollinger out there ready to kick now. That's a guy who almost got that touchdown a couple of moments ago. Snap is good. Kick is down and up, and it is perfect. So, big surprise, everybody. West Bloomfield Lakers 6, Sterling Heights 7. We're going to take a break. You are listening to Laker football right here on 89.3 Lakes FM and CivicCenterTV.com.
Mark your calendars for the 11th annual Family Fun Night at West Bloomfield High School. Stop by on Friday, September 16th at 5 p.m. for an evening of free, fun activities as we honor our military, police, and fire heroes. Plus, stick around to see Laker football take on Clarkston at 7 p.m. To find out more, scan the QR code on your screen or visit wbsd.org/community/family fun night.
Welcome back to Laker football right here at 89.3 Lakes FM and lakesfm.com. And wow, just like that, Sterling Heights Stevenson says, hey, don't mess with me. You know, we've got our weapons and our tools. And that was a 62-yard, because didn't make it that final yard, 62-yard passing play to get the ball down to the 1-yard line. And then a nice little scamper into the end zone by Caden Bollinger, and there you go. So how about that? The Lakers are now down by 1 point.
That's just how quickly it can go. You let your guard down for one single play, and that could be the play that's the difference between a lead and a deficit, between a win and a loss.
Anthony Carrier to kick off for the Titans.
So you heard the PA man say his character getting ready to kick the ball off. Back for the Lakers to receive Samaj Morgan. And is it Ken Jones? Can't quite tell who the other guy is down there. Could be Jalen Jackson, not quite sure. Not easy to see from here. But here comes the kick. Lakers trailing by 1 late here in the first quarter. Samaj Morgan gets the ball to the 5, to the 10, to the 15. Slips by a tackler, gets up to the 20, the 25, still on his feet. Now he breaks free of another tackle. He's going to sweep. He's at the 35, the 40. He might take this one all the way to the 40-yard line, the 30-yard line, the 20-yard line, the 12-yard line. Finally knocked out of bounds, Samaj Morgan. And, you know, that reminded me of Donovan Edwards there for a second, because he was all but tackled. You know, he had defenders all around him, and somehow he came free.
I mean, his nickname is Jukebox, and he just turned up the level to as high as it can go on that play, Dave. He's shifty. He's athletic. He's got speed.
Watch the replay.
Look, the physicality of Samaj Morgan.
He was down. He was everything but down.
He keeps those feet chopping, and, you know, you give him an inch, he will take a mile. Great effort from number 2.
All right. Well, like we said, offense, defense, special teams, and the Laker coaching staff knows what an amazing weapon he is. That's why he's going to Michigan next year, and they're going to get everything they can out of him. Lakers with the ball on the 12-yard line. Pass to the near side. The screen is caught and complete. Down to the 5, into the end zone for West Bloomfield. And that's Deontay Pippen Jr. with a Laker touchdown.
And one of those guys we saw late last season in kind of those down depth chart receiver plays, usually in kind of mercy situations. But this guy's got speed. He's a great route runner. He's going to be a guy getting a lot of big passes from Rick Nance this season.
Well, you know, you get him on the screen, and then he gets some open field in front of him and gets a blocker or two. Look at this. He's just wide open, nobody around, and he turns on the afterburners, heads for the corner of the end zone, and it's 6 points of the Lakers. Let's see if they can turn it into 7. Lakers 12, Stevenson 7. Both teams score so quickly. 2:40 to go in the first quarter. And this has gone from a defensive battle into a scoring juggernaut here. Lakers don't want to kick here. They're going to go for 2 and see if they can get that missed kick back. Nance keeps it into the end zone, and it is good. The 2-point conversion. Nance barely makes it into the end zone.
That's another one of those gut check plays. You know, and it's great too because it's a misdirection play. You got Samaj Morgan who's going around on the motion there, and that really distracts that defense. All eyes are on the playmaker. We've seen that play a million times in the past from Edwards, from Tatum, and more. And then Samaj Morgan takes that around. That's on the kickoff.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great kickoff. Now here comes the touchdown, and then I'm sure we're going to see in the replay from Bally. He's doing a great job letting us have all these graphics tonight. We won't necessarily see the extra point, but what an amazing quick response by the West Bloomfield Lakers to get back in this game. So, hey, Lakers now, after the 2-point conversion, leading 14-7, 2:40 to go. I thought the first quarter was almost over, and now the clock isn't moving. And the only thing moving on the scoreboard are the scores pounded up. So 14-7, West Bloomfield. Tyler, I think you got to say for the Lakers. They're doing good. But, you know, if there's any pressure tonight, it's got to be on West Bloomfield.
It definitely is, because this could be a trap game for you going up against a great program like Sterling Heights Stevenson. And you know what? They're rebuilding, but you don't rebuild and just say, okay, we'll take one. we'll take a loss. We'll take a learning lesson from your team. Go ahead, collect your win, and we'll take this as learning how to be competitive for our young guys. No, they want to win every football game. Just
Well,
like you.
and you take a look at what happened to the Lakers in postseason. If you're an elite team and you even lose one game, then you know you're going to now lose the opportunity to have a playoff game at home. Lakers didn't lose that game to Adams at the beginning of the year. That game isn't happening at Adams. It's happening in the Swamp. And that was a 1-point win right down near the end of the game by Adams. So you cannot, I'm stating the obvious, but you cannot afford to lose a game if you're an elite program and you have aspirations for the state championship. And I think you talk to this Laker team, and if you ask them, and they're honest, and they all are, what's your goal? Well, I want to do some things personally, and my goal is winning the state championship. It can't be anything less.
Yeah, I mean, that's verbatim what Brandon Davis Swain said on This Week in Laker Football. I asked him, what are your personal goals for this year? And he gave me one answer. He said the goal is a state championship.
All right, so we are at the Xenith 2022 Prep Kickoff Classic here on the campus of Wayne State University. Dave Scott, Tyler Keefe, your Laker football broadcast crew. I hope you're enjoying. I don't know if there's anybody saying anything on Facebook, Tyler.
Not just yet.
Okay, but if you have some comments or thoughts, go and watch on Facebook for a little bit. We would love to hear from you. But, for this year, it's going to be fun because we're going to have video for virtually all, if not all, of our games. And again, we got a good start here tonight with our friends at Valley Sports giving us a helping hand. And it's a lot more fun, Tyler. I don't know about you, but when you can watch a game and you could see it and you can talk to your friends about it and you can listen to what we have to say, and maybe you think that Dave and Tyler are nuts, you can see it for yourself and draw your own conclusion, too. It's a lot more fun when you can watch a game.
I'd be more surprised if they thought I was not nuts, Dave.
I would, too. Well, for me, they just know I'm old. I'm doing my best to keep up with all you young guys. So here we go. The Lakers will kick the ball off. Strautheimer is going to kick the ball off. Did a great job last year. He's setting the ball on the tee at the 40-yard line. Pretty inconsequential from a wind and weather standpoint. He is going to be kicking into a slight breeze. Back to pick up the ball for Sterling Heights is Singletary, and he is standing at his own 7-yard line. Out of respect for the Laker kicker here. West Bloomfield 14, Sterling Heights Stevenson 7. And here's the kick. It is a high boomer down to about the 20-yard line. One of the up men is going to get the ball, and they get an advanced ball to about the 30-yard line. Sorry, I missed the video there, everybody. But a nice run back to about the 31-yard line. Penalty flag after the play. We'll see what that's all about.
Benefits and drawbacks of those high hang time short kicks. The benefit is you get your front getting into their receiving front very quickly. You can often hit them hard, knock the ball loose, or even get the ball yourself. The drawback is they get the ball quickly. They can make a quick move. You get the right guy under that football. All of a sudden, you could have a lot of space in front of you.
So there was a lot of activity at the very end of the play, and I'm waiting for a call here. Looks like it's going to be preliminary calls against the Lakers. The flag called by one of the officials on the near sideline. Personal foul against West Bloomfield. So good field position turns into a lot better field position, and they'll take the ball from the 30-something yard line, and they'll place it all the way in the West Bloomfield, almost to the West Bloomfield side of the field. Put it up at about the 46-yard line. So incredible field position for Sterling Heights here, the Titans, to begin this campaign. Here they come out to the field. And this is right after a sequence where they were able to throw the ball to their tight end in the middle of the field, and there was no Laker in the secondary around, and they took the ball all the way down to the 1-yard line and scored with almost no time taken off the clock. 2:33 to go. Lakers 14, Sterling Heights, the Titans 7. Knight getting a lot of time in the backfield, throws the ball complete for a gain of 4 yards in the direction of Austin Thompson.
Austin Thompson's a really interesting player. He's a guy that plays in the backfield. He's a backup running back. He's also their backup quarterback, a senior. He's athletic. He's pretty long also for them as their senior leader in that backfield.
Well, a nice job breaking free. They give him 5 yards. Ball in West Bloomfield territory in the 49-yard line. And here come the Titans again. and run it right up the middle. Nice extra yardage and a great second effort by Lucas Timbuck, who gets very close to and maybe got a first down.
Yeah, Timbuck, one of these returning players for Sterling Heights Stevenson, one of the few guys on the offensive side, but he's a power guy. He's a linebacker. He likes to hit, get that shoulder into these Lakers and get those extra yards. That's how you're going to do it, Dave, in the backfield. You got to be physical.
All right, so it's going to be third down and short, 1:34 to go in the third quarter, 14-7. Lakers with the lead. Sterling Heights with the ball on West Bloomfield's 45-yard line. Again, they need less than a yard for the first down. Knight, the quarterback, he is not under center. He is in the shotgun. He's got Thompson, the running back, up in front of him. And here is the handoff and the sweep. And a nice job by West Bloomfield to pick up that run. And Kari Jackson coming up with a big tackle.
I mean, you just seen his speed in droves tonight. You see him almost chase down that long reception last drive for Sterling Heights Stevenson. This time, you're going to see in this replay, he's just going to sweep right on through. He's going to run around and
they
chase
do the
that
reverse.
guy. Yeah.
Kari Jackson doesn't get faked out at all on the reverse.
No, he's just locked in on the ball carrier there and reaches out to get Singletary, a fast guy himself.
So after the loss of 5 yards, Caden Bollinger will come on the field, and they're going to kick the ball now and try and punt West Bloomfield deep into their own territory. Punt is off, and it's a nice one. Samaj Morgan down at about the 10-yard line. He picks it up, looking for some room. He gets around the corner at the 5 to the 10, knocked out of bounds at the 12-yard line. And he is just tossed down. Some Laker fans thought he went down, tossed down beyond the sideline, but no flag there. And the one thing, you got to be careful, even if you're Samaj Morgan, run north and south. There are a lot of east and west there, and it almost got him in trouble.
Yeah, it's really tough. It's something you got to teach those young guys, and it's a little bit tough to teach them because they know they got the speed. They know they got the athleticism. I know I can beat my guy on that other side, a hat on a hat, but still, that's north and south. He gets a nice run there, running around, aiming for that sideline and using his speed as an advantage.
So here come your West Bloomfield Lakers. 18 seconds left to go in the first quarter here at Wayne State University. Lakers leading 14-7. Nance all alone in the backfield, getting good protection. Screen pass to the far side, complete at the 10, the 15, the 20, 25, 30, 40.
Bye-bye.
Lakers are going to take this one all the way down. Is that Samaj again? No. That time it's Pippin again. He is so fast. And the screen, he ran by everybody. And where was this guy last year?
This guy was down the depth chart, Dave, but he was there, creeping up, looking around, and they know this year they're going to turn that open field into a track meet, but they're not top two receivers.
So the go-to smart play for the Lakers, it's always the last couple of years, it's been a man in motion with a handoff and a big sweep. Okay, and this year it looks like it's going to be the screen pass to one of these speedy receivers who can get outside, find some open field in front of them, and then goodbye, Charlie. Touchdown. Lakers put another 6 on the board. It's 20-7 with 5 seconds to go in the first quarter. Lakers have not successfully completed an extra point, and it looks like they are going to go for 2 here one more time. It makes you wonder if the coaching staff has a little lack of confidence in the kicking game at this point in time.
I don't think that's the case at all. I think they are just so confident in this offensive front and really knowing that the inexperience of Sterling Heights Stevenson is going to be a huge disadvantage for him in all three phases.
All right, Rick Nance with Jaws in the backfield. Man in motion. Nance keeps the ball, runs up the center, and he gets close, but I'm not so sure he gets in. He does not. He is not going to make the 2-point conversion, and very close, and we'll watch a replay. Almost made it in the end zone.
I mean, you look at that offensive line. They're just making block after block. They're pushing that D-line up the field. They did everything right, and then those linebackers for Sterling Heights Stevenson, they just played that perfectly. Get low, get in front of the line.
Pippin is lightning fast. Look at him take off and run down and break free of everybody. And what was a simple screen to the far outside of the left side of the field there. And, Tyler, I didn't anticipate that. But you got Samaj Morgan and you got Pippin. You got 2 speedsters. It's going to be tough for defenses to double both of those guys. They're going to have to bring guys in the back, right? They're going to have to set up safeties. They're going to have a hard time, putting a lot of pressure on the quarterback when you've got 2 guys that can do that. And hopefully that's going to open up the running game. It's a very interesting strategy for the Lakers this year.
Yeah, two deep threats, but you also got that midfield threat in those short routes. And Trenton Allison, I don't count him out. He's going to be a big player for this West Bloomfield team this year, too.
All right, so we're only a couple of seconds away from the quarter break. Yeah, we'll take a break in a moment. I want to thank you very much for tuning in. Lakers 20, Sterling Heights 7. We are at Wayne State University, the 2022 Xenith Prep Kickoff Classic, first night of it. Football, if you're a high school football fan, a lot of great football going on all weekend long. Check out their website for the Xenith Prep Kickoff Classic and maybe come down and see some of the other teams. A lot of great football going on all weekend long right down here at Wayne State. For your West Bloomfield Lakers, off to a good start here in the first quarter. Here's the kick. Another kick off the side of the foot of the kicker Krauthammer. Ball is picked up at the 20, 25, up to the 30-yard line, and a nice return up to the 33-yard line by Sterling Heights Stevenson.
Yeah, Ty Jenkins there on the reception. And again, just physical play from Sterling Heights Stevenson, getting his shoulder down, bumping into these Lakers, keeping his feet chopping. I mean, look, you don't get a whole lot on that return.
So that is the end of the first quarter play. It's West Bloomfield 20, Sterling Heights 7. We'll be back in a moment. You are listening to and watching Laker football.
If your pet could tell you where you should shop for him or her, it'd be a place run by pet lovers. With hard-to-find food, toys, and gifts, with pet-friendly people and services, and great advice from people who really know pets, it'd be a place where his friends hang out, even that old guy, where there's a surprise around every corner. If your pets could tell you, they'd recommend Premier Pet Supply, but pets can't talk. Or can they? Premier Pet Supply, the place pets love.
Fire Prevention Week is just around the corner. Join volunteer, part-time, and on-call firefighters at this year's Fire Open House. Catch up on your fire safety knowledge with live demonstrations and hands-on activities. Chat with local businesses and resources about fire prevention, see some familiar faces, fight future fires, and make some new friends. The West Bloomfield Fire Open House, October 2nd from noon to 3 p.m. at Fire Station 1 on Orchard Lake Road. Mark your calendars for the 11th annual Family Fun Night at West Bloomfield High School. Stop by on Friday, September 16th at 5 p.m. for an evening of free, fun activities as we honor our military, police, and fire heroes. Plus, stick around to see Laker football take on Clarkston at 7 p.m. To find out more, scan the QR code on your screen or visit wbsd.org/community/Family Fun Night.
All right, welcome back. Laker football line 89.3 Lakes FM, lakesfm.com. It's like 900 degrees up here in the press box, but I don't think it's quite that warm out of the field. A beautiful night, getting a little bit dark. The lights are coming up. It's a great night for high school football, and so far, pretty good night for your West Bloomfield Lakers as they are off to a great start here. You can see in the scoreboard right now, it's West Bloomfield 20 and Sterling Heights Stevenson 7. Dave Scott, Tyler Keith, and it's going to be a lot of fun. You know, I love doing these games, Tyler. And I urge people in our community to get with it and get out and start following your West Bloomfield Lakers. Just make it a tradition. Here's what we do around here. On Sunday, we go downtown and we go to Ford Field. On Saturday, some guys like you go to East Lansing, put on all your green and all your white. And some guys also go to Ann Arbor, and we watch a bunch of former West Bloomfield players play football. And then on Friday night, we all go to the Swamp. So I hope you all do that. Friday night at the Swamp, Saturday night in East Lansing, Ann Arbor, Central Michigan, Grand Valley, wherever you go, and then Sunday, following the Lions. And I think this year it's all going to be better for all of those days. It's going to be a lot of fun. We hope you join us.
Fun season of football ahead all across the state. And you know what? Fun is also online on CivicCenterTV.com and on West Bloomfield School's Facebook page. Shout out to Lisa Salen, who says, "Let's go Lakers."
All right. Thanks, Lisa, for checking in. And you can comment as well. Go to the Facebook page, and we will read what you have to say. So Sterling Heights with the ball after that nice return, and they just run it right up the middle, and the Laker defense is there for a stop gain of maybe a half a yard, if that, coming up off the bottom of the stack for West Bloomfield is it looks like it was Wellens with the tackle.
Yeah, Kamani Mullen has had a nice game so far. Defensive back, but he's being physical too. He's going to get in there, getting these reps, coming in off the depth chart, giving some guys relief, but getting his chances too.
So second down, we'll call it 11 after a loss of maybe a yard. Knight, the quarterback, got one running back behind him. Receiver split left and one right. Other than that, they're all bunched up, waiting for instructions from the sideline. Play clock ticking at 10 seconds. These quarterbacks in high school are not used to the play clock, and I don't think they know where to look. 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Snap is off. Knight keeps the ball. Sweeping left. Got a man open, but the ball thrown out of bounds. Incomplete. A good job by the Lakers on defense. Adrian Epps right there. Johnny on the spot with nice D to prevent that pass from going.
Yeah, he's all defense. You look at him on the baseball field and you look at him on the football field. He's great in coverage, really good patience, but able to turn on the Jets on a quick dime and attack when he needs to.
All right, we got a flag in the play, and I really like what they do here at Wayne State. They have this huge thing in the scoreboard. I probably could show it to you.
Yeah.
And it looks just like that, flag on the play. So I missed the flag, but I saw it on the scoreboard. I kind of like that. So I didn't catch a penalty. Did you?
Ball on the 31-yard line of the Titans.
All right. So, well, I saw it on the scoreboard. It must be true. We'll try and figure out what that was all about. Lakers 20, Sterling Heights Stevenson 7. 11 minutes to go until halftime at a warm night here in the city of Detroit, at the campus of Wayne State University, for this amazing high school football kickoff classic. Every year it's good to be down here at Wayne State. Andrew Knight, the quarterback for Sterling Heights, fades back, getting good protection out to get some Laker pressure. Pass to the right side is good at the 30, the 35, the 40, and good for a first down. Knocked out of bounds is number 20. That is Lucas Timbuck with a first down gainer.
I really like what I'm seeing from Andrew Knight in the quarterback for Sterling Heights Stevenson. Great composure from a freshman, going through his progressions, looking for those openings in the defense, and then he just throws a cannon to Timbuck there. Really nice play so far from the freshman quarterback.
All right, so they get the ball and advance it to the 45-yard line of Sterling Heights. 1st and 10, 10:39 to go until halftime. Lakers 20, Sterling Heights Stevenson 7. Two receivers split out to the far side and the near side. You have one more guy. Knight in the backfield. They hand it off. Sweep right. Big run down to the 33-yard line and a first down and more. And once again, Alex DeLore doing a good job there.
Hey, go to your strong suits on this offensive line. Kelby Sella, the veteran right guard, and Neil Wardia, the right tackle, open up a big hole in the B gap for the runner and just gives them tons of space. The linebacking core is wide open as they're focusing on the weak side. That's a great executed play from Sterling Heights Stevenson.
All right. Alex DeLore has been getting some big chunks of the stats here in our press box booth, but he's having a fine night for Sterling Heights. They get a first down. Ball now on the 33-yard line of the Lakers. They're knocking on the door. 1st and 10. 9:54 to go. Stevenson trailing 20-7. Knight, the shotgun. They hand it off right up the center. Laker defense is there this time. Gain maybe a yard or so, and that's going to be about it. Harry Jackson coming up with a big tackle.
Yeah, again, the speed on speed there for the West Bloomfield Lakers as Jackson attacks Will Olds in the backfield, the junior for Sterling Heights Stevenson. Again, he's just the guy that kind of locks in and attacks his defender. Great man-on-man defense for the West Bloomfield Lakers coming from that linebacker, number 9.
Yeah, I think if Sterling Heights is gonna win this game running the ball, they're gonna have to do it with some finesse. They're gonna have a really hard time running the ball up the gut of the Laker defense tonight. Evidence there. 2nd down and 8. Ball on the 31-yard line of the Lakers. Two receivers split to the right, one to the left. Knight wants to throw it, getting some time. Passes downfield over the head of the intended receiver. And that's Lucas Timbuck, who's done some damage tonight, but just overthrown a bit by the quarterback.
Yeah, a little bit of excitement there for the freshman quarterback. Locks in, just puts a little bit too much power there with his back foot and overthrows it ever so slightly. Good look, just a little bit too much from the quarterback.
All right, so big 3rd down call here for Sterling Heights Stevenson, doing a good job staying in the game with the Lakers. trailing by 13 here, but knocking on the door one more time. 3rd down and 7. Ball on West Bloomfield's 31-yard line. Andrew Knight, man in motion. Knight waits for some more instructions in the sideline. Changing up the play here a little bit. They're going to have to call timeout. Sterling Heights didn't like what they saw there, and they called their second timeout of the first half.
Yeah, especially having that play clock there. It's even more of a benefit to the coaching staff when they see their guys kind of getting confused, not really going through what they need to, and calling a timeout to talk it over.
Well, and why not? First half timeout, no consequence. And again, Tyler, let's go back. Let's go back and talk about it. There's no preseason in high school football. Right. No one's going to have perfect execution. In fact, we've had a couple of glitches here tonight. It's going to happen. It takes a while to get in the groove. And it happens in the field, happens in the press box, happens in life. Even some of the fans, I heard of, there was one fan that had trouble finding their keys to come to the game tonight. It's first game. It's always a little tough.
Yeah, and it was a freshman quarterback too, Dave, because not Justin Newcomb, he could have gone with Austin Thompson, who's their backup quarterback. He's a senior, a little more of a veteran, knows this offense well, but he's building for the future. And so as great as that would have been, to have your quarterback in the backfield there, to have Andrew Knight playing this kind of game, he's got to take command of that offense. He's got to learn to see what the coaching staff is seeing. And you have these learning opportunities for a freshman quarterback that's playing very good ball so far. You're going to take them.
So if you like the Lakers and you like listening on Friday nights, you're going to want to tune in for This Week in Laker Football. Tyler will get together with Coach Tyrese Grice and the players and talk a little bit about the game. He'll do it a day or so after the game. It'll air on Civic Center TV and all the social media we can take up. Look for it. Just Google it every week, couple days after the game. This Week in Laker Football with Tyler Keefe right here on Civic Center TV, Lakes FM. 3rd down, snap, penalty called. It's going to be against Sterling Heights. We'll wait and see. Somebody jumped, and we'll wait for the official call right now.
Wow.
False started, in fact, by Sterling Heights. That's a big penalty because they were 3rd and 8.
Wow,
and now it's going to be, 3rd and 12 or 13 here. And that doesn't really probably change your play call all that much, but still makes things more difficult against a stingy defense like the Lakers.
Yeah, the youth of this O-line showing as they lined up offside, and that caused the penalty.
All right, Knight all alone in the backfield. Now they bring in a running back. Trips left. Knight wants to throw, getting good protection. Gets the ball in front of a very open receiver. That was Austin Thompson. And, he had to lean forward. He couldn't quite get it. We'll see the replay here in a minute. But I'm telling you, Austin Thompson gets that ball, and it might have been a quick 6.
No, it might have been. It may not have been. I mean, he certainly had the space, but that's the track meet then. It's a sprint between
So here's the pass. Yeah, just in front of him. There's no one in front of him downfield. He gets that ball there.
Yeah, but you got Kari Jackson chasing him down, Dave. You think Kari Jackson's losing that sprint to Austin Thompson?
All right.
No.
All right. Tyler Keefe. So it's 4th down, and Sterling Heights is going to have to punt. They're going to punt the ball from their own 49-yard line. Samaj Morgan is back to receive for the Lakers. High snap. Lakers almost get the block. Fair catch called by Samaj at the 10. Actually, that was picked up there by West Bloomfield, Adrian Epps. So Lakers get the ball 1st and 10 at the 10-yard line in just a couple of minutes here after we change some players from offense, special teams, to defense. 8:42 to go until halftime. West Bloomfield 20, Stevenson 7. Tyler, your thoughts before the Lakers get into this offensive series?
We're definitely seeing a little bit of these early season jitters on both sides of the ball for both of these teams, but the Lakers coming into their own. They're executing especially well on the defensive side of the ball. We're starting to see that offense warm up and get into its groove.
All right, Lakers had this big strike offense. They had it last year. One of the challenges, though, is sustaining long drives. They get the ball at the 10-yard line. Now let's see how they can do. Nance getting great protection in his own end zone, breaks free. He's going to throw the ball, throws the ball deep way downfield, overthrows everybody in the direction of Pippen, but overthrown by a couple of yards. Nance threw that ball from the goal line. It landed on the 35-yard line. He's got to work in his accuracy a little bit, but that guy's got a big arm.
Yeah, and they double team there too at the second level. David Bowers there, Ahmed Alawasi also there for Sterling Heights Stevenson. They know that they're looking for Pippen. And like you said, those sustained drives you got to be looking for. Nance makes a great move in the backfield with the pressure coming on him, runs out of the pocket, and then resets and is able to go through his progressions again. He just launches that ball. You got to look a little bit closer.
All right, split out to the far side is Epps. Pippen over there, Samaj Morgan down here on the near side. Nance wants to throw. He's got Samaj open on the 15-yard line. Cuts inside, looking for a little bit of space. Now he tweaks back the other way across the 15 to the 20, the 23-yard line, and he runs out of bounds. I hesitate to say what I'm going to say because he's no Barry Sanders, but that's the way Barry used to run the ball. He would go in a direction that you thought there was nothing there, and then just like that, he'd go back the other way. How do you defend that?
There's not many players in the state of Michigan that can defend the athleticism of Samaj Morgan. He said it himself at OAA Media Day.
1st and 10, ball on the 23-yard line. Lakers moving the ball. Pressure, incomplete pass. A lot of pressure that time on Rick Nance. And he was lucky to get rid of the ball that time, throw the ball in the direction of Epps. But, a little bit of maturity. I think last year, he would have got sacked. That would have been a huge loss right there. He would have continued to try to move around and get free and lose more yardage. We've seen plenty of tape of that happening. Didn't do it, got rid of the ball, and let's come back and fight another day.
As a quarterback, you got two options there. You can either dump the ball into open space and throw an incomplete pass, or you're going to just go down with it and some, like you said, mature move to make that play.
2nd down. Nance keeps the ball. Breaks free across the 25-yard line, gains a yard or two, and that's about it. 3rd down and 8 now after the quarterback keeper.
Excellent backfield pursuit, sticking with the quarterback there. They break contain. Not really good enough to put a ton of pressure in the backfield, but enough to chase down the speedy quarterback for West Bloomfield.
Yeah, nice work that time by Tyler White for Sterling Heights.
Yeah, Tyler White's a speedy guy, big-time player for the Stevenson team, probably the star of this team coming into this year. Explosive, 20 tackles last season.
So it's going to be 3rd down. We'll call it 7. Ball on the 27-yard line of West Bloomfield. 7:35 to go until halftime. Nance all alone, good protection. Throws the ball way downfield. Got a receiver. Samaj Morgan somehow goes up, gets the ball, completion at the 40-yard line. Let's just watch the replay and see how he went and wouldn't be denied. He's covered by, I'll let you describe it, Tyler. It's your job.
Yeah, Maxwell Hairston probably taught him some good things. A new addition of best hands in the land, Samaj Morgan. Double coverage. Pressure on the ball, and he just makes the jump at the perfect time and escapes both Keon Singletary and Tyler White. Those are two of the best defensive players on this entire team. What a play by Samaj Morgan.
All right, so a big 1st down for the Lakers. They place the ball on the 37-yard line. Sterling Heights Stevenson, 1st and 10. Jaws in the backfield along with Rick Nance. Nance getting good protection. Jaws with a great block. Nance sends it downfield again. In and out of the hands of the Lakers' DeAndre Hill. He got a hand on it, but he couldn't bring it in.
Yeah, it doesn't quite have the hops of a Pippen or a Samaj Morgan. Got good hands, but that ball in his hands, it's knocked out by the helmet again. Keon Singletary.
Let's watch the replay here. And again, Nance does a good job of putting the ball right where it needed to be. He is not afraid to throw the ball into double coverage. And he knows that his defenders are going to at least prevent the interception.
Yeah, key deflection by Tyler White on that play.
All right. Thanks, Tyler.
Strong man.
All right. Nance, 2nd down and 10. Hand it off to Jaws. No, Nance keeps the ball, breaks free around the left side, and he gets the ball down to the 27-yard line, a gain of about 8. Come up just short of the 1st down. It'll be 3rd down and about a yard and a half.
And we got this many weapons. You're going to use them as decoys. You got Jaws in the backfield. You can send him right, and then it's a read play for Rick Nance. Look at those linebackers, see which way they shift, and you go the opposite way, or you hand that ball off to your running back.
Ball on the 28.
All right, Lakers making a couple of substitutions here. Pippen split far out on the right side. Split left is Trenton Allison for the Lakers. Jaws in the backfield. Allison in motion. They give the ball to Jaws. He gets maybe enough for the 1st down and then knocked back Good job by the Sterling Heights defense, but they put the ball on the 29-yard line, and that looks awful close. Wait and see if they're going to move the sticks or not. Now they say the ball's going to be placed closer to the 30-yard line. It's going to be 4th down and short here, Tyler, and I'm sure the Lakers are going to go.
Yeah, they're keeping that offense on the field. They see Sterling Heights Stevenson loading up the box, and they send Kevin Jones up the middle there, try to go B-gap on the weak side. And Sterling Heights just really putting those linebackers into this running game and saying, we're going to answer you. We're going to be physical.
So that looks like a direct snap this time to Jaws. And he takes the ball, runs it right up the middle, gets a yard. First down to the 23-yard line. Lakers love that play. They love to pull the quarterback on these 4th yard and short yardage, get the ball to the running back and see what he can do. And it works so well. The big men up front make a nice hold, and the Lakers get a first down.
Yeah, key substitution was Brandon Davis-Swain coming in there. You see that Sterling Heights loads up the box. They do that for a couple of plays. They bring DeAndre Hill out for West Bloomfield. They put Brendan Davis-Swain in. They load up their offensive line and stack that formation, and that's going to be the key to getting Kenneth Jones that extra push to get that first down.
Lakers are getting exactly what we talked about from back in the 10-yard line, a nice sustained drive. Here's Nance, sweeps right, got a receiver open at the 15-yard line. Samaj Morgan catches the ball, then takes 4 guys to knock him out of bounds at the 13, and Samaj was just wide open on that one.
Look, Samaj Morgan, not the most imposing guy physically, 5'11", 180 pounds, but he is so strong at his size. That's why it takes 4 guys to take him down. He's moving those feet. He's pushing his shoulder into you. It's a lot more force than you're used to for a wide receiver of his stature.
A lot of speed, very agile, quick at his feet, able to maneuver. They're going to love him in Ann Arbor next year. Samaj Morgan will be joining Donovan Edwards.
That brings me so
Ron
much
Bellamy.
pain.
Sorry about that.
Amir Herring, too, from that O-line.
Up in Ann Arbor. 1st and 10 for the Lakers on their 13-yard line of Stevenson. Lakers sweep around the right-hand side. Nice run that time by West Bloomfield's Jalen Jackson. And he is forced out of bounds at about the 7-yard line. They'll bring up 2nd down and 2 or 3.
That's a pleasant down depth chart surprise for the Lakers in this first game of the season. You're looking for that guy that you're going to be able to say is that trusty number 2 in the backfield. Is it going to be Ralph Rogers? Is it going to be another guy? And Jalen Jackson really showing up there as that secondary runner in the backfield, with Rogers being that blocking running back, that power running back, a little bit of Malik Mathieu in him.
Yeah, they got him lined up in the slot right now. He can, go in and be a great wide receiver, a slot receiver, or step into the backfield or play off the sweep, which he did right there. It's going to be 2nd down and a long 3 here. There he goes, sweep again. They throw it this time into the end zone in the direction of Samaj Morgan, just slightly beyond his reach, incomplete.
Yeah, a little bit too much power on that throw. He threw a lightning bolt, and it just got there a split second early on that pass to the guy number 2 for the Lakers.
So 4:24 to go until halftime. The Lakers started this drive in their own 10-yard line. And we were saying, it would really be nice to see the Lakers have a nice, long, sustained drive. And look what they're doing. Nice, long, sustained drive. 3rd down now. And the ball on the 7-yard line with about 2 to go. They need to get to the 4 for the Laker first down. Jaws in the backfield looking to take the direct snap. Now we get a timeout, and Sterling Heights Stevenson said, hey, I've seen this movie before. Hang on, we didn't really expect your key running back to be taking direct snaps all night, so we want to talk about it.
Yeah, that's not what you expect from a guy like Kenneth Jones. He doesn't quite have that speed and athleticism at the level of a guy like Donovan Edwards or Dylan Tatum, as we've seen in past years, but he's certainly able to make that play, especially when you got the guys up front, hat on a hat, our guys versus your guys. This offensive line for the West Bloomfield Lakers is going to win that battle most of the time.
Kudos to the Detroit Sports Commission and the Xenith 2022 Prep Kickoff Classic, putting on quite a show on a Thursday night in Detroit. Look at this, a beautiful night here. We are having a great time. A lot of football fans here at Wayne State University, and it's a great night for football and a perfect way to kick off the season on this Thursday night. And don't forget, we got a great season ahead of us, and we're back for the home opener next Friday night at the Swamp. Make sure you join us. Kickoff is 7 o'clock, and we've got all the action beginning on all of our outlets where you can not only hear but see the game. You could hear and see the game everywhere except on the radio. We're working on that technology. Someday, maybe you'll be able to see the game on the radio. But For right now, you can watch on Civic Center TV, Channel 15, WBTV, Channel 19. Of course, on the West Bloomfield School District's Facebook page. I'm sure you've been checking that out, Tyler. And we're up there. You can go to YouTube and search in YouTube for Greater West Bloomfield High School Football or Greater West Bloomfield Cable Communications or Civic Center TV. You'll find us there. And then our brand new outlet, other than 89.3 Lakes FM this year, is My Michigan Television. And look for our games there as well. So a million different opportunities. Well, not a million. 3, 4, 5, 6 different opportunities. We're going to put the game everywhere we can so it's closer to you this season, making it easier than ever to follow your West Bloomfield Lakers. However, I got to say, even though we love our broadcast, the best way to follow the Lakers is to be there on Friday night at home cheering on your amazing local high school football team.
You're going to want to see those next guys coming up. And for D. Cooley on YouTube Live on Civic Center TV 15 on YouTube says, Montel Megatron Johnson, that boy a beast. Honestly, one to watch this year.
All right, well, we love your comments. You can comment at YouTube, comment at Facebook, comment wherever you want, and we'll read it here on the air for you. Thank you very much for supporting our live broadcast and supporting your West Bloomfield High School football team. Dave Scott, Tyler Keefe, 4:24 to go, 27 West Bloomfield, 4:24 to go until halftime. Samaj Morgan split way out to the right side. Everybody else all bunched up. 3rd down and 3 now, and Lakers are just waiting for the officiating crew to let him go. The direct snap set up by Jaws. He takes it. He's going to run it up the middle, and he is going to get the first down almost into the end zone. Gets the ball all the way down to the 1-yard line, and that is all offensive line surge. Just see, watch the replay. You'll just see the pile just move and move and move, and Kenneth Jones, the 3rd, right in the middle of that stack. It's like riding the wave of the beach at Lake Michigan.
Yeah, they're just on the O-line pinch and push forward.
Here he comes again. Jones up the middle. Lakers touchdown. And they signal it now. The Lakers seem to be able to, behind their offensive line, get the push on these short yardage plays, and there's not a whole lot as Stevenson can do about it. Lakers score 26-7. And let's see what the Lakers do now. If they're going to try for an extra point or go for 2. They have not tried to kick an extra point all evening long. But it looks like the kicking crew is finally coming in here, Tyler, and there's certainly nothing wrong with Justin Ward. He is a very capable place kicker, and it's good to see him out there. He'll put the ball down on the 10-yard line, and if he gets a clean snap, he did not get a clean snap on one of the earlier plays tonight, but we get a clean snap. Very confident he can put that ball right through.
Yeah, he's got range just like his brother Jake had. And if he can get a good hold there, he can get a good snap to Adrian Epps, the placeholder. This one's going to go in more times than not for West Bloomfield.
So, good snap, ball is down, kick is up, and it is right through the uprights. The Lakers get 1. It's West Bloomfield 27, Sterling Heights Stevenson 7 with 4:04 to go until halftime. You are listening to Laker football right here at 89.3 Lakes FM.
Connect with local leaders, philanthropists, and more. The Greater West Bloomfield Chamber of Commerce presents the 2022 Leadership Breakfast. Join the Chamber for a morning of insight with guest speaker Laura Graneman, with the whole event emceed by Fox 2 News anchor Roop Raj. Join your local businesses at the Wabi Country Club September 13th at 8:30 a.m. Order your tickets by September 6th at westbloomfieldchamber.com/breakfast. We'll see you there.
Orchard Mall, where you can find everything you want under one roof. It is known for great personal service and attention to detail. Most boutiques are entrepreneurial and family-owned, with a unique ingenuity and creativity that comes from proprietors who have turned passions into livelihoods. Orchard Mall, with a variety of upscale boutiques, salons, and eateries. Orchard Mall, a West Bloomfield landmark at Orchard Lake and Maple Roads.
If your pet could tell you where you should shop for him or her, it'd be a place run by pet lovers. With hard-to-find food, toys, and gifts, with pet-friendly people and services, and great advice from people who really know pets, it'd be a place where his friends hang out, even that old guy, where there's a surprise around every corner. If your pets could tell you, they'd recommend Premier Pet Supply, but pets can't talk. Or can they? Premier Pet Supply, the place pets love.
Fire Prevention Week is just around the corner. Join volunteer, part-time, and on-call firefighters at this year's Fire Open House. Catch up on your fire safety knowledge with live demonstrations and hands-on activities. Chat with local businesses and resources about fire prevention, see some familiar faces, fight future fires, and make some new friends. The West Bloomfield Fire Open House, October 2nd from noon to 3 p.m. at Fire Station 1 on Orchard Lake Road.
Welcome back, Civic Center TV, Lakes FM, and all of our outlets. We're on YouTube, we're on Facebook. We are all over the internet. Thank you very much for tuning in. Dave Scott, Tyler Keefe, and it's awful good to be with you tonight here for the kickoff game of the 2022 West Bloomfield High School Laker football season. And your West Bloomfield Lakers, assuming you're a fan of the Lakers, your team is up 27-7 with 4:04 to go until halftime. And Tyler, we were talking about it right before that drive. We were saying it would be really nice to see the Lakers have a nice sustained drive. They start with the ball at their own 10-yard line, and they work it all the way down the field. A fine mixture of offense. It wasn't that big one throw to Samaj Morgan. Nice sustained drive. It works for the Lakers, and I kind of like seeing that. That's what we're going to need to see all season long for the Lakers to be successful. So kickoff and the return by Sterling Heights brings the ball to the 28-yard line, and that's where Stevenson will start this campaign.
Yeah, Keon Singletary, the receiver there on the kickoff for Sterling Heights, is still trying to answer back. And I do like what you said there about the sustained drives, because against most of these teams, you're going to need that. You're not going to be able to get those big plays and rely on those big plays against teams with more of a formidable secondary as you go down the line this season.
So Sterling Heights comes out of the field, 3:58 to go until halftime. Lakers 27, Stevenson 7. Andrew Knight brings his team out. I think he's got DeLory in the backfield there. Receivers split out to the right and a pair to the left. Lakers defenders are right up at the line of scrimmage, and those three big linebackers, they look so imposing, Tyler, behind the defensive line. The snap, they've run it up the middle. Good stop by the Lakers. And a great tackle by West Bloomfield's Adrian Epps. Second man to hit the running back. And I don't see who going to make the first hit, but whoever it was slowed him down, and then Epps came in and finished it off.
Yeah, first hit from the senior, Rock Harris in the backfield there. And the ball actually came loose a little bit at the end there. It went left at the right hash, and about mid-hash was recovered by Sterling Heights Stevenson.
So it's going to be 2nd and 8. They set the ball on the 30-yard line of Sterling Heights Stevenson, 3:23 to go until halftime. Lakers leading by 20. Nice crowd here at Wayne State University as the sun begins to set in the beautiful skyline of downtown Detroit in our view. Here's Knight under pressure. Throws the ball away out of bounds. Nobody there. And there was a lot of pressure from the Lakers there. And a good decision by Knight to get rid of it.
Yeah, similar to what we saw earlier from Rick Nance. You have an opportunity there to dump the play. You got to take it, and you do it the smart way. You find some open field, find a nearby receiver, and get the ball out of your hands. Don't keep treading back and putting yourself in position to be taken down by a very, very stout defensive line.
So it's 3rd down and 7. It's really warm here in the press box. I don't know how hot it is in the field, but if it's this hot in the field, it's got to be tough. First game of the season, very warm. You know that all the players can't be at peak conditioning yet. Kind of add a whole other challenge. It'll be interesting to see how it affects both of these teams later on in this game. Big 3rd down now for Andrew Knight in the backfield with DeLory. Knight takes a snap. Gets good protection, throws the ball downfield. He's got a receiver open at the 50, in and out of the hands of
Singletary.
Yep, that is Singletary. Good job, Keon Singletary. And that was a great throw, really great throw. Singletary just couldn't quite bring it in. We'll watch a replay here.
It's the balance. It's the problem there. He's just off balance. He's turning back toward the field. It's his inside hand and his inside shoulder, and he's reaching for that ball with his opposite hand, with his left hand, and can't secure it. It kind of bounces off the fingers of his left hand as he tries to secure it and keep his balance.
Maybe you'd like to see it over his other shoulder, a little bit easier to catch the ball. Nonetheless, incomplete pass sets up 4th down, and Sterling Heights will let the punt. They'll be punting the ball from their own 25-yard line. Back to receive for West Bloomfield is going to be Samaj Morgan, and I believe Pippin. Actually, the ball picked up there by Epps. And Epps is going to move in the wrong direction. Great job by the special teams of Sterling Heights to bring Epps down at the 31-yard line.
Alex Delory with the stop, the junior for Sterling Heights Stevenson. Epps gets some space. He has a little bit of an opportunity there, but good pursuit on the special teams defensive front from the junior.
So West Bloomfield ends up with pretty good field position, 244, leading by 20 points. And if you're the Lakers, why not? Get this game under control, get another 7 points here, come back, get a touchdown or two, and then let your starters have a nice break on this hot night. That would be a great situation, but we are a long way away from the Lakers being in that much control. Nance all alone in the backfield, wants to keep the ball, gets a nice hole up the middle. He's still on his feet at the 43-yard line, advances the ball for 1st down at the Lakers' 44.
Yeah, just a couple of double teams on both sides from the tackles and the guards. Open up 2 huge holes for Rick Nance. He's got tons of time, tons of options. He takes it to his left side and then kind of shifts into that next hole at the 2nd level. Great play by the offensive line and great execution on the run by the quarterback.
Allison split out to the near side along with Kenny Jones, the 3rd. Running back is out in the receiver position. They got trips on the right side. Samaj Morgan and a couple other guys there all out in the backfield. Quarterback Nance trying to figure something out. He's scrambling. Finally breaks free. Now he's got a receiver open downfield at the 45-yard line. Pass and completed to Trenton Allison. And I'm telling you, Nance is in big-time trouble. He was able to maneuver and keep his composure and find an open receiver.
And these outfield blocks are so key to making a play like this for Rick Nance. You see, you get those upfield blocks from the O-line. You get a couple more from some of the skill players. Amir Herring makes a nice block. And Trenton Allison's just sitting there in the flat. He runs those middle field routes really well and stays in place to get the football.
All right, got a 1st down, 1st and 10, ball on the 45-yard line at Stevenson, 1:54 to go until halftime. Nance in trouble again, but now he breaks free, finds the hole, scampers around the left side of the 40, 35, and out of bounds at the 32-yard line, close to another 1st down, this time doing it with his feet.
Yeah, again, the offensive line just locking down their guy without committing a penalty there. We're seeing much better discipline thus far from the West Bloomfield Lakers, and that's one of those keys to why they're able to have this 28-7 lead.
32, 1st and 10.
All right, they give him the 1st down at the 32-yard line, 1:44 to go until halftime, 27-7 for the Lakers. And West Bloomfield doing a really good job. Checking into the game for the Lakers is Jameer Benjamin. Split out to the near side, Samaj Morgan. Benjamin in the slot left. Up top is Pippin. Benjamin on the move. They hand it off to Benjamin. Sweeps right, gets a nice little hole, and a gain of about 2 or 3 yards after running into DeAndre Hill there. He was trying to get a block in and made a little space for him. Nice little sweep for the Lakers.
Yeah, nice play there. We're going to see that a lot. It's one of those other common plays for the Lakers offensively to kind of get a receiver sweeping across in motion and hand them the ball and really give the quarterback an option there in the backfield.
So the Lakers have Jaws in the backfield. Pippin split out to the near side. Samaj Morgan up top. Instructions coming in from the sideline. Clock ticking at 1:06 until halftime. Lakers 2nd down and 8 on the 30-yard line. Sweep again this time. The quarterback decides to keep it. Now he finds an open hole looking downfield. He's got a man at the 10-yard line. Ball is caught and completed by Samaj Morgan inbounds and does a great job to keep the ball, contain it. Let's watch a replay and keep both feet in and get the 1st down at about the 7-yard line.
Yeah, hopefully they'll show that nice block by Kenneth Jones in the backfield. You love those skill position players making those big blocks. They don't show up, but look at that athleticism. Gets 1 foot down.
That's all that matters in high school. You only need one, but he did a good job and kept the play in bounds. 1st and 10. Clock has got 42 ticks on it left until halftime. Another nice sustained drive by the Lakers. They're on the 7-yard line. Quarterback Nance keeps the ball, breaks free to the 5, the 4, the 3, the 2, touchdown! Rick Nance for the West Bloomfield Lakers.
5'10", 170, but again, just like Samaj Morgan, a physical player, really great, really strong, low center of gravity, and he's able to keep chopping on those kinds of plays.
So West Bloomfield 33, Sterling Heights Stevenson 7, with under 30 seconds to go until halftime. Lakers are really, for the most part, able to do pretty much whatever they need to do tonight, Tyler.
Yeah, this offense is just so potent. You can't stop it unless you have a really strong defense. And I think it's more just the youth for the Stevenson team, the inexperience versus this Laker O-line that's really setting them up in this position to have the Lakers execute so well and score the football.
So after a nice kick last time, Justin Ward is here. They set up for the extra point. Epps is holding. Snap comes back. It is good. Kick is up and splits the uprights. Lakers get one more. It's West Bloomfield 33, Sterling Heights Stevenson 7, 29 seconds until halftime. And just again, another reminder that this is your home for Laker football. 89.3 Lakes FM, Civic Center TV, YouTube, Facebook, the West Bloomfield Facebook page, and now on My Television. Wherever you watch, we hope you're with us all season long. The best thing to do is come down to the Swamp and support your West Bloomfield Lakers in person. And you don't have to be an alumnus like myself. You don't have to be, a current parent of any of the players. If you just love football, you're going to love watching Laker football. Come on down and be a part of it Friday night. You watch high school football on Friday night right here at home in our neighborhood. You'll watch college football, Michigan State, whoever, on Saturday. Sunday, you can watch the Lions. And, you can do pretty much all of that right now in our community without getting nauseous. These teams are all doing pretty good.
Yeah, they're all really good teams. They're building teams, too. So, watch West Bloomfield get pretty successful out there. Again, we'll have a really good team this year. Michigan and Michigan State both going to be competing in the Big Ten, trying to take that next step forward, with Michigan coming off a Big Ten championship and Michigan State rebuilding that program as they continue to progress through the Mel Tucker era.
And because we know you love being a part of a team, you can become a part of our team. We invite you to go to civiccentertv.com/ads, civiccentertv.com/ADS. You'll see all the information about how you can advertise in these games. And it doesn't need to be a lot of money. If you're a business, yeah, that's cool. If you're an individual, a mom or dad, just got a couple of bucks, we'd love to give you the opportunity to share your message with all of the listeners here in Laker football. So good job of the Lakers special teams, and not much of a return, and the Lakers pounce. Ball is down at the 6-7 yard line, somewhere thereabouts, and they're going to place it out on the 13, and that is where Stevenson will start this next campaign after a great kick by Ryan Courthammer.
Yeah, and Bryce Rowe just turned on the afterburners and chased down that receiver. He didn't really have a whole lot of space, but it didn't really help to have that speedy cornerback coming after him, get a hold of that jersey, get a hold of those pads, and rip the guy down to the ground inside the 20.
So it's going to be 1st and 10 for Stevenson, 21 seconds until halftime. Your West Bloomfield Lakers 34, Sterling Heights Stevenson 7. Dave Scott, Tyler Keith here at Wayne State University. And Sterling Heights, see what they do, how big of a chance and risk they want to take here. Knight will hand the ball off to Delory, and it gets a yard or two, and they're going to let the clock tick. And that is going to be the end of the first half of football here at Wayne State. So big sigh of relief and a good feeling of confidence for Laker fans all across the Laker Nation as West Bloomfield jumps off to a 34-7 halftime lead here in the very first game of the season. We are going to take a little bit of a break. Tyler and I will be back. We'll have a chance to chat during halftime. If you got any comments about the Lakers, we invite you to go to Facebook Live. Go to the West Bloomfield Schools Facebook Live, where you can watch and listen to the stream, or go to our YouTube channel and just search for Civic Center TV or West Bloomfield High School Football Live. You'll easily find us, and you can chat us up in there too. So, you got any thoughts about your Lakers and how things go to the first game of the season? We would enjoy hearing from you. We are going to take a quick break, and we will be back with more. Thank you for listening all across our streaming television and radio network. You are listening to and watching Laker football, and we will be right back.
Mark your calendars for the 11th annual Family Fun Night at West Bloomfield High School. Stop by on Friday, September 16th at 5 p.m. for an evening of free, fun activities as we honor our military, police, and fire heroes. Plus, Stick around to see Laker football take on Clarkston at 7 p.m. To find out more, scan the QR code on your screen or visit wbsd.org/community/family fun night. Connect with local leaders, philanthropists, and more. The Greater West Bloomfield Chamber of Commerce presents the 2022 Leadership Breakfast. Join the Chamber for a morning of insight with guest speaker Laura Graneman, with the whole event emceed by Fox 2 News anchor Roop Raj. Join your local businesses at the Wabeat Country Club September 13th at 8:30 a.m. Order your tickets by September 6th at westbloomfieldchamber.com/breakfast. We'll see you there.
Orchard Mall, where you can find everything you want under one roof. It is known for great personal service and attention to detail. Most boutiques are entrepreneurial and family-owned, with a unique ingenuity and creativity that comes from proprietors who have turned passions into livelihoods. Orchard Mall, with a variety of upscale boutiques, salons, and eateries. Orchard Mall, a West Bloomfield landmark at Orchard Lake and Maple Roads.
If your pet could tell you where you should shop for him or her, it'd be a place run by pet lovers. With hard-to-find food, toys, and gifts, with pet-friendly people and services, and great advice from people who really know pets, it'd be a place where his friends hang out, even that old guy, where there's a surprise around every corner. If your pets could tell you, they'd recommend Premier Pet Supply, but pets can't talk. Or can they? Premier Pet Supply, the place pets love.
Fire Prevention Week is just around the corner. Join volunteer, part-time, and on-call firefighters at this year's Fire Open House. Catch up on your fire safety knowledge with live demonstrations and hands-on activities. Chat with local businesses and resources about fire prevention, see some familiar faces, fight future fires, and make some new friends. West Bloomfield Fire Open House, October 2nd from noon to 3 p.m. at Fire Station 1 on Orchard Lake Road.
Hello, welcome back to Laker football right here on 89.3 Lakes FM and lakesfm.com. You can see the field here and the halftime presentation being put on by Sterling Heights Stevenson's band and cheer and dance squad down there. And I'd say what a pretty good show being put on by the West Bloomfield Laker football team tonight. West Bloomfield 34, Sterling Heights Stevenson 7 here at the 2022 Xenith Prep Kickoff Classic at Wayne State University. Again, a huge thanks to Bally Sports, who was under no obligation to hand us a big helping hand, but certainly went out of their way to do so with very little request on our part. They were just volunteer. So thank you to Bally Sports for the video. Thank you to the great people here at Wayne State who put up with us being here all day setting up. And thank you for tuning in. And another big thank you to my colleague, Tyler Keith, who works so hard every day to make this broadcast and everything else happen. And Tyler, a lot of fun tonight. We're back at it here for another campaign, and Lakers are off to a good start.
Yeah, really well executed first half for this Lakers team. A little bit of those early season jitters early on, some little mistakes that were corrected pretty quickly, and we saw those on the next series over and the next series over, and then from there they're just executing in all three phases against, albeit against a team that's a little bit more young than they are and not quite as experienced and doesn't quite have that great of chemistry as our Lakers do, but they're not making those silly mistakes, those big penalties, those frustration plays. We're seeing the discipline improve for this team, and if that's what we're seeing from this Lakers team, if that's something that is indicative of how they're going to play this season, this team might be even scarier than we thought.
Well, we'll have to see. But, here's what I really like. I really like the discipline that the team is showing and the leadership of the quarterback, Rick Nance. They're able to sustain drives. Last year, yes, lots of talent, lots of big plays, but you got to be able to sustain drives. You got to be able to run the ball up the field. You got to be able to improvise when things go wrong, and you got to stay out of penalty trouble. And that's another big thing this team has had a lot of trouble with over the last several years, and they have generally been error-free here tonight. And the big thing that they haven't done is commit the stupid penalties, which we have seen in the past. Very disciplined, great maturity of this team, and that I think is certainly credit to the coaching staff and their ability to get this team and get them in the right frame of mind. You do not win a state championship if you make a lot of stupid penalties on post-whistle fouls. You do not win state championships if you don't have the discipline to be able to run the ball effectively. You do not win state championships if you're scrambling in the backfield and you're the quarterback and you're losing 30 yards on a bad decision by a quarterback. The decisions have been good. The play has been clean. The execution has been good. It's been mistake-free. And I mean, I don't want to be impolite, but some of the stupid stuff we've seen over the last couple of years, I haven't seen any of it tonight.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying with this discipline being there, the execution being there. These guys are playing hard every play, despite being up 34-7 at the half. Whether that lead was 34-7 or 21-7 or 15-7, they're playing like it's a 6-7 game, and they're down to the Sterling Heights Stevenson team. That's what you want to see all season long. If you're seeing it in week one in a game that's quite lopsided so far in your favor, that's a really good sign for this West Bloomfield Lakers team. And I think it's also a sign of their maturity. 56 returning upperclassmen for this West Bloomfield Lakers team this year, and that plays a big role, especially those seniors and leadership positions like Samaj Morgan, DeAndre Hill, Rob Harris, guys that are coming up like Montel Johnson and Brandon Davis Swain that are having a huge impact in key positions in all three phases for this team.
Well, and really a huge contrast from what we saw in the opening game last year. Now, admittedly, that was Rochester Adams, but lots of mistakes, lots of challenges. Listen, no big surprise. We got a quarterback last year who had no experience whatsoever. He's got a year under his belt, and I'm telling you, Rick Nance looks good. Samaj Morgan looks good. Pippin looks really good, right? The defense looks really good. The line, it looks, both offensive and defensive lines look good. The players are playing tough. They're hitting hard. It's hot. They are doing everything right. And again, they're not making any big mistakes. No big surprise from our viewpoint that the Lakers are off to a good start tonight, and the scoreboard reflects that. And wouldn't it be nice if the Lakers have an opportunity to get some of the starters off the field and on this very hot night, get a little bit further, put a few more points on the board. Listen, it's a long season. We're going to see injuries. It would be a good opportunity to get some extra experience for some of these younger players, especially here at Wayne State University.
Yeah, you look at those next guys up down the depth chart. The guys like, even someone that's had a pretty big impact tonight, like Jalen Jackson, who's a senior wide receiver, but you're seeing him in the backfield. Get him some more opportunities as a primary runner. Maybe even get some touches to Ralph Rogers, the senior 5'10", 185 second string running back, and get those early touches in season play from guys down the depth chart. You're looking at guys like Brody Picor, who's a sophomore, backup quarterback for this West Bloomfield team. Some of the youth guys on this team also, Alicia Durham, a guy we'll be watching and hearing a lot of over the next few years, a sophomore wide receiver. This is a great opportunity for them. I wouldn't expect to see our starters for very much longer, if at all, in the second half.
So football's going really well. Let's shift gears. We got a couple of minutes here. You can see the scoreboard on our halftime view here. Let's shift gears and talk a little bit about some of the amazing things going on in the community that we've been talking about on Civic Center TV. And if you haven't tuned in to Civic Center TV lately and you're in the West Bloomfield area, we hope you will Monday through Friday between 9:30 and 11 o'clock for the mega cast that Tyler hosts in the Splash, which we have a variety of people hosting from 9:30 to 10, and then the mega cast from 10 to 11. So some of the things going on, we're like right in the middle of everything. So let's just go through the calendar the best we can off the top of our heads. Things coming up here in West Bloomfield that are going to be really important over the next couple of weeks. First of all, let's start with tomorrow. We're gonna pack up here. It's going to be a late night, and then we'll be live tomorrow morning at 9:30 at the West Bloomfield Old Orchard Mall, and we're going to be there, of course, for family. I'm sorry.
Food truck.
See, yeah, I'm getting a little giddy up here for the food truck rally at the Orchard Mall. So it's going to be a lot of fun, and there'll be 20 or so food trucks. It's all to support West Bloomfield Youth Assistance, and we really hope you come out and join us. We'll be there broadcasting live tomorrow at 9:30 to kick it all off, and there throughout the day. Come on by. It's a great family event. If you're looking for something fun for your kids to do, and you want to have a good meal out in a parking lot with some great music. It is a food truck rally.
Yeah, starts at 4 o'clock and it'll run pretty late in the community there at the Orchard Mall, just off of Orchard Lake before Maple Road as you're heading south. And it's a great event. They've had a couple of great editions of this to start things off. Had to take a couple of years off due to COVID-19, but expecting a big turnout, probably just as big as it's been in the past. Thousands of people showing up. It's a great way to interact with the community as well.
And I don't have my notes in front of me, but I know Parks and Rec, West Bloomfield Parks and Rec, has a big event as well this weekend.
Yeah, also has another big event this weekend. I don't have that in my notes either, Dave, but I know that they got always something coming up with West Bloomfield Parks. You can learn more at wbparks.org.
Okay, so looking down our calendar, no, that's fine. They've got a big event going on this weekend. It escapes me right now. Take a look down our calendar a little bit, Tyler. One of the next big things coming up is the Greater West Bloomfield Chamber of Commerce. They've got their breakfast coming up the 13th of September. Raj from Channel 4 is going to be there, and a bunch of very interesting speakers. Great opportunity for people in the business community to all come together and certainly be a big part of that event. Suzanne Levine at the Greater West Bloomfield Chamber is putting all that on, and if you want more information on that, go to the Greater West Bloomfield Chamber of Commerce and get involved in that great organization and Suzanne's fine work and participate. It's a great way to meet other business people, or if you've just moved into the community, you want to get to know some other people, you can do it through the Chamber of Commerce and this amazing event. And they're going to be talking about downtown Detroit, where we are right now, and its impact on all of our communities. So make sure you do that. Interesting thing came up this week when I was talking to Chris Darcy, who is Steve Kaplan, the West Bloomfield Township Supervisor's assistant. And apparently, Tyler, it's no big surprise, there's a bit of a problem with too many deer in our community, not just West Bloomfield, but all the neighboring communities in Oakland County. And there are more deer in our neighborhoods than there are in many areas up north. And we can't easily hunt them. It's not safe. So there's a survey going on. West Bloomfield, Farmington, and a number of other communities surrounding West Bloomfield are all getting together, and there'll be a survey to get your thoughts about what we should do about the increasing deer population in our area. We'll have more information about that on Civic Center TV in the coming days, how you can participate in that survey, and then what kind of actions we'll be taking after we're able to capture all that information and those results. And it's just one of those things that's just a little odd. You think up north, that's where the deer are. But I have a friend in Farmington Hills. I was at their house recently, and they have a ton of deer in their backyard every day. And I know that the people listening now are going, yeah, that we've got the same thing going on at our house. So just want to let you know about that. Then here's one of the biggies, Family Fun Night, 16th of September at West Bloomfield High School. So we got this week's game, and then we got Family Fun Night 2 weeks away. It's Clarkston will be here, right. And it's a great opportunity to come out early. Essentially, it's a tailgate, but it's got a lot more positive vibe to it, as we'll be getting together in the afternoon. A lot of people will be gathering in the parking lot before this big game, and we'll have an opportunity to salute our first responders and our friends in the military, and really people that work at the hospitals and anybody and everybody who is helping to keep our community safe. And it should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, always a great event. You get really see the whole involvement of the community at so many different levels. Of course, you get to thank those first responders and those military that do so much for our community behind the scenes that I don't think we all really appreciate as much as we maybe could. And we get to show them that appreciation right here in West Bloomfield and see a great football game. It's about 3 weeks out. We got Harper Woods.
Right.
Harper Woods next week. Then we go to Stony Creek the week after that. And then it's Family Fun Night on the 16th with Clarkston.
That's what happens when I do this without notes all off the top of my head. One final thing I just want to mention to the community, and it's a tradition for us, and we couldn't be more thrilled to be involved again with Greg Flynn and the West Bloomfield Fire Department. Our fire chief is again having his big open house. They do it every year in early October. We've not been able to do it again because of COVID. It's coming back, and it's a great opportunity during Fire Safety Awareness Week to see what our firefighters do in the community. And your kids are going to love it. A lot of young kids come and they get to see the firemen and a lot of demonstrations. A very family fun event and really great for the real youngsters in your house.
Yeah, it is. You get to see all of what the fire department does. You also get to talk to all the community vendors as well in public health. You can get vaccinated there for influenza as we approach flu season. We'll usually see a local foundation out there. That's Alana's Foundation that will be there, and they're always great. And it's a great way to really interact with public health in the community and public safety from a bunch of different angles, and a lot of family fun too.
So just some of the things going on around our community, and this is the kind of information that you get when you watch Civic Center TV and you watch the Splash Live at 9:30 Monday through Friday, when you watch the MegaCast, and go to our website, civiccentertv.com. You find out all the things going on in the community, and kudos to Tyler, does such a good job keeping us in touch through social media with all of you. So just some of the great things going on in our community. Also, one final note before we kick off the second half, I invite you to keep a really close eye for the next issue of West Bloomfield Today. Gets mailed to everyone in the greater West Bloomfield area. Beautiful, glossy, full color 30-some-odd page magazine. And in this issue, if you open it up to the center, you're going to see an article that Tyler wrote about the impact that a positive high school football program has on the community at large. It's a great piece, Tyler. And in there, you'll also find the Lakers schedule, information about Civic Center TV, and a whole lot more. So look for that beautiful 4-color piece. I think a big picture of Samaj Morgan in there, if I recall. Yes. And it should be a lot of fun. Thanks to Scott Marks over at Community Publishing in the West Bloomfield Today for the fine work they do to put all that together, and we're really excited to be a part of it. I know the schools have a big presence in there. And I forgot, speaking of schools, I forgot to mention the biggest thing going on in our community. Schools getting ready to open, and we're going to open up that beautiful brand new middle school, the West Bloomfield Middle School on Orchard Lake Road, where Olms used to be. And bravo for everyone at the schools. And I think Dr. Hill is probably listening. He sent me a note. So I know he's loving his life in California. But, all the work that he did and all of the great work the incoming administration is doing in the schools. And everyone should be thrilled about the exciting opening of the new middle school, a great accomplishment for our community. And as an alum of the school that was on that property, I couldn't be more thrilled to see what's going on there. So
yeah, great things over there at the middle school. We've seen an inside look in a couple of different ways, including a really great look from the West Bloomfield Educational Foundation earlier this year during their fundraising drive, getting an inside look at the new middle school. Will be great for these young kids going in there and really getting education at the new level.
So that's what's going on the field. That's the Bally Sports television feed we'll have for you again in the second half. It's about 900 degrees up here in the press box. So if we sound a little wilted, that's why. We're going to take a very quick break, and we will be back. Second half's getting ready to kick off in just a moment. Thank you very much for tuning in. Lakers at halftime, 34. Sterling Heights Stevenson 7. You are watching and listening to Laker football right here on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM.
Mark your calendars for the 11th annual Family Fun Night at West Bloomfield High School. Stop by on Friday, September 16th at 5 p.m. for an evening of free, fun activities as we honor our military, police, and fire heroes. Plus, stick around to see Laker football take on Clarkston at 7 p.m. To find out more, scan the QR code on your screen or visit WBSD.org/Family facebook.com/community/family fun night. Connect with local leaders, philanthropists, and more. The Greater West Bloomfield Chamber of Commerce presents the 2022 Leadership Breakfast. Join the Chamber for a morning of insight with guest speaker Laura Graneman, with the whole event emceed by Fox 2 News anchor Roop Raj. Join your local businesses at the Wabi Country Club September 13th at 8:30 a.m. Order your tickets by September 6th at westbloomfieldchamber.com/breakfast. We'll see you there.
Second half of West Bloomfield Lakers football on 89.3 Lakes FM, Civic Center TV, and online, civiccentertv.com/Lakers Sports for more information. Your Lakers coming into the second half up 34-7 on Sterling Heights Stevenson as players take the field for the second half. Lakers on the field first. Sterling Heights Stevenson still in the huddle, coming back out for the kickoff as they're trying to answer the Lakers and maybe thin this lead out a little bit as we head into the second half, Dave. And so far for West Bloomfield, as we've said, really great execution, playing hard out there and keeping up with this Sterling Heights Stevenson team and really showing their colors early on.
You know, I'm trying to think of something, being the cynical critic that I am. The Lakers didn't do very well in the first half, and I can't really think of one. I mean, it was great. Sustained drives, defense is playing tough, line of scrimmage controlled on both sides of the ball. Our quarterback doing an amazing job. Receivers, getting open and showing their speed. Everything was impressive.
2 touchdowns for Kenneth Jones in the first half, both on the ground. Another rushing touchdown also for Rick Manson. 2 big receptions for TDs from Deontay Pippen and the Laker number 7. Whistles blow. Sterling Heights Stevenson will kick off to West Bloomfield to begin the second half. The kicker is lined up. He is approaching the ball. Ball is kicked off. It is a line drive to about the 10-yard line left hash. It will almost go out of bounds, but no, it's going to be recovered by Bryce Rowe. Rowe takes it right. Past the 20-yard line at the right hash. Going past the 30. Still on his feet at the 35, 40, and forced out of bounds. Nope, he stays in bounds just about the 46-yard line. A great first reception on a kickoff for Bryce Rowe this half.
I don't know if we're going to see it on the replay. We'll watch it. That was a dangerous play because the ball almost went out of bounds at about the 10-yard line, and Rowe was looking at it. If it's going to go out of bounds, you take it out of bounds, take the penalty. But he watched it, and then he picked the ball up the last possible second. Watch it right here in the replay. It bounced just barely in bounds, and then he was just able to sweep all the way around the right and come up with a great run back.
First and 10 Lakers.
L-BOYZ will set this up first and 10 on their own 48. 11:48 to play in the third quarter for the Lakers. Twins left. Single man right is Samaj Morgan. And Rick Nance lined up under center. You see Bryce Rowe on the bench there, soaking it all in. Kenneth Jones to the right of the quarterback, lined up at the 43-yard line. Ball snap to Nance. 2-step drop. Contain is broken. He throws outside. Caught. Nope. It is dropped almost on a almost diving catch for Deontay Pippen.
Yeah, just a little bit short for Pippen, but he extended, got in the air, and did everything he could to get the ball. That guy is so fast that, I think Nance just thought he could lead him and just let him a little bit too much. But a great effort. Even though you're leading by this many points, still dive in to get the ball.
And that's something that's going to develop over time. Your first string guys getting that chemistry built. Deontay Pippen was down the depth chart last year, so that'll come with time. 11:41 to play in the in the third quarter for the West Bloomfield Lakers. It is 34-7 in favor of the L-BOYZ. Trips left for the Lakers. Rick Nance in the shotgun. Kenneth Jones in the backfield to his right. Snap to Nance. No drop. He'll throw it to his left to Samaj Morgan. Caught at the 40. He'll take it up to about the 45-yard line. That's going to be a loss of about 3 for West Bloomfield on the chip pass.
Well, I tell you what, Samaj Morgan was caught in the backfield by 1, 2, maybe 3 defenders for Stevenson, led by number 23. And I'll pick his name up in a minute. But, and it looked like it was going to be a 5-yard loss, Tyler. And somehow Samaj turns it into a gain of a couple of yards.
That's that difference making in the playmaking there for the Lakers. 11:05 in the third. Twins left for the Lakers. And Nance in the shotgun. One man to his right. In the backfield is Jaws. One single receiver out left. Jaws moves into a fullback position in motion for the Lakers and the left receiver. Nance takes the gun, throws it down the field. Samaj Morgan overthrown by about 10 yards there, about 5 to 10 yards. Incomplete pass for the Lakers.
Well, what happened on that one is, maybe we'll see it in the replay, Samaj did a little bootleg turnaround, cut and stop, and then took off again. And the ball was already in the air when that happened, and that created all kinds of extra distance. But I'm still always amazed when I see Nance throw the ball 50 yards down the field like it's no big deal. How many high school quarterbacks have that kind of an arm?
Yeah, he's got a cannon there. With time and experience, he will nail down pinpointing those throws. 4th and 12 for the Lakers. They are going for it. Offense still on the field, a couple of yards behind the original line mark. Twins to the left, twins to the right. One man in the backfield with Rick Nance is Kenneth Jones on their own 45. 34-7 score in favor of the Lakers. Snap to Nance. He rolls right past the right hash at the 35-yard line. Throws out to Pippen. It's caught. He's going to get close. He's going to be just short by a couple of yards. Turnover on downs.
Well, as we look at the replay of that, Pippen was wide open. Nance finally sees him. He overthrows him just a little bit, as you'll see right here. If he is able to get the ball right on the target, then Pippen wouldn't have had to go and extend so much. But when he did that, he didn't really have the ability to turn up field. Just slightly short, and the Lakers turn over the ball, but a great effort.
Yeah, part of that also being on the run, not having your feet set, a little bit off balance for Rick Nance. Again, that's going to be one of those throws that you got to kind of get with experience, but even in that position, probably not going to get most of the time. With that, the Sterling Heights Stevenson offense takes the field once again. Under center will be Andrew Knight for Sterling Heights Stevenson. They will begin on their own 46-yard line. 10:37 to play in the third quarter. First down and 10 for Sterling Heights. The snap tonight. He'll hand it off. Delory will take the ball at the 45 to the 50. Breaks a couple of tackles, keeps it chopping at the 49, down to the 48, and taken out near the sideline.
Well, you know, what happened there for the Lakers is Wellens was able to get a hold of the running back and slow him down just enough where the other Lakers could come in and finish off the job. Great team effort by the Laker defense.
They'll move the chain. No, they won't move the chain. Second down, a 9-yard gain. Very close to the first down for Sterling Heights. 2nd and 1 with 10:02 to play in the third. 34-7 Lakers. Knight in the gun. 2 men in the backfield. The fullback and the running back, Delory. Fullback is shifting around. Goes to the right of the quarterback. Snap to Knight. Hand off to Delory up the middle. A gap. He's going to be stuffed right away by the Lakers. Keeps fighting. Gets a couple yards. He will get the first down and about 1 yard for Sterling Heights Stevenson.
Kari Jackson and the blitz slowed that down a lot, but unable to stop them short of the first down. But still, great job by the Laker defense. Able to create a lot of pressure on these short yardage plays.
1st and 10 for Sterling Heights. 9:30 to play in the third quarter. The huddle snaps away. Andrew Knight in the gun. 1 man in the backfield with him. Twins right, single man left against the Lakers. Quarterback lined up in the gun at the 50. Snap to Knight. Quick handoff again. And just absolutely stuffed by the defensive lineman. Huge tackle there on the Lakers. Xavier Davis, a guy that Coach Gray said, watch out for.
Yeah, again, Kari Jackson on that too. They teamed up and made a great tackle. But you're right, big number 55, Xavier Davis coming in there. Very imposing. He's able to get around, penetrate, and make the stop in the backfield for a loss of 2.
Speed and size. Kari Jackson on speed, and then Xavier Davis, the junior, 6'1", 245 defensive tackle starting for the Lakers this season. 2nd and 12 now for Sterling Heights. Knight in the gun. Twins right, single man left, and 1 man in the backfield is Delory. Snap to Knight. Hands off to Delory. Rolls right. Not going to get much. Going to lose the ball, but lose a couple of yards. Down about 4 yards back. 3rd down.
Hey, if you see this on the replay, I can't keep calling his name, but he's doing a great job. Kari Jackson, one more time, comes from the far side of the field, pursues, chases, doesn't give up on the play, and makes the tackle, even though he is way over at the right hash when that play started.
Just a little over 8 minutes to play in the third quarter. Your Lakers up 34-7 on Sterling Heights Stevenson. 3rd and 15 coming up for the Titans. The lineup, twins left. It's Austin Thompson along with Evan Watson, the backup quarterback. And Andrew Knight The freshman quarterback in the gun, one man in the backfield is Delory. Snap to Knight. 5-step drop quickly, throws off to his left. It is caught. Complete pass to the 40, 42-yard line, 48-yard line. It'll get down to, and that will be a nice little game, but it'll be 4th down.
You know, that the ball had to come out from the backfield because Brandon Davis Swain was able to get around the end, get some pressure on the quarterback, and he had to throw the ball before he really wanted to. Brandon Davis Swain, when you get a chance to sit back and watch it, I can't do this when I'm doing play-by-play, so it's really fun, Tyler, to be able to do this. He is such a great end rusher.
He is really athletic, great hands, great technical work as a defensive end to rush around the edge and get to the quarterback. The Punisher heading to Notre Dame in a couple of years. Got a couple more years of football here in West Bloomfield first.
And they're going to love him down there, I'll tell you what.
4th and 3. Sterling Heights is going for it. Knight in the gun, one man in the backfield. Twins on both sides. Lakers bunched up in the box. Snap to Knight. Gets a little bit of time. Throws out quickly. The Keon Singletary incomplete. Turnover on downs.
And that time, if I got the call right, I want to say it was Christian Hood, the sophomore, who got in there and created pressure. Again, great pressure from all over the defense and really putting a lot of pressure on the quarterback to get rid of the ball quick.
I got to say, just some ice in his veins for Andrew Knight, the quarterback. Gets a little bit of pressure, but not really seeming like he's hesitating and all. Not really worried about that. Makes a nice little cut, throwing after Keon Singletary, and good coverage from Samaj Morgan, too, on the wide receiver.
Yeah, no question about it. Samaj is there. He's doing it on both ends of the ball, and he was playing great, doing a great job in the secondary.
1st and 10, Lakers on their 38-yard line. Snap to Nance. Handoff in the backfield. It's going to be Jackson. He won't get much. He'll lose some yardage, in fact, after being pulled down. That is not. It's, in fact, Jaden Allis, the junior wide receiver for the Lakers, 2nd down.
With the stop.
6:26 to play in the 3rd quarter. Lakers 34, Titans 7. 2nd down and 11 coming for the Lakers. Allos loses 1 on that run. Nance in the shotgun, lining up his receivers. He sends Pippin over to his right side. Now Twins right and Twins left for the Lakers. One man in the backfield. It's Rogers as a fullback. In motion is Allos. Snap to Nance. Looks to his left. Throws to Morgan. It's caught, but he is taken down right away. Attempted block there for the Lakers by Amir Herring, but good escape and a tackle by Tyler White.
Yeah, great tackle there. And Eric Ellis Jr. also in there, coming in from the secondary to not let Samaj Morgan run away. You can't. One guy can't tackle Samaj Morgan. Takes 2 or 3, and that's exactly what Sterling Heights did to stop that gainer.
After the loss, 3rd and 13, 5:33 to play in the 3rd quarter. Lakers 34, Sterling Heights Stevenson Titans 7. Lakers getting the assignment from the sideline. Nats will be lined up in the gun. One man in the backfield with him. Twins left, Twins right for West Bloomfield. Snap to Nance. He'll take a quick drop. Contain is broken, but he's got an opportunity. Throws it way down the field. Chasing the ball. Caught West Bloomfield. That is a 1st down and more, way deep in Sterling Heights territory. That is Samaj Morgan.
Well, you know, what's really beautiful, they had an all-out blitz. If you watch a replay, I don't know where we're going to see it, but Sterling Heights had an all-out blitz. And then Samaj Morgan just able, even though he got tripped up and fell, he still made the catch.
Yeah, great eye for the receiver. Knew he had the space, extends and gets both hands on the football. And with that, 1st down and 10 for West Bloomfield. That will be lined up on their 23-yard line of the Titans. Nance in the gun. Single man left, single man right, 2 in the slot. Snap to Nance. He's going to take the ball off the right side. Gets to the 25-20, out of bounds about the 17-yard line, 2nd down.
You know, Justin Robinson of Sterling Heights is going, what do I got to do to get this quarterback? Nance is able to get outside, turn the corner. He is fast. And I don't remember him being this fast last year. He has really worked on his speed game, I think, and I don't know what else to call it.
Hey, I mean, looking bigger, looking stronger, definitely more athletic. 2nd and 10 for West Bloomfield, 4:41 to play in the 3rd quarter. Knocking on the door, the Titans down at the 16-yard line. Nance in the shotgun. In motion for the Lakers is Allo. Snap to Nance. He's going to roll to his right about the 25. Looking for a pass. Going to get rid of the ball. Throws it in. Touchdown, West Bloomfield. It's Samaj Morgan.
Well, and then you go back to that last play. Now, number 28, Justin Robinson, pursuing Nance on that last play. This time, Nance is sweeping around the outside, and Robinson doesn't want to commit because Nance is beating him around the corner 2 or 3 times in a row. So he freezes him, and that gives Nance a little extra time, another second or two, to look down in the end zone and find Samaj Morgan for the touchdown.
And he sees that one-on-one battle. It's Samaj Morgan versus one guy. He's got the jump on the secondary there, got the jump on Eric Ellis Jr., and you know you're going to win that one-on-one battle. With that, 40 for West Bloomfield, 7 for the Sterling Heights Stevenson Titans. Justin Ward will come in for the PAT. 4:33 to play in the third. The hold is good. The snap is good. The kick is up, and it is good. No good. Oh, just a little bit right for Justin Ward. So with that, 40 for West Bloomfield, 7 for Sterling Heights. We'll come back soon. You're watching Laker football on Civic Center TV and listening on 89.3 Lakes FM.
If your pet could tell you where you should shop for him or her, it'd be a place run by pet lovers. With hard-to-find food, toys, and gifts, with pet-friendly people and services, and great advice from people who really know pets, it'd be a place where his friends hang out, even that old guy, where there's a surprise around every corner. If your pets could tell you, they'd recommend Premier Pet Supply. But pets can't talk. Or can they? Premier Pet Supply, the place pets love.
Fire Prevention Week is just around the corner. Join volunteer, part-time, and on-call firefighters at this year's Fire Open House. Catch up on your fire safety knowledge with live demonstrations and hands-on activities. Chat with local businesses and resources about fire prevention, see some familiar faces, fight future fires, and make some new friends. The West Bloomfield Fire Open House, October 2nd from noon to 3 p.m. at Fire Station 1 on Orchard Lake Road.
Welcome back to Laker football. Civic Center TV, on the web, civiccentertv.com/Lakersports, and of course on the radio, 89.3 Lakes FM and lakesfm.com. You can also watch us on the Facebook page of the West Bloomfield School District and find us on YouTube live. YouTube, to search Civic Center TV 15. You'll find our channel live and find all of our original programming like the Megacast, Splash Live every morning, Monday through Friday, 9:30 for the Splash, 10 o'clock for the Megacast, and of course this week in Laker football every week following West Bloomfield Lakers football. West Bloomfield up 40-7 on Sterling Heights Stevenson, continuing to hold their own, and now Stevenson will have a chance to maybe get a little bit of a sustained drive here and try to see what they can do offensively to build this team, build this chemistry, get those reps in against a really competitive team, and make this a great learning experience for the young team they have there in Sterling Heights.
And on the other side of the ball, West Bloomfield Lakers, I think they would like to put another touchdown on the board and then have their starters get a little bit of a break here and see what they can do with some of the other guys that could be important to them as the season runs on.
Yeah, it's going to be a learning opportunity for both teams. You want to kind of get those guys, those reps in tough scenarios too, in tough weather when it's hot outside, build that conditioning. So that's another reason to get the starters in, even in a lopsided game so far.
Well, if you're watching us on TV, you can see Samaj Morgan sitting on the bench. And, he's just got to be, he's been running all night long, playing offense, playing defense, Tyler. He deserves a break.
Line drive kickoff for Krauthammer. It'll land at the 9, bounce out of bounds, penalty flag. That'll be some good field position to start for Sterling Heights Stevenson.
All right. I mean, I can't imagine playing. It's been a long time since I was a 17-year-old. But, I guess with all that abundant energy and being in perfect physical health, playing offense, playing defense, playing special teams. But then add that to the level that Samaj Morgan is playing at. And, on a hot night like tonight, I know the kid's in great shape, but, man.
And that's all what you do in the summer. That's why your coaches have you run. That's why your coaches have you do up-downs in the sweltering heat. That's why you do those 2-a-day workouts and you do your extra training on the side. You want to be great. That's the cost of being great, and Samaj Morgan invests in that.
Well, and he doesn't look tired at all on the football field, I'll tell you that much.
1st and 10 for the Titans at their own 35. Andrew Knight the freshman quarterback in that shotgun. Snap tonight, he'll hand it off. A run past the 35 to the 40, almost at the 45, breaking a tackle. A great run there on first down for Sterling Heights Stevenson.
Darian Hicks coming up with a really big hit for the West Bloomfield Lakers.
Andrew Delory at that big hit, grabbing his left arm. Looks a little bit banged up there for Sterling Heights Stevenson, but he'll get right back up and into the huddle. Nope, now he is running off the field. He will be replaced by Lucas Timbuck.
Iowa tough break. He's been having a great night, and no reason to keep him in this game when they're in this situation. It's a long season.
Trainer Megan Burke taking a look at the running back for Sterling Heights. 1st and 10 for the Titans at their own 44-yard line. Snap to Andrew Knight. Handoff now to Timbuck. He'll get some space past the 50, 45, and down to the 40. Another first down for the Titans.
And a great tackle by West Bloomfield's Jason
Onwenyu.
Thank you, Tyler Keefe. The senior 6 foot, 180 pounds safety doing a great job with the tackle.
Now trainer Amy Frazier coming out for the Lakers, injured player on the ground. That does look like it's Xavier Davis. So we'll get a look at that. And Stevenson will come to the sidelines, as will the Lakers. Your Lakers up 40-7 on Sterling Heights Stevenson. Stevenson so far in this drive looking nice. Good decision making from the quarterback. Everybody's running their routes well, and they're inching their way up the field.
Well, and I think I might have this right. I hope the Davis family isn't freaking out too much. They seem to be stretching his leg, and it looks like a cramp. He's getting right up. It looks fine. You get a hot night like tonight, and you don't keep enough fluids in your body. These guys are going to start to cramp up at this point.
Yeah, that's going to happen early on in the season, especially as you're getting that conditioning going. And you'll see that a little bit later on in the season as the weather changes as well in these games. Stevenson coming back on the field, 3:27 to play in the third quarter. 1st and 10 for the Titans, 40-7 score in favor of West Bloomfield. Ball at the Laker 40-yard line for Sterling Heights Stevenson. Play is now active. Play clock going, 38 seconds on the clock. Andrew Knight, the freshman quarterback in the shotgun. One man in the backfield, twins left, single man right. Snap to Knight. He'll hand the ball off. Gets to the 40-yard line, pushed back about the 39-yard line, and finally taken down the run for Will Olds in the backfield.
R.J. Hayes, the second there on the tackle, the 6'1", 190-pound linebacker. Just another member of this really impressive linebacker core for the Lakers.
Yeah, just a really stout linebacking core. They're deep as well. They got their front three. And they also got some guys coming up. Blake Simmons, Reginald Hayes, Christian Hood, and more that we've seen tonight. 2nd down and 11 for Sterling Heights. Knight in the gun. One man in the backfield is Timbuck. He'll hand it off to Timbuck. Nope, that is Delory. He's back in the game. Tough kid. Taken down behind the snap line. That's going to be 3rd down.
And guess who that was? Brandon Davis Swain right there in the middle of all the action. If there's some action happening in the backfield, somebody has penetrated. It's probably Brandon Davis Swain working his way around the edge and causing some trouble behind the line of scrimmage.
That's what he does. That's why they call him the Punisher. 3rd all-time in a single season sacks for West Bloomfield with 17 last season. 3rd down 11 for Sterling Heights Stevenson on the Lakers 38-yard line. Knight in the gun. Takes the snap. No man in the backfield. Knight rolling out of the pocket. Gets to about the 45. Launches the ball up the field. Thompson caught at the 34, at the 25. He'll get down about the 14-yard line. That is what they call it. 1st down in the red zone for Sterling Heights.
Yeah, you got to give Sterling Heights a lot of credit. There was pressure. Brandon Davis Swain was right there, right in the face of the quarterback. He makes a great throw. An excellent run after catch by Sterling Heights.
Yeah, just excellent quarterback play from the freshman tonight. Really showing his poise, showing his patience, mature beyond his years. You can see why 5th-year head coach Dustin Newcomb put him in as their gunslinger. 1st down for Sterling Heights Stevenson. 1st and 10 at the Laker 14. Knight in the shotgun. One man in the backfield is Delory. Snap to Knight. Delory gets the ball, rolls right. He's going to be taken down by a couple Lakers. Primary tackler is, again, Brandon Davis Swain.
Brandon Davis Swain in on
1:16 to play in the third quarter. Your Lakers still up in the lead 40-7 over the Sterling Heights Stevenson Titans. And Brandon Davis Swain, again, another key tackle for the Lakers, involved in almost all these plays in the backfield, especially on the runs, attacking the zone for West Bloomfield. Both teams still in the huddle. West Bloomfield escapes. Shortly after does Sterling Heights Stevenson. 2nd and 11 for the Titans. Andrew Knight will line up. Ball on the 15-yard line of West Bloomfield. Twins left, one man right. Snap to Knight. He'll hand it off to Delory again. And they'll be taken down. Gain of about 2 yards, but that will still be a third down some distance for Sterling Heights.
Blake Simmons held on to the ankle of the running back and would not let go. And he just made that tackle. He willed that man down to the ground.
Yeah, just again, the toughness for the Lakers, the intensity for the Lakers. It's staying there even with a lead of 33 points in the third quarter. 11 seconds to play and ticking. They will let that go. That will be the end of the third quarter. Your Lakers 40, Sterling Heights Stevenson Titans 7. You're watching and listening to Laker football on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM.
Mark your calendars for the 11th annual Family Fun Night at West Bloomfield High School. Stop by on Friday, September 16th at 5 p.m. for an evening of free, fun activities as we honor our military, police, and fire heroes. Plus, stick around to see Laker football take on Clarkston at 7 p.m. To find out more, scan the QR code on your screen or visit wbsd.org/community/family fun night. Connect with local leaders, philanthropists, and more. The Greater West Bloomfield Chamber of Commerce presents the 2022 Leadership Breakfast. Join the Chamber for a morning of insight with guest speaker Laura Graneman, with the whole event emceed by Fox 2 News anchor Roop Raj. Join your local businesses at the Wabi Country Club September 13th at 8:30 a.m. Order your tickets by September 6th at westbloomfieldchamber.com/breakfast. We'll see you there.
Back on Laker football, Civic Center TV, 89.3 Lakes FM, and of course on civiccentertv.com/Lakers Sports. Your Lakers in the lead heading into the fourth. 40 for West Bloomfield, 7 for the Titans of Sterling Heights Stevenson. The Titans will continue this drive. It'll be 3rd down and 13. They'll switch sides of the field after a loss of a couple of yards. They will begin the fourth quarter on the West Bloomfield Lakers 17-yard line. They're still huddled up on the sideline down on the opposite side of the field, about the 30, getting ready for their approach as they're in the red zone, knocking on the door of the Lakers and trying to get their first score since very early on in this game with 3:10 to play in the first quarter.
Don't forget the home campaign kicks off next Friday night. Tyler and I will be at the Swamp as we see your West Bloomfield Lakers kick it all off. Next Friday night, 7 o'clock. Pregame coverage begins at 6 right here on Civic Center TV, Lakes FM, and all of our outlets. We hope you tune in. More importantly, we hope you come by and join us in person for Laker football.
Learn more about all the events happening in West Bloomfield on both of our morning news programs. 90 minutes of news beginning at 9:30 a.m. with a multitude of hosts. Ursula Krause, Larry Nyland, Dave Scott. It's The Splash Live. Then after that, you can join me for an hour for more news across Oakland County and around the state of Michigan on the MegaCast, 10 a.m. to 11 a.m.
How come it takes Ursula and Larry and myself to do the Splash, and you can do the MegaCast? It's twice as long.
Oh, well,
and you seem to pull it off all on your own.
I know I'm well rested, and the audience may not know, but they cryogenically freeze me after every single show until I'm ready for the next one. That's how I stay fresh every day, Dave.
It's like clean living. You go home to your cats on time every evening.
Yeah, Jax and Ida listening live on civiccentertv.com/Lakers Sports. You can join us there every week for Laker football as well. Finally, taking the field, both these teams taking their sweet time between these quarters. That's what you get when you get on that local TV with Bally Sports. And again, can't thank the team, Jeff Bile and everybody else on their production team enough for providing us video tonight for this TV break.
Nice shot of Justin Newcomb, the head coach right there, Sterling Heights.
5th season at the helm, 29 wins under his belt, 15 losses. 2nd most wins of any coach in Sterling Heights Stevenson history.
And there's that great quarterback, Andrew Knight. I'm telling you, that kid has a future. He will be playing ball on Saturdays in the state, I'm sure, in a couple of years.
Yeah, I compare him to as a freshman quarterback to a guy like Isaiah Marshall from Southfield A&T a year ago, probably just better pocket presence as well.
So we are in the quarter break here, and we have just a moment or two before we kick off the fourth quarter. Quick reminder, tomorrow morning we'll be broadcasting live. I will be out along with Larry Nyland at the Orchard Mall for the kickoff of the food truck rally. So Orchard Mall, Friday, music, food, fun. Bring the kids. It all begins at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but we're going to talk to everybody in the morning and let everybody know what's going to go on later on in the day. Looking forward to talking to Kelly Woodley at the mall, all of the people that are involved in this amazing event, and we hope you come by. Now, if you want to get the details, best thing to do, tune in Civic Center TV, Lakes FM, tomorrow morning at 9:30. We'll be broadcasting live from a parking lot. My broadcast career reaches its pinnacle as we broadcast from a parking lot tomorrow at Orchard Mall. No, it's going to be a lot of fun. Look forward to it. And come on by and say hello.
3rd and 13. Snap and a throw from Andrew Knight. Incomplete, deflected, almost intercepted, and that'll be 4th down for the Titans.
We haven't been able to do that event for, 2 years?
Yeah, a couple of years off but because of COVID-19, but back for the 3rd installment, and Steve Acho, the headliner. Everybody loves Steve Acho.
Yeah, and here's what he's done. He'll write all these custom songs, about the advertisers and about West Bloomfield, and he's very, very talented. And, I tell you what, he could put Billy Joel out of business. He's really a great piano player and a great singer.
And one of the former members of our team, Maddie Mushkin, on her way out, he wrote her a special song to say his goodbyes to the former host of the Splash Live.
Isn't that sweet?
Snap on 4th down to Andrew Knight, and the shotgun throws over the head of his wide receiver, and that is incomplete. Turnover on downs. Lakers will take over inside their 20.
Was it something like, we'll miss you, Maddie?
Yeah, it's kind of like that.
Or yes, we will.
Not released out publicly yet. Probably a single coming up somewhere down the line, Dave. 11:50 to play in the ball game. Lakers 40, Stevenson 7. Here at the Xenith Prep Kickoff Classic. Games continue on down here and at Wayne State University on Tom Adams Field on Friday and Saturday. More information, DetroitSports.org. And a big thank you to the entire team at the Detroit Sports Commission for their courtesy, inviting us to broadcast this game tonight.
Yeah, they're a little busy here in Detroit right now, too, because they're part of the CVB, and they got this little thing coming up here called the Auto Show.
Yes. Brody Pecor now in at quarterback for the West Bloomfield Lakers. The backup quarterback, the sophomore, number 21. He snaps the ball, quick handoff, and stuffed by Sterling Heights Stevenson. It'll be 2nd down after a loss about 2 or 3 yards.
Really gives us a nice opportunity. We could swing the cameras around, but we have a great view from high atop the press box here at Wayne State University, right at the Lodge Expressway, and very, very high. We can see downtown. We can see the Fisher Building. We can see all of this beautiful town, and this town is going to be on fire. We talked about all the events in West Bloomfield. This town is going to be on fire with the Auto Show.
2nd down and 14 for West Bloomfield, up 40-7. 11 minutes and some change to play in the ball game. Pecor in the shotgun, talking it over with his running back. Twins right, single man left. Ralph Rogers in the backfield as well at fullback. And Pecor going to get the ball at his 10-yard line. Snap, bad snap. It's dropped by Pecor. He picks it up at the 5. He's running with it. Back to the 10-yard line. Going to get past the 15. Still on his feet. Big hit he takes, but he gets to the 25-yard line. Nice recovery after a bad recovery on the snap.
Football, one of the things that makes football such an interesting game, and you might see it in the replay, is whoever invented, watch a replay here, whoever invented the shape of the football, just had a devious mind, because it can bounce right at you or it can go in any angle. In that case, a lot of luck for the Lakers. The ball bounced in just the perfect direction.
Yeah, it lands on one of those corners. Good luck. 3rd down and 3 now for the Lakers after the great recovery by the backup quarterback, sophomore Brody Pecor. Twins to the left, single man to the right, 2 men in the backfield. The sophomore backup quarterback still aligning his offense. 8 seconds on the play clock. Man in motion. Snap to Picor. Fake the handoff. He'll read. He'll take it up the middle. Gets to about the 26, maybe 27-yard line. Will be fourth down and short.
Nice little hole created by the Laker offensive line. Had a good job by the young quarterback to try to seize the opportunity in the moment. He does get very close to the first down, but it's going to be fourth. We'll see what the Lakers do here. Likely they're going to kick the ball, but, at this point in the game, the outcome of this game is certain, but it looks like here comes a kicking team.
Yeah, Picor and company talking it over with the head coach, Tyrese Grice and company on the sideline, but they will bring in the punting team on fourth down and 2. 9:22 to play in the ball game. Lakers 40. The Sterling Heights Stevenson Titans, technically the home team tonight, with 7. No, it is a fake punt. They take it right up the middle. Past the first down line and a little bit more. It'll get to about the 30. First down, Lakers, a little trickery there on fourth down.
Yeah, do you think that was designed to be a punt and a fake, or do you think it was just a direct snap?
I'd have to see the replay on that because it did look like Brody Picor came off the field.
But either way,
but still, first down.
Works out for the Lakers. They get a first down.
First and 10 for the Lakers. They're on their own 30-yard line. Picor in the shotgun. Ralph Rogers in the backfield. Twins left. Single man right. Snap to Picor. Quick run around the right. Great block. And he'll get a few yards there. Get down to about the 33-yard line. Excellent block in the backfield by Ralph Rogers.
Yeah, really, really nice job to create an opportunity for the quarterback to break free. Usually, if you see a quarterback doing well, it's because of the people around him. Very few quarterbacks can scramble completely out of every opportunity. Usually it's a block here and a block there, making them look really good.
And a big point of pride for this coaching staff has to be those upfield blocks by the skill position players. That's something that you often got to kind of badger your guys to do, and they're doing that excellently. Wildcat formation for the Lakers. It is snapped. Quick handoff. Nice little gainer from speed back. It's to about the 36-yard line for third down.
28,
Ralph Rogers, the ball carrier on that play, takes the direct snap. The backup running back behind Kenneth Jones on this Laker front. 7.5 to play in the ball game. Again, 40 for your Lakers, 7 for the Titans of Sterling Heights Stevenson out of the MAC Red. MAC Red versus OAA Red at the Xenith Prep Kickoff Classic. Lakers getting some substitutions, shifting their offense around, getting themselves set. In the Wildcat is Josh Tate for West Bloomfield. Fullback also there, twins to the right, single man wide to the left. In motion for the Lakers, this wide receiver, snap to Tate. He'll take it up the A-gap. Get past the 40, 45, down around the 49-yard line. First down, West Bloomfield.
Joshua Tate on the carry.
Well, a great hole, but good recognition by Tate to find the hole, recognize it, see it, and then just scamper through it. The sophomore looking very much like an upperclassman on that play.
Reading those linebackers, making those decisions with guys in motion as he sent over Jaden Allos. First down and 10 for the Lakers at the 49-yard line. The snap to Tate, quick handoff. Oh, it is botched between him and Allos. They'll lose about 4 yards, and it'll be second down about the 45-yard line, maybe the 46. They'll line it up at the 46, a loss of just 2.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing that happens because it's early in the season and you don't have the reps. People don't understand the complexity of a simple handoff from the quarterback to the running back. A lot can go wrong.
And beyond that, second string offense, first string defense, as Justin Newcomb keeping his guys in play against a very competitive team that's deep. Second and 13 for the Lakers. Ball lined up at the 46-yard line. Picor back in at quarterback in the shotgun. One man in the backfield to his right, trips left for West Bloomfield. Snap to Picor, quick handoff, takes it A-gap. Big opening, way down the field to the 30, down to the 20. Ralph Rogers in for 6. Touchdown Lakers.
Well, you just add to the list of people that can put on the afterburner. Ralph Rogers, he just ran away from everybody. The difference in speed, instantly apparent. Watch the replay. He gets the hole, and then look at, he's just running away from all the defenders. He splits it, and they don't catch up to him. They don't even get close. By the time he's in the end zone, he's 5 yards away from everybody. Pippen, Samaj, and now this guy. There is speed everywhere in this team.
43, Justin Ward.
Yeah, athleticism, speed, the ability to use your size and your strength to power through defensive lines. It'll be interesting to see against more veteran teams with some older players in the trenches how that translates, but a great first game for West Bloomfield. PAT is up. PAT splits the uprights. It is good. West Bloomfield 47. Sterling Heights Stevenson 7. You're watching and listening to Laker football on Civic Center TV on 89.3 Lakes FM. We'll keep it here.
Let's just keep it here and talk about that for a minute, because what I'm seeing, Tyler, I don't remember seeing on this team in the years past. This is a massively impressive opening game for the Lakers. And I don't think it is a reflection in any way on Sterling Heights Stevenson. I think we're going to find at the end of the season, this is a really good football team that the Lakers put 47 points up on so far. It's not even over. And it's a bunch of young guys that we haven't seen, that have incredible speed. And yeah, you got to get the holes, you got to get the breaks, but you add speed. It's kind of what the Detroit Lions are trying to do right now by adding all this speed on a team that's not had it before. And if you want to have a high power offense, take some guys that when they get in the open field, they can take off. Then you just got to get them in the open field a couple of times during the game, and you're going to have some big plays. This offense is still built for big plays. The only thing I really like tonight also is in the past, they've been a big play offense. It's not as good as they are tonight, but they have not been able to know how to slow a game down and take a time and maintain the ball to maintain possession. Tonight we've seen that too.
Coming up for the West Bloomfield Lakers next week at home at the Swamp, the home opener against Harper Woods, 7 o'clock, Friday night, September 2nd, for Labor Day weekend. The next week over, we'll head on the road, go to Rochester Hills, go up against Stony Creek, followed by family fun night and rivalry night at the Swamp as the OAA Red Rivals Clarkston Wolves come in, and then it's on the road again. Big game against Rochester Adams. Can they go?
Well, did you see the Valley sports people circle that on their video? I bet they're going to be there. I bet we run into them again at Rochester Adams where we've seen them before. I mean, that's the matchup, right? That is the matchup, and it's a little bit of a bummer. It's on the road this year. We remember losing that game on the road, but we had the home game last year. It's their year, and in the first couple of years we were here, it's can we beat Belleville, right? Can we beat Belleville? And they're still good, could be an opposing force at the end of the season. But this season is all about taking care of business. And that night, there it is up on the screen again, and what a perfect way for the Lakers to build up to that Rochester Adams game with the Clarkston game, okay? Because Clarkston's going to give us everything they got.
And you're looking at that middle of the season there. Those are the big games. Clarkston, Rochester Adams, Lake Orion going to be back. A veteran team there under the tutelage now, again, of legendary head coach Chris Bell, who's been serving as their athletic
director. And the Valley guys put a big circle around Southfield A&T. We've handled them pretty well, but that team is getting a lot better.
I don't count Coach Marshall and that team out. That's a well-coached team. They got a great quarterback there in Isaiah Marshall with some experience, very similar in his development to Rick Nance. That's also a big game, also on the road in a tough environment like Southfield. Lakers kick the ball off. It's going to be a short kick, land about the 29-yard line, recovered by Stevenson. They'll take it up about the 40-yard line, past the 40 to their own 39, fighting for those extra yards, first down.
And because of what we just looked at, is one of the reasons I'm really excited that our games are going to be on My Michigan TV this year. Now, there's Sterling Heights Stevenson schedule, but back to the West Bloomfield schedule. You see West Bloomfield, you see Clarkston, you see Southfield A&T, you see the Adams game, okay? And that is a very impressive set of teams that you'll be able to watch this year.
Teams will reset 5 minutes to play in this game. Got a running clock now beyond the mercy rule here. West Bloomfield 47, Sterling Heights Stevenson 7. Have not scored since early in the first quarter. Late in the first quarter, they scored on a touchdown run from Alex DeLory that tied the game up at 6, followed by an extra point by Bellinger that gave Sterling Heights Stevenson their only score so far and their only lead of this game. 1st and 10, first team offense still out there. Twins left for Andrew Knight, the freshman quarterback, single man in the backfield. The snap tonight, quick handoff, dropped, and it is a free ball. Looks like Stevenson did pick it up. They'll get a couple of yards there on the advanced forward fumble, second down. Alston with the recovery, just a little bit too quick there on securing the ball for the running back. That's how he dropped it, but got right back on top of it there for Sterling Heights Stevenson. Jaden Alston, freshman running back, defensive back, and wide receiver. 2nd down and 8 for the Titans. 42-14 lead for Rochester Adams against Orchard Lake St. Mary's. That is the final.
Well, what's that telling you?
That tells you Rochester Adams is just as dangerous, if not more, going up against a talented team in Orchard Lake. The run for Alston gets up past the 50-yard line, down about the 45, first down for Sterling Heights Stevenson. Getting a little bit more opportunity, seeing some of the power of this offense now as they go up against the Lakers' second unit. But there, point of pride for Justin Newcomb, Andrew Knight, the freshman quarterback, and this first team showing what they can do when they're executing. 1st down and 10 at the Laker 45. Knight in the gun. Alston in the backfield, single man left, Twins right. Left tackle shifts over to the right side. Snap to Knight. He'll hand it off to Alston. Get a couple of yards past the 45. Down about the 43-yard line. Gain about 1, maybe 1.5 on that play. Reginald Hayes on the tackle for West Bloomfield. Running clock. So we're quickly moving along here. 2.5 to play in the ball game. West Bloomfield 47. Sterling Heights Stevenson 7. 2nd and 8 as Stevenson has the substitution. Alex Mortella will come off the field. Knight in the shotgun. Alston in the backfield with a fullback as well. Twins left, single man to the right. Snap and hand off to Alston. He'll take it left side. Gets a gain of 40, past the 35, down to the 30-yard line. About 1st down and 3 yards for Sterling Heights Stevenson. They'll move the chains as we head toward 2 minutes to play in the ball game. At Wayne State University, Xenith Prep Kickoff Classic. We are past the 2-minute point. Running clock still up and running. 1st down and 10 for Stevenson. Knight in the shotgun. One man back there to his right as Alston. Twins left. The snap, handoff to Alston. He'll try to go up the middle. Runs into his center and met at the line. Taken down. And that is a great tackle on that play for West Bloomfield. Jonathan Gabriel, the 6', 200-pound defensive end in the second unit, gets in contact with the running back after he runs into his lineman there. Unfortunate for Sterling Heights Stevenson, but good contained for West Bloomfield. $1:20 to play in the game, 47-7 in favor of the L-BOYZ. Again, Knight in the shotgun with Alston to his right. Twins left, single man, short on the right. Snap and hand off to Alston. He'll run up the middle, get a couple of yards down to the 30-yard line, back to the line of scrimmage. Not really any gain there, if any, maybe a couple of inches. 3rd and 10 now for the Titans with under a minute to play. Looks like they'll be content to run this ball out. Don't need to do anything special. Just get those reps in, talk it through, see what you're seeing in the defense, get those learning opportunities, and hang this one up. 45 seconds to play. 3rd down and 10.
30-yard line.
Knight will be in the shotgun. Alston in the backfield along with their fullback, Joey Galuso. Snap to Knight. 3-step drop in the pocket. Getting chased down. Going to run out to the right, past the 30-yard line, approaching the 25. He'll get the 1st down, past the 20, to about the 18. He'll run out of bounds with 24 seconds to play in the game. That won't stop the clock. Running clock, 19 seconds to play. We'll see if they'll get another one in before this game expires. 16 seconds left, approaching 10 seconds. Will they hurry up? It does not look like it. And this game will be over. Knight trying to get one more play in with 5 seconds to play. He's in the shotgun, Twins left. Snap to Knight. Short drop. We'll throw it to his left side. It is incomplete to Alston as time expires. That's it. Your Lakers pick up the W. 47 for West Bloomfield, 7 for Sterling Heights Stevenson at the Xenith Prep Kickoff Classic. We'll come back with postgame. You're watching Civic Center TV and Lakes FM coverage of Laker football.
Mark your calendars for the 11th annual Family Fun Night at West Bloomfield High School. Stop by on Friday, September 16th at 5 p.m. for an evening of free, fun activities as we honor our military, police, and fire heroes. Plus, stick around to see Laker football take on Clarkston at 7 p.m. To find out more, scan the QR code on your screen or visit wbsd.org/community/family fun night.
Your final score, 47 for West Bloomfield, 7 for Sterling Heights Stevenson, as Lakers start their season 1-0 in non-OAA play. They'll play another game at home next week outside of the OAA Red against Harper Woods, but a great showing tonight for your West Bloomfield Lakers as we see the feed from Valley Sports. One of the great traditions in high school sports is the handshake between these two teams as they say goodbye to this football game in a blowout. But still two teams that really respect each other, two great programs here in southeastern Michigan.
Well, Tyler, I mean, you just can't help but be thrilled with what you saw tonight if you're a Laker football fan. First game is always a big question mark. You don't really know how well your team is going to respond to the first game. You can practice. You can work real hard. You can have a lot of veterans there, but you never really completely know what you have until you see it on the field. And I am so impressed by this team. I got to be honest. You know, I tend to exaggerate a little bit, but I cannot remember a better start to a season. And honestly, I think this is one, I call this a commodity game. No game's a commodity game, but this is not like a state championship game. You know, I cannot remember a more effectively executed game on all aspects. They made the big plays. The quarterback handled himself well. Receivers got open. They were able to sustain drives. And here is the big one that really sets it up over the edge. The team didn't make stupid mistakes. And this is the beginning of the season. You just got to say, you know, that the coaching staff, and I'll say the entire coaching staff, is doing their job. They're bringing discipline to the team, and they're teaching this team. It's evolving into a team that knows how to be a champion. Because you're not going to play Rochester Adams and make mistakes and win a game. You're not going to do that against Clarkston. You're not going to do that against Southfield A&T, and you're really not going to even do that against, I don't mean to say even, you're not going to do that against Stevenson. This team looked really good, and anyone who watches the film of tonight's game is going to say the Lakers are for real this year.
Yeah, this is a scary team. There's a reason they are consistently top 10 ranked in the state going into this preseason. You're going to see a big jump after this game, but you got to look at the next couple weeks too. Harper Woods coming up next week. Then they go on the road, that first road test for real and regular territory against Rochester Hills, Stony Creek as they go into the OAA and jump across divisions. You kind of see those repeat performances. If you're beating a team like Sterling Heights Stevenson, you should have a similar outcome against teams like Harper Woods and Rochester Hills, Stony Creek. Do they take this game and get overconfident and get a little bit out of their discipline next week? That's going to be a big question. But I think this Laker team, they can put up a performance even similar to this going forward. They will come into Family Fun Night against those Clarkston Wolves 3-0 and looking like a favorite for the championship.
From State Champs TV, their rankings, they've got West Bloomfield number 4, you know, and that's for real. Mick McCabe has West Bloomfield. Look at Adams, number 5. So State Champs, our good friend Lauren and the people at State Champs, number 4. Mick McCabe puts Adams ahead of us. But, you know, it's just going to be all over. These guys don't know. Now that they got film on us tonight, they got film on Adams over at Orchard Lake St. Mary, and this will start to unfold. It's going to get really interesting. And I'll tell you what, unless something surprising happens between now and next week, between now and later in the season we play Adams, that could be the game of the season. One of the biggest games. I mean, there'll be a lot of other big games at other schools and other leagues, but that is going to be a huge game. We already know it would be a big game for us, but that's just shaping out to be even bigger than before. And again, it's all on the Lakers because Adams owns us right now. They beat us twice last year, and they advanced in the tournament. So it's going to be a fun year.
And they got that home field advantage again against us this year with that game being on the road in Rochester against that team. And so we got lots of tests coming up. It's really going to be that middle of the season. Clarkston, Rochester Adams, Lake Orion. That comes after 3 games where the Lakers should have their way with those teams if tonight is any indication, as your Lakers beat Sterling Heights Stevenson 47-7 handily throughout this game. Competitive first quarter, and after that, it was all Lakers. Your West Bloomfield Lakers scoring summary, a big score sheet tonight, brought to you by our big-time sponsors, Premier Pet Supply, Orchard Mall, and, of course, Ken and Deb Macon, our sponsors on tonight's broadcast. Touchdown in the first quarter on the run by Kenneth Jones put the Lakers up 6-0 after the PAT was no good. Then Sterling Heights ties it up at 6 with the touchdown run with 3:10 to play in the first quarter from Alex Delory. Extra point, 6-7 in favor of Sterling Heights Stevenson. Then it's West Bloomfield. Touchdown reception for Pippin with 2:40 in the first, and then with 5 seconds left in the first, a 2-point conversion from Rick Nance. Good on the first try, now good on the second try. West Bloomfield has the lead 20-7. Another score for West Bloomfield on the PAT, put them up 27-7 near the end of the first half on another run by Kenneth Jones. A touchdown run from Rick Nance with just seconds remaining in the first half, and a PAT by Ward put them up 34-7. In the second half, third quarter, 4:33 to play. Touchdown pass down the field to Samaj Morgan. A great reception. Scores. It's a bad snap, a bad kick from Justin Ward. PAT is no good. 40-7 Lakers. And finally, with 5.5 to play in the ball game, big touchdown run from the second stringer, Ralph Rogers, and the Lakers 28. Put them up 46-7. PAT is good. And that is your final score. 47-7 in favor of your West Bloomfield Lakers. The L-BOYZ 1-0 on the season as they head into the Swamp next week to play Harper Woods. Dave, your final thoughts tonight.
Well, everything went great. So congratulations to the Lakers. Good start. Let's keep it. Let's keep it up. Let's keep it up. This is the. I can't hesitate to say. I'm going to say, barring none, this is the best I've seen the Lakers play in maybe all of our years. I mean, I really think so. And I know that's a bold statement, and it's only one game, but it's good. And all it is
That's
right
a
now.
statement performance.
It is. And it's not just the fact that they won. This is a good team they beat tonight, and they looked really good, and they played well, but it's only one game, and let's see what happens next week, and let's see what happens in the following couple of weeks. But high hopes, totally different than where we were at the end of the first game last year after we'd had our hat handed to us by Rochester Adams. So we'll see what happens. It's like we don't know what the final chapter is, but we'll see what happens. It's been a long day. I know we want to run. I feel bad that we can't get the huddle down on the field with the Lakers this week, but we'll be sure to get that next week so you can hear their thoughts. But I can tell you they're very happy. There's a lot of excitement down there. It was a big win, and the team deserves a celebration.
Absolutely. Your final score, West Bloomfield 47, Sterling Heights Stevenson 7. That will wrap it up for today's broadcast with Dave. What do you got to say?
Well, I just want to get all of our thank yous in really quick before we say goodnight. A huge thank you to Bally Sports. We could not have done this the way we did it without their participation. They were under no obligation to help us, and they did. Extremely cool, and we will thank them all season long. Very nice people, very helpful. Bravo, Bally Sports, you guys rock. Thank you very much. Also, a great job done by the tournament. A lot of work putting this thing on, and it's not easy having us come in here and take over half your press box. So thank you, Wayne State, and thank you very much to this wonderful tournament for your incredible hospitality. I want to also thank the Greater West Bloomfield Cable Communications Commission. A lot of work put in by them to get this season on the air, including Dave Alberry and all of the commissioners. Bravo. Thank you very much. Our team, Jerry Clark and Calvin Brown, we've been working really, really hard. I'm sorry?
John Dubois also on the website.
John Dubois making it all on the website, okay? And I'm sure I've left out a couple of other people that worked really hard. Ken Cooper and a lot of other people on our staff. Thank you to everybody. Tyler, I know how hard you've been working on getting all this put together. It's a lot of work to do the games this way. We're really thrilled to be doing them. And so a huge thank you to everybody. Make sure you stay tuned for This Week in Laker Football. It'll be coming up Just check social media. We'll have it on, and you can check it in all the social media outlets. And just a final reminder, don't forget tomorrow morning, 9:30, Orchard Mall will be live. I'll be looking forward to meeting you. I'll probably be a little tired, but we will be there. And if you're in the area, please stop by and say hello as we get ready for the big West Bloomfield Youth Assistance Food Truck Rally. And for people watching around the rest of the state on My Michigan TV, this is a partial West Bloomfield broadcast. I hope you enjoyed it. And you're going to see some of the best teams around the state. If you love high school football, just keep tuning in, and we hope you enjoy this. So, Tyler, you did a great job tonight. I'll let you say so long.
47-7, the final score. We thank you for tuning in. You can keep up to date and watch all the games and find everywhere you can watch, listen, and more to West Bloomfield Laker football on civiccentertv.com/Laker Sports. For all of our team, for our crew, for our whole broadcast, and big thank you to our sponsors once again, Orchard Mall, Premier Pet Supply, and Deb and Ken Macon for making this possible. We'll be back next week, Friday, home opener against Harper Woods at the Swamp. In the meantime, all your coverage continues on Civic Center TV, 89.3 Lakes FM, and online on civiccentertv.com. We'll see you next week at the Swamp.